Camp arrangements. Name, blank. Course no, blank. Room number, blank. 1. Dress. On arrival in camp you will be issued with battle dress, or summer drill, and the necessary accessories. This uniform will be worn during all working periods, for the following reasons. A. Security. This is a military establishment. For the benefit of local inhabitants and visiting tradesmen, it is considered advisable for the military appearance of the camp to be consistently maintained. B. Wear and tear. Many of your activities on the course will be undertaken out of doors. By wearing your issued battle dress you will save your own civilian clothes and/or uniform. There is no objection to your wearing whatever clothes you please for relaxation in the evenings. You are not required to render military compliments to the officers of the camp. 2. Communications. Any incoming mail may be addressed to you personally at Box 55, Terminal A, Toronto 2, Ont, Canada. Any outgoing mail will be handed in at the administration office. In view of the fact that the camp's location is secret, this will be mailed in Toronto. Therefore, no mail will be handed to any member of the camp staff, other than the clerks in the administration office who have been detailed to handle it. For the same reason, outgoing mail, though uncensored, will not contain any reference either to the camp's location, appearance, or activities. Telephone calls from the camp may be made outside working hours. No incoming calls are permitted. 3. Messing and bar service. A. Messing will be charged at the rate of 0.50 cents per day. A service charge of 0.50 cents per week will be made to cover gratuities to the staff. It is asked that no additional gratuities be made, as this rate is in accordance with Canadian Army scales. B. Bar. Within the limits of current rationing, beer, spirits and cigarettes are obtainable from the bar, which will be open only between the following hours: 1215, 1245, 1800, 1900, 1945, 2230. C. Accounts. All messing and bar accounts will be rendered and paid on the day previous to final departure. Subsequent purchases will be paid for in cash. D. Meal times. Breakfast, 0815 hours. Lunch, 1245. Quote. Tea, 1630. Quote. Supper, 1900. Quote. It is particularly requested that you observe these times. Kitchen accommodation and staff is limited. Considerable inconvenience can be caused through unpunctuality. 4. Introductory address. You will assemble at hours on in lecture room, when the details of the course will be explained in an introductory address. 5. Leave. For courses of over 14 days duration, weekend leave may be arranged from Saturday 1230 until Sunday midnight. A leave application form will be issued. This should be filled in and handed to the Secretary's office in the administration building not later than the Wednesday previous in order to ensure the necessary hotel and transportation reservations. 6. Miscellaneous requests. Complaints, if any, and requests for interviews or general information should be made to the Secretary between the following hours: 0900-0925. Mondays, Saturdays. 1215, 1230. Inclusive. 1330, 1410. 1000, 1200 Sundays. C. Skilbeck, Lieutenant Colonel. Officer Commanding. A. 1. Opening Address. 3rd September 1943. Introduction. Objects and Methods of Irregular Warfare. 1. Objects. In Europe and Asia, the enemy seek to obtain from their own, from satellite and from occupied territories the maximum advantage. A. Politically. For example by I. Indoctrination. E. Divide and rule. B. Economically. For example by I. Use of materials. E. Use of factories. E. Recruitment of foreign workers. IV. Financial swindles. C. Strategically. For example by I. Use of communications. E. Offensive and defensive bases. E. Use of Quisling and satellite manpower. But spontaneous resistance has occurred everywhere. A. Politically. E.g., Norway's Battle of Churches and Teachers. B. Economically. E.g., France's resistance to labor recruitment. C. Strategically. E.g., Mihailovic's guerrillas in abortive Haute-Savoie Rising. Sporadic risings are useless. Necessity to coordinate where possible has produced tabulation of United Nations fundamental objectives in the waging of irregular warfare. A. Politically. I. To undermine enemy's morale and that of his collaborators. E. To raise morale of occupied territories. B. Economically. I. To damage enemy's material. E. To improve and augment our own material. E.g., by infiltration of weapons, explosives, sabotage equipment. C. Strategically. I. To damage enemy's manpower and communications. E. To improve our own manpower and communications. E.g., by infiltration of organizers, radio sets and operators, etc. 2. Methods. These, by definition, include all methods of attaining the above objectives. Outside the scope of regular warfare. A. Informational. Espionage. The covert collection and transmission of information about the enemy to our own forces. B. Operational. Propaganda. The art of persuasion with a view to producing a required mood or a required action. Passive resistance. Infliction of the maximum damage to the enemy with the minimum danger to oneself. Sabotage. Covert destruction of material profitable to the enemy. Secret armies. Pre- and post-invasion. Politico-military uprising. 3. Interdependence of methods. All these methods are interdependent. Each one singly has its relation to our fundamental objectives, but, if each is used singly, the objectives can never be attained. 4. Present situation. There are two phases. A. Pre-invasion. This phase, which in Europe is ending, consisted mainly in organizing the countries area by area, in a manner either simple or complex according to the country's physical geography, group distribution and degree of contra-espionage control. B. Invasion. This phase is beginning. For you it will involve the attainment of A, B or C objective by the use of A, B, C, etc. methods. 5. You will be a cog in a very large machine whose smooth functioning depends on each separate cog carrying out its part efficiently. It is the objective of this course to clarify the part you will play and ensure the efficiency of your performance. Point 2. January 1944. Self-protection. Individual and collective security. 1. Definition. Security. Precautions taken by the individual for his own personal protection and the protection of his organization from the enemy. Without these precautions, it is dangerous to attempt regular and impossible to attempt irregular warfare alone or in conjunction with other people. 2. Application. A. Apparent absence of enemy CE. Measures should never be allowed to engender overconfidence. Cf. Graph of agent's confidence. B. Insecurity by an individual may jeopardize not only his own safety but the safety of the organization with which he is in contact. 3. Information. Basis of your self-protection is good information. As much as possible provided before departure, but you must check and supplement on arrival. Information required on I. Local conditions. E. Local regulations. E. Enemy methods. IV. Enemy personnel. V. Your own subordinates. 4. Inculcation. A. Security cannot be taught by rule of thumb. It is a frame of mind attainable through self-discipline and self-training that will make the taking of precautions a habit. Cf. Crossing a road. B. What is a habit? A single action committed so often as to become automatic. What precautionary actions must we practice so often that they become a habit? 5. Communication. The answer is communicatory actions. Secret and confidential information can reach the enemy through our carelessness in A. Speech. B. Writing. C. Behavior. A. Speech. Adoption of hush-hush attitude through vanity. Confiding in friends to ease nervous strain. Mentioning facts you are not, outwardly, supposed to know, or isolated facts which can be strung together. Telling people more than they need to know. Compromising telephone conversations through misuse of conventions. E.g. Not 3 lambs with sweets and toys who need instruction in malaria, but 3 chaps with some goods for Harry who need instruction in my subject. B. Writing. Commit as little as possible to writing. Memorize if you can. If you must carry documents, select what you must carry. Burn all secret waste and carbons. C. Behavior. Be inconspicuous. Avoid all limelight by being an average citizen in appearance, height, clothes, and conduct. Drink, women. Be tidy. All engaged on secret work must be methodical in their habits, e.g. It is mainly knowing exactly where he has placed his belongings and arranged his room that an individual can detect disturbance by police search. Have good cover the innocent activity undertaken or invented to conceal the secret aspects of his activity. Good cover must be consistent with necessary overt behavior and non-compromising. For application to operational agency, a point 4. Closing parenthesis. Be observant. Observe and deduce. E.g., face or voice seen or heard twice suggesting you are being followed. Smell of real coffee in France suggesting someone occupied in black market. Have foresight. See danger early. E.g., Axis agent in cafe, policeman checking papers. Plan for emergency. Alternative courses in case of accident, RV's pre-arranged conversation when talking to colleague in case of sudden interrogation. Danger signs. A point 2. A. September 1943. Security for with T operators. 1. Introduction. Lecture deals with special aspects of security for with T operators apart from general principles laid down in individual security. 2. Choosing of premises for working set. A. Choice depends on I. Security considerations. E. Technical considerations. E. Combination of I and E. And district. B. Security. Safer to have number of sets dispersed over wide area with owners or occupants of premises recruited, see further below. C. Technical. Avoid steel-framed buildings. Key click easily audible in next room or if radio receiver working off same circuit. Consider aerial camouflage. D. District. I. Thinly populated country districts, possibility for isolated buildings, e.g., farms, etc. E. Towns, private house or place of occupation. E. In case of D, E, above, consider following factors. I. Accessibility. Operator must be able to get to and from premises without arousing suspicions of neighbors or passers-by. E. Cover. Must have genuine reason for frequent visits, e.g., doctor. Use existing household. E. Facilities, defensive. For concealing self and set. For escape, exits. Vulnerability to surveillance. IV. Control of access. Limit to number and type of people with possible access to premises. 3. General security precautions. To be taken in any premise including place of residence. A. Precautions against search during absence, tidiness, leaf in keyhole, hair, etc. B. Minimum incriminating material, coded writings destroyed, etc. And B. Traces on blotting paper and writing blocks. C. Hiding places prepared, particularly for set. I. Inside house, advantages and disadvantages. E. Outside house, advantages and disadvantages. Possibility of working set from hiding places. D. Preparation for destroying incriminating material. E. Where possible room with 2 doors and light switch near while operating. F. Guard while operating, e.g., possibility of hall porter. G. All clear and danger signals, visual and or oral. H. Check on surveillance of premises, or when entering or leaving. I. Alternative premises in case of emergency. J. No casual visitors at premises, only possible ones or cutouts. 4. Cutouts. A. Definition. Intermediary. Link between two agents. May only carry messages, knowing nothing about organization, or act as liaison officer. Should undertake no other subversive activity. B. Reason for employment. In case of with T operator. I. Dangerous for operator to be seen with organizer. E. May not want another member to know him. E. Barrier between himself and authorities, e.g. telegram, official enquiry, hiring flat. IV. Transfer of suspicion, delayed or prevented. C. Cover. Must be able to contact inconspicuously people of different social positions, e.g. doctor, dentist, priest, waiter, postman, etc. 5. Security rules for operator. A. Must never undertake other subversive activity. Danger of overenthusiasm. B. Must not attempt to find out more about organization than he is told, nor know one or two members. C. Christian names only should be used. Numbering dangerous. D. Never carry arms unless in situation for which no cover story, e.g. working the set. E. Must report suspicious incident immediately, e.g. if followed. F. Emergency measures, e.g. warning signals, hideout, contacts to drop, how to re-establish contact. Point 3. April 1943. Informant Service. 1. Introduction. Without good information it is impossible. A. To protect oneself against enemy. C. E. B. To plan or time operations. C. F. Importance of I. 2. 0. Staff in regular army. 2. What do you require to know? A. Local conditions. Unprocurable articles, e.g. danger of ordering wrong drinks or cigarettes. Transport service, e.g. fewer trains, buses, taxis, and restrictions, e.g. reason for traveling. Market days. Danger of search for black market goods. New slang or colloquialisms brought about by war. General temper of local population. B. Local regulations. Identity papers. Are yours in order? Compare yours with other people's and, if possible, procure genuine ones. Ration cards. Find out how to procure these. Movement restrictions. What passes are necessary? Control posts. Manned by enemy troops or local police. Evacuation from forbidden zones. Curfew hours. Blackout regulations. Bicycles, licenses, restrictions, etc. C. Enemy methods and personnel. Location of troops. Location of nearest enemy police or Gestapo, with details or personnel, attitude of local police. Names of civilian police spies, agents provocateurs. D. Operational information. Possible targets. Enemy communications, HQ, dumps, factories. Bottlenecks in enemy production and communications. Internal working of factories, power station, railways, etc. E.g. type of machinery used. Personnel employed in any of the above. Means of entry, layout, guards, control system. Documents, workers' passes, blueprints, etc. 3. How do you obtain this information? A. By direct interrogation. B. By constant personal observation. C. By reading newspapers and listening to radio. D. By informant service. The informant service. A. Personnel. I. Very few should know that they are informants. The great bulk will be quite unconscious of it. E. Select from as many strata of society, trades, professions, etc., as possible. E. Best are types who constantly mix with all sorts, e.g., priests, innkeepers, waitresses, barmaids, doctors, dentists, hospital staffs, postmen, telephone and telegraph operators, bankers, shopkeepers, railway officials and workers, servants, all grumblers and malcontents. IV. In due course you may decide to approach a few of the more trustworthy informants with a view to recruiting them. B. Methods. I. Journalists' technique of eavesdropping on the masses. C. F. Ability to hear and separate two simultaneous conversations while ostensibly listening to a third. E. Taking advantage of other people's bad security, e.g., careless talk, disgruntled enemy personnel, affecting ignorance and thus encouraging others to air their knowledge, making false statements to elicit correct reply. E. Do not discourage informants, however trivial the information. C. F. Reporter's maxim, never refuse a date. Appoint 4. November 1943. Cover. 1. Definition. Your cover is the life which you outwardly lead in order to conceal the real purpose of your presence and the explanation which you give of your past and present. It is best considered under the heads. Past. Link between past and present. Present and alibis. 2. Your past. Before your departure, with the assistance of your section officers, you will probably prepare the story of your past life up to the time of your arrival. But you cannot always arrange a complete story before leaving. Furthermore, you may have to change part or all of your cover story when you are actually in the field and know what your circumstances are to be. Nevertheless, you must be able to give some account of yourself if questioned immediately after your arrival. In inventing or amending your cover story, or that of another agent, the following points should be considered. A. Identity. I. Your own. Advantages. Your story will be mainly true. Only a limited period will have to be explained away. Records will confirm your statements. Disadvantages. The subversive part of your history may be known to the enemy or to persons who may give you away. This is usually the case with escapees. E. That of a real person, distant or dead. Advantages. The story, being real, will be self-consistent. Records will confirm at least a part of it. Disadvantages. People acquainted with the person whom you are impersonating may give you away. You may have incomplete information about this person's past life, so that your statements may be shown to be untrue. The person may be suspected without your knowing it. E. Wholly fictitious. Advantages. Less chance of entanglements and wider scope. Disadvantages. Records will not confirm your story. In some cases, agents have to assume different identities in different places. This should be avoided as far as possible because it leads to contradictions. NB. The danger of two identity cards. B. History. I. Whatever your identity, your story must be plausible and not indicate any connection with subversive activity. E. It should be based, as far as possible, on the facts of your own life or that of the person whom you are impersonating. Do not introduce places or events which you do not know nor refer to knowledge which you have not. Do not claim to know of engineering if you do not. E. Pay particular attention to that part of your story which is linked with the details shown in your documents. These may be examined closely. IV. Your recent history is of most interest to the police. It is also most difficult to invent satisfactorily. Particular care should be devoted to its preparation. V. Although a complete mastery of details is essential in the preparation of the story, vagueness is often desirable when repeating it, especially in the case of more distant and less important parts. C. Documents. These are supplied by your section and will be as nearly perfect as possible. The following points must be remembered. I. You must know how you would have obtained them if they had been issued to you legally. E. All the documents you need cannot always be produced in this country, e.g., those which change frequently, such as ration cards in some countries. E. The falsity of forged documents is always ultimately detectable if counterfoils exist, especially if they are numbered consecutively. It may take a long time to establish this falsity. IV. Perfect documents can only be obtained through official sources in the field. D. Clothes and effects. I. Do not take anything with you which does not fit your story. E. Your effects can sometimes furnish valuable corroborative evidence of the truth of your background cover, e.g., unofficial papers, tickets, bills, local products, etc. E. Change of appearance. I. To support assumed character, rough hands for workmen. E. To avoid recognition if you are going among people who know you. NB. Application of disguise is dealt with in a special lecture. F. Final search. You must search your person and residence for traces which link you with your other self. I. Before your departure. E. Whenever you change your cover story. E. If you wish to conceal some recent activity. IV. If you are about to undertake some special subversive act. 3. From past to present. As soon as you arrive, you must adopt a cover life to account for your presence. Your cover story for your past must merge into this. A. From the beginning, start completing the details of the cover story of your past. Really did the things you say you have done. Really go to the places you say you have been to. This will serve a double purpose. I. You will obtain the information which you would have had your story been true, e.g., see the towns, learn their recent history, etc. With this knowledge you can support and, if necessary, modify your background cover. E. You can manufacture evidence confirming your background cover, e.g., make acquaintances in the places you go to, possess things coming from these places. B. Build up also your present cover background by innocent and inconspicuous actions to which reference can be made later. It may be useful to make innocent acquaintances, etc. 4. Your present. This is the life which you led and the story which you will tell about that life to account for your presence. It may be planned with the help of your section officers before your departure. Or you may have to work it out for the first time after your arrival. In any case, your ostensible present must be consistent with your alleged past. A. Maintenance of cover. I. Name. Always sign correctly and respond to it immediately. E. Consistency in general. Your personality and general conduct must fit your cover background, e.g. expenditure must accord with ostensible income. Volume and nature of correspondence must fit your social circumstances. Character of friends and acquaintances must accord with your cover personality. Documents, clothing, possessions, etc. must be suitable. Manners, tastes, bearing, accent, education and knowledge must accord with your ostensible personality. E. Concealment of absence from your country. Avoid foreign words, tunes, manners, etc. Avoid slang which has developed among your countrymen in Britain. Avoid showing knowledge or expressing views acquired in Britain. Conform with all new conditions which have arisen, observe new customs and acquire the language which has developed in your country. B. Cover occupation. It is advisable for you to have, or pretend to have, a cover occupation. A real one is best, but sometimes their subversive activity does not permit agents to do other work. An occupation is necessary. I. To account for presence in locality. E. To explain the source of livelihood. E. To avoid, if possible, conscription for work in Germany or elsewhere. In selecting a cover occupation, bear in mind the possibilities of having I. An unregistered job such as student, stamp dealer. E. An imaginary job. In this case it is an advantage if you have a real employer to vouch for you. Your range of choice of occupation is restricted by certain factors. Some of these factors apply also to an imaginary job. Consider the following. I. Some jobs involve special investigation of credentials and/or restriction of liberty. E. The job which you select should afford you cover and facilities for your activity. Consider hours, pay, movement, technical facilities, e.g. transport, storage, access, etc. E. You must have adequate technical qualifications. C. Conclusion. Good background cover is hard to build up and easily destroyed. It is essential to your relations with the general public. Never sacrifice such cover once acquired if you can possibly avoid it. Remember, however, that a serious investigation is likely to break down your background cover by exposing the falseness of your documents or statements about your past life. Always, therefore, avoid trouble with the authorities. Have a ready story to account for everything. In some cases an ostensible lawful existence is impossible. Then you must live underground. Be inconspicuous. Avoid officials. Vary your appearance, habits, haunts, routes, etc. Produce one story or another as the occasion demands. 5. Alibi. A. Nature of alibi. In addition to your cover background, you must have an explanation ready for every subversive act, however small, e.g., conversation, journey. Such alibis are more important than your background cover. If they are good, no further inquiries will be made. You may be questioned about your activity in many different circumstances and have to conceal its true nature, e.g., when obtaining permits, telephoning, by regular or SNAP controls, through infringing regulations, or being called as a witness, through suspicious activity when under surveillance. B. Construction of an alibi. Remember the following points. I. Plausibility. If you give a plausible explanation of your conduct, no further investigation is likely. An unplausible story will be investigated and must, therefore, be watertight. E. Detail. Decide on the facts, which must be prepared in detail, and those which can be left vague, e.g., people remember times of rendezvous, trains, etc., but not when they have finished meals. E. Self-consistency. Your alibi must be consistent with your circumstances, especially those immediately ascertainable, e.g., clothes, general appearance, special knowledge, activity. IV. Cover background. For choice, your alibi should be consistent with your main cover background, but you may have to manufacture special background for the occasion. V. Truth. The alibi should be as near the truth as possible, provided that it is not suspicious. Time can be expanded. Dates of events can be transposed. Where the story is quite untrue, the false parts can often be rehearsed. Cf. Buildup of cover above. It is dangerous to tell a story entirely untrue. V. Dead end. Insofar as is possible, the story should be closed. It should leave few openings for further investigation. Links with outside persons, events, or places are dangerous. V. Consistency with others. Persons called upon to corroborate your story must do so reasonably accurately. Consider possibility of arrangement by which all questions of a certain kind are answered in the same way. E.g., describe a game of cards exactly as played yesterday, or initiative in any action always taken by A. V. Discreditable story. Consider the possibility of using as an alibi a discreditable story. Sometimes this can be used as an alternative upon which to fall back should the first story break down. NB. Provided that you have not been questioned about your alibi, you can change it freely, e.g., 1 to explain what you are going to do, a second to explain what you are doing, and a third to account for what you have done. Makeup and disguise. 1. Definition of disguise. A. It does not mean covering your face with grease paint and hair. B. It must have as its basis the art of being and living mentally as well as physically this new role. The important thing to remember is to be the person you are portraying mentally first and then afterwards physically. Therefore, external imitation by itself is not sufficient. By this we mean imitating the external part of a character only, i.e., the walk, the voice, the manners and individualities, etc., of the character. External imitation without proper mental preparation must mean you speak and do things mechanically without fully realizing who you are, where you come from, why, what you want, where you are going, what you are supposed to be and do when you get there, etc. You will therefore be nothing but an external caricature and easily caught out. 2. Occasions warranting the use of disguise. A. Long term. When a well-known personality is going back to work in his own hometown and where, for the safety of himself and his organization, he must be unrecognized. Example, done by plastic surgeon. B. Short term. I. Your informant service has told you that the police are after you, they have your description and there is nothing for it but to get away. E. Occasional contacting jobs. When you do not want to risk your own cover. E. Special jobs, e.g. when you have to meet personally one of your collaborators arriving in the country and for added protection, if you are seen, people will get a wrong description of you. IV. Leaving a building under surveillance. This will be more of a quick change and the mental side less important. Example, Louis de Bettigny's disguised as a maid. 3. Preliminaries to disguise. A. Disguise must only be used in the case of emergency. B. Never allow yourself externally to portray anything that you have not inwardly experienced and which is not even interesting to you. C. Remember, in a getaway the police will probably only have a description to work on, therefore work with a view to changing this description. D. The disguise should be chosen and thought out as long as possible before you have need of using it so that you can adopt it with the maximum of speed and confidence. 4. Points to be considered in your disguise. A. Golden rule. Never come out of character. By this we mean not only from the clothes point of view but from the mental side also, e.g. if you are a workman, do not wear a white collar and black tie, have clean hands and behave like an educated man. B. Clothes. Study in every detail the clothes you are going to wear, not forgetting small items such as cut, socks, tie, handkerchiefs, etc. Different shapes and kinds of hats will alter type. C. Personal effects. Cigarettes, type of newspaper, contents of paper, e.g. watches. D. Hair. If it should be long or short, whether it should be tidy or untidy. E. Your face. Whether it should be dirty or clean, whether it should be shaved or unshaved, whether it should be pale or sunburnt. F. Teeth. Whether they should be clean or not. G. Hands. Nails, dirty or clean, and your hands white or dirty or hard worked. H. Feet. Whether you wear shoes or boots, whether these should be clean or dirty. I. Mannerisms. Practice until your old mannerisms, such as playing with your right ear, etc., are forgotten and your new mannerisms have become part of you. J. Walk. If you had any peculiarity in your carriage or your walk, practice until you have conquered the old ones and obtained new ones. K. Handwriting. For signature or name if needed, educated or not. Whether you should sign as if you are used to signing it or whether you should handle your pen as though it were strange to you. L. Habits. Fit your habits to your character, e.g. don't play billiards in a cheap cafe if your new character is not the type of person who would. M. Associates. Only associate or try to associate with people who fit into your new life. 5. Hints on how to change your appearance. A. Clothes. These are more easily manipulated than the face. A simple, straightforward change of clothes, provided that every detail is in character, will do wonders to alter your appearance, e.g., from your rough gardening clothes to your best lounge suit. The types of clothes one can think out to change the appearance are endless. Always make your clothes fit the character you are supposed to be, e.g., if you are supposed to be a merchant sailor, do not have suede shoes on. Stripes downwards with a single-breasted suit make you look taller. Checks across with a double-breasted suit make you look shorter and broader. The position of buttons can alter apparent height and weight. Round shoulders can be built up by cut, arms shortened by an added length of sleeve and vice versa. In general, get the reverse effect from your usual descriptions, e.g., if you have any deformity such as dropped shoulder, which is usually hidden by your tailor, then accentuate this, etc. B. Hair. You should grow your hair longer than normal. Although there is no easy method of increasing hair growth, the appearance and shape of head can be drastically altered by cutting. I. To make dark hair fair or gray. Preparations. Bitsa, ready for use. Peroxide, bought in small bottles. Max Factor Hair Whitener. Methods of use for all the above. Pour into saucer and with small toothbrush apply to the hair, keeping the mixture away from the skin. Let it dry, and as it dries it will lighten the hair. Apply again and it will be lighter still. If only the sides of the hair are done, it will give a gray effect. Time needed. 1 hour. E. To make silver or white hair go darker. Preparations. Black charcoal powder. Method of use. Apply powder to hair with brush, rub in with the fingers, comb and brush. Continue this until the color is satisfactory. E. Forehead. Nothing can be done to change the shape of this except by wearing headgear. IV. Eyebrows. These can be easily bleached or darkened in the same manner as for the hair. Accessories. Tweezers and oily substance. Method of use. If thick, they can be cut, and if needed, plucked. If plucked, apply a little talcum powder to take away the redness. Apply a little oil to smooth them down. If eyebrows meet, shave above the nose and apply talcum powder. If thin and sleek, with the aid of a brown and black pencil, and by following the natural growth of the hair, pencil in lines and then smooth with finger. Then comb the eyebrows against their natural growth, which will help to hide the pencil mark and give a rugged effect. V. Eyes. Accessories. Dark gray grease paint, coal dust or soot, red makeup pencil and duo liquid adhesive. Brown or black pencil. Grease. Method of use. If eyes are very large and prominent, shape the eyelids with soot or blue grease liner, shaping the eyelids and underneath the eye, following the usual bag line, and with a spot of grease blend in. Then with the red pencil work round the inside of the lower eyelid. This will give you a ready, bagged half-closed eye. With your adhesive, fix the upper eyelids over your eyes, which gives a small squinting eye. To brighten the eye, follow the natural eyelash line with the brown pencil and blend in. V. Ears. Preparation. Duo liquid adhesive. Method of use. Apply this liquid to the back of your ear and hold your ear against your head for 2 to 5 minutes. This will stick the ear close to the head and will last approximately 24 hours. The same can be done with the lobe of the ear. V. Nose. Accessories. End of fountain pen liner tube, 2 small round nuts. Method of use. Bore holes in the nuts and place them inside the nostrils. This will give a very squashed tipped nose and it is possible to breathe quite freely. V. Mustaches. If students are growing mustaches before leaving, it is advisable to grow very large and very thick ones, as by cutting or shaving different shapes can be obtained. Mustaches can also be darkened or bleached. For quick work, we can have made up mustaches of any shape and size on hair lace. This, with the aid of a little spirit gum, can be stuck on in a minute and removed if needed in 2 seconds. The effect of a different shaped mustache on a face is quite staggering. X. Teeth. If a student merely wants to discolor his teeth, iodine is very useful. X. Cheeks. Rubber pads can be inserted in the cheeks which alter the shape completely of the lower half of the face. These can be made by the student himself from sponge. She. Cleft chin. A little wax applied, mixed with a little rouge and worked into the cleft takes away the cleft. She. Whole face. For an unshaven appearance, with a small piece of porous sponge apply brown and dark brown makeup. This gives the desired effect by merely dabbing the makeup onto the side of the face. Soot or coal dust, if used with a porous sponge, gives the same effect. Lines all over the face. Deep lines can be applied to the face by simply using a soft black pencil in your own lines. Care must be taken only to use the natural lines. Dr. Middleton, the research specialist for Max Factor, has been experimenting with skin for a number of years, and it is thought that he would have small bottles of skin colors to alter the color of the skin as required. She. To cover scars. Collodion, bought at any chemist and found in every hospital, can easily be used. To make scars. Collodion, flexible. Apply to the skin with a brush. The skin must be held for a minute and a half to the required shape, and when the collodion dries, the effect of a scar remains. As many as needed can be made. Ziv. To make a face younger. A very close shave, apply hot towels, then apply alum all over the face. This tightens the skin considerably, and when talcum is applied afterwards, gives a fresh young appearance. XV. To make a face older. Experiment with all the foregoing hints. XVI. Hands. These can be made rough by oil and dirt on the hands, and cuts. To get them to look well cared for, have them manicured and put Lada's face powder or hand powder over them. 6. Conclusion. Long-term disguise will be an integral part of cover, thus to employ it will require careful study and the assistance of experts long before the subject leaves for the field. Short-term disguise should be considered together with the system of alternatives that is always urged for the agent, i.e., means of communications, HQ, reputation, hideout and appearance. As a security measure to be employed in an emergency requires study and practice in advance if to be successful. Sit down quietly and think out your new character mentally, not forgetting characteristics such as walk, stance, etc. When this is done, experiment with your face so that not only is it changed but so that it fits into your new character. Appendix. During a sea voyage, Colonel H. had the opportunity of examining the growth of 64 beards, all of which were started on the same day. The beards were examined on the 19th day, the results being as follows. 1 true beard and mustache, growth about 3/4, from face covered with good strong mustache, well shaped and altering face entirely. 4 promising ones, little alteration to character of face. 1 bad beard but entirely altering lines of face, giving an Elizabethan appearance. 30 growths that promise to be good beards in a month's time. 19 very poor, doubtful if they will ever develop into beards at all. 9 NBG. Ever. The best age groups, 23 to 48. The worst age groups, 17 to 20 and 41 to 53. Generally speaking, men on regular watch on deck are in advance of engine room staff, with one exception, a man who has a good crop of hair, none on his chest. 1 totally bald man is in the group containing 4 promising beards. 2 totally bald men are in the 30 group. 7 baldish men in the 30 group. 1 totally bald in the 19 very poor group. 1 baldish in the 19 very poor group. In view of the foregoing, it is suggested that the lecture on hair should be amended to read, mustaches 15 to 25 days, beard 25 to 40 days. Point 5. October 1943. Observation. 1. General. One of the most important ways of being well informed, c. Point 3. is to be observant. Just as information has been described as both a defensive and an offensive weapon, so observation can be used defensively and offensively. 2. Definition. For the agent, observation means a general awareness of what is going on around you without the appearance of being inquisitive. Observation is not confined to seeing but includes hearing, smelling and feeling, and also includes the power of deduction brought into play by the facts that have been noted. 3. Powers of observation. These are a. Inherent. Young children are naturally extremely observant. They have not, however, developed their power of deduction. b. Acquired. Powers of observation are lying dormant in every one of us and can be revived by practice. There are various methods of improving one's power of observation according to the type of memory which one may possess. E.g., some people have a photographic memory, other people can remember better by sound and others by numbers. The following method is recommended as being suited to all types of memories. 4. R method. A. Things. I. Take the things that please you, your eyes, touch, smell and hearing. Try and express in words why they please you. Such an effort will cause you to observe the object more closely. E. Take the things that you dislike and repeat the process. E. Take the things that are neutral to you and repeat the process, asking yourself why you have no particular feeling towards them. B. Human beings. I. Apply the same 3 processes to the general appearance and voice of the person observed. E. Study the person's actions, asking yourself the reason for such actions. E. You will have observed by now a lot about a person. Try and judge his character. 5. Conclusion. This method requires a conscious effort to begin with and systematic practice. It is, however, interesting and has the following results. I. You will obtain a greater knowledge of the people in your area. E. You will have obtained a greater knowledge of objects round about you. E. You will be able to notice the presence of strangers, the absence of people you know, and anything unusual which might previously have escaped you. Point 6. November 1943. Objects and methods of counter-espionage. 1. Introduction. A counter-espionage organization is a service or governmental agency designed to protect a particular country or area from all forms of subversive activity or irregular warfare that the enemy either intends to carry out or is carrying out in that area. Counter-espionage is a combination of the activities of various governmental agencies and is usually concentrated into one controlling service, e.g., police, immigration, customs, treasury, government security service, radio security, military security. The various departments being combined is under M. Point 5. Dioxim Bureau, Abwehr, FBI. 2. Objects of a counter-espionage organization. A. To prevent agents of the enemy, engaged in any subversive activity, from entering a country. B. In the event of not achieving this, at least to ensure that the agents are rendered conspicuous and thereby detected. C. In the event of failing to achieve the first two objectives, so to control the country and its population that the activities of the agents are neutralized and therefore harmless. All counter-espionage activity is constantly subject to the political and economic influences present in the area concerned. Thus, there will always be a conflict as between the desire to achieve maximum security through efficient CE activity, and the need for the economic and politic life of the country to continue in as efficient and satisfactory a manner as possible. Recognition of this conflict is essential in order to evaluate the strength or weakness of counter-espionage in any country under review. 3. Counter-espionage methods. In order to achieve the three above-mentioned objectives, counter-espionage practice combines these main activities. A. Control regulations. Systems of control exercised over the whole population to make an agent's work more difficult and to render him conspicuous. B. Detective measures. To detect those persons who have contravened regulations and made themselves conspicuous, and to follow up any activities which are not entirely consistent with normal life. C. Penetration. Counter-espionage will constantly endeavor to penetrate the enemy underground organization and activities. It can therefore be regarded as a bridge between A and B. 4. Detailed counter-espionage practice. A. Control regulations preventive. I. Identity. E. Movement. E. Communications. IV. Publications. V. Finance. V. Action. B. Detective measures. I. Security lists. E. Snap controls. E. Informant service. IV. Agents provocateurs. V. Censorship and D.F. V. Surveillance. V. Searches. V. Interrogations. C. Penetration. likely to take one or more of the following forms. I. Getting members of counter-espionage organization recruited into the enemy underground organization. Cf. Police method dealing with the Communist Party. E. Member of CE. To work in the enemy country or in neutral country to endeavor to locate and contact personnel of the enemy organization by the use of bad security, mislaid documents, jealousies, overhearing conversations on the part of the enemy. E. Use of double agents. The capture and subsequent turnaround of a member of the enemy underground. Using the means of communication either to plant misinformation on the enemy, or alternatively, to obtain through this channel any information concerning the enemy's requirements or probable future plans. IV. Use of agents provocateurs to provoke persons into making indiscreet or revealing statements. Cf. German methods in occupied Europe, and Ref. 4. V. 5. Loopholes in counter-espionage practice. A. Political and economic conditions previously referred to. Cf. Foreign workers in Germany, neutral seamen in the UK, World War I and World War II. B. The human element. All CE. Practice is subject to the human element and therefore to the weaknesses accruing. E.g. bribery, slackness, low intelligence. C. Shortage of personnel. Cf. Deterioration of German CE. Personnel in occupied Europe. Thus, on the one hand, the enemy agent will endeavor to locate loopholes in a counter-espionage system since that is the only way that he can succeed in evading the attentions of the CE, and on the other hand CE will always seek to cover such loopholes and to prevent, as far as possible, the enemy agent from knowing exactly the methods being employed. Cf. Criminals know the existence of detectives, but a good detective does not reveal his methods. Point 7. September 1943. Police methods and countermeasures. Descriptions. 1. General. You may be called upon to A. Describe a person so that a third party can recognize him from your description. B. Yourself recognize a person so described. C. Extract, innocently or not, such a description from a third party. 2. Police methods. We have no time for a Bertillon system, photographs, fingerprints, limb measurements. We want a system that is reliable and quick. 3. Convention. Quick recognition of a person in a crowd depends upon quick elimination of unrequired persons. A person's features should, therefore, be described in the following order and under the following headings. A. Features always described. Sex. Apparent age. Height measure by your own. Build, slight, large, stocky or medium. B. Features only described if distinctive. I. Permanent, e.g. shape of eyes, Adam's apple, nose. E. Impermanent, e.g. mustache, spectacles, hair, clothes and effects. A few 2 to 4 of these features is all that is necessary. 4. Details. The following is a fairly comprehensive list of features, both permanent and impermanent, and if distinctive should be observed and described methodically. Abnormalities such as hunchback or cross eyes will of course always be described. No account is being taken, in this lecture, of a deliberate disguise. A. Head. Small, large, round, long, high crown, flat at the back, bulging at the back. B. Face. Round, chubby, broad, long or cadaverous, narrow, thin, oval. C. Complexion. Fair, dark, black, brown, yellow, sallow, sunburnt, red, purple, freckled, fresh. Under this might also be included race. D. Forehead. Receding, bulgy or prominent, broad, high or low. E. Eyebrows. Arched, straight or oblique, thick or bushy, meeting, lack of, thin, plucked, sandy, red, black, gray, white. Color to be mentioned only if different from color of hair of head. F. Eyes. Only rarely describe their color, but give size, shape or position, i.e. large, piggy, almond, sunken or protuberant. G. Ears. There are 4 points about ears. I. Size, whether large or small. E. Fold, pronounced or lack of. E. Lobe, attached, unattached or lack of. IV. Sticking out of head or pressed close into the head. H. Nose. Straight, convex or concave, base elevated or depressed. Nose long in proportion to the face should be mentioned. Very wide nostrils might be mentioned. I. Cheeks. Prominent cheek bones, fat or flabby, jowl, hollow, dimpled. J. Mouth. Large or small. K. Teeth. Prominent, false, missing, discolored, white, gold. L. Lips. Length of upper lip, thickness, overhanging upper lip, pendant or protruding lower lip. M. Chin. Receding, protruding, small or pointed, large or square, double, dimpled. N. Neck. Long or short, thin or thick, Adam's apple. O. Shoulders. Broad, sloping. P. Arms. Long or short in relation to body. Q. Hands. Artistic or workers. R. Legs. Long or short, bowed or knock-kneed, no ankles women. S. Gait. Slow or quick strides, long or short, pigeon-toed or splayed feet, limp. T. Bearing. Stooping or straight. U. Voice. Soft or loud, accent. V. Mannerisms. Any peculiarity of manner or habit should be described. 5. Additional points. I. Always describe the circumstances under which the subject was last seen, e.g. in profile or full face, at table or standing up, wearing hat, drunk. E. Always give date when subject was last seen to allow for possible alteration in appearance due to lapse of time. E. Never use similes, e.g. face like a ferret, unless conversant with workings of recipient's mind. Appoint 8. September 1943. Surveillance. A. Following. Successful surveillance requires 1. Suitable type of follower. Inconspicuous. Always under medium height. Tenacious. Intelligent and resourceful. Observant. Experienced in the work. Possessing first-class knowledge of district. 2. Information on suspect. Character and habits. E.g. smoker, drinker, lazy, sociable. Business and private addresses. Normal movements in business and leisure. When and where surveillance is likely to take place. What is required to be found out about suspect? 3. Planning. A. Cover. Following is rarely done by single person, more frequently by combination of several with various types of cover, e.g. taxicab driver with vehicle. Largely, blown. Tradesman's van with driver. Tradesman or messenger with bicycle. Shoppers, house or apartment hunters. Man with girl. Woman with baby carriage. B. Method. Must be carefully worked out in advance. E.g. whether by one or more persons. Division of labor in emergency. Sign to denote whether or not you have lost the suspect. 4. Equipment. In general, follower requires this personal equipment. Dark, inconspicuous clothes which appearance fits relevant locality. Waterproof raincoat. Quiet shoes. Money with plenty of small change. Watch. Pencil and notebook. Food. Cigarettes and or pipe. Stopgap for awkward waits and cover for looking around. Reading material. To be read. Only. In suitable environment. Hints on equipment. A. Always go to the toilet before starting surveillance. B. It is possible discreetly to alter your appearance during surveillance. E.g. start with hat or raincoat on and later take it off. Start with dummy package and later leave it at check room. 5. Expert maneuver. A. In the street. Vary distance between yourself and suspect according to density of crowd. Use as much physical cover as possible. E.g. keep street lamps or other people between you and suspect. Walk with other people, especially when crossing street. Never stop or start, break into run or slow down at same time as suspect. If alone, better to follow on opposite side of street to suspect, as this is not only less conspicuous but gives better field of vision. E.g. through shop windows and around corners. B. In public vehicles. Sit on same side as suspect, rather than opposite. Where no flat rate fare exists, sit in front of suspect and let him ask for fare first. C. In cafes, restaurants, etc. Choose seat where suspect has his back to you. Order short meals and short drinks. Anticipate his departure by paying check straight away. D. At all times and places. Never catch suspect's eye. Use reflections in windows and mirrors. Look at him when either you or he are drinking. B. Being followed. 1. Assumption of surveillance. Whenever you are going anywhere with subversive intent, assume that you are being followed. E.g. here is how a successful criminal, whom we interviewed, stated he would move with criminal intent from point A to point B. A. Take a taxicab, but not the first or second that presents itself. Note numbers and descriptions of first and second cab and other drivers, in case they pass you again. If they do, you are probably being followed. B. Give your cab driver wrong address first for benefit of any innocent bystanders. Change your mind when inside. C. Take cab to innocent place in direction of but not at point B. E.g. stores, church or park. D. Leave cab and take following precautions to throw off any possible surveillance. Spend some time in large stores, using elevators. Get into crowds. Walk up side street and take sudden turn. E. Again take taxicab, repeating precautions above. Opening parenthesis. Note. Do not look directly out of the rear window. Use reflections, or don't look. F. Again go to innocent place near to, but not at, point B. G. Complete journey on foot. 2. Check fob surveillance. If you are suspicious of definite surveillance, check by following methods. A. Walk up comparatively empty street and see who follows. B. Cross street and see who does likewise. C. Enter cafe, restaurant, bar, and see who follows. D. Enter small store and see who hangs about outside, especially if he attempts to conceal himself. E. Leave innocent article, e.g. newspaper, stick, in small store, walk away, turn round suddenly and go back for it. 3. Countermeasures to surveillance. If you know that you are definitely being followed, 2 alternative courses are open to you. A. Shake follower off by suddenly running to catch public vehicle. Fail or succeed. Boarding public vehicles naturally but with good timing. Using elevators in big stores with many exits. Making for open place and move quickly to crowded one. B. Lure follower on by abandoning all subversive activity and acting innocently. E.g. carry on innocent conversations with innocent persons, write, mail and/or deliver innocent letters to innocent persons, leave harmless articles in innocent places, go to the movies, etc. 4. General warnings. In the performance of all security precautions listed under Sec. B. The following warnings must be scrupulously heeded. A. Never give any sign, either by sudden, undue haste or looking round, to show follower that you suspect you are being followed. B. Have good cover for all, shaking off, luring on, and check maneuvers. E.g. look at watch before running, utilize pretty girl, undone bootlace, cigarette lighting and such odd street noises as backfiring car, for looking round. C. If possible, ensure that descriptions of all followers are circulated among your organization. Point 9. April 1943. Personal searches. 1. General. You may sometimes have to carry secret or subversive material. Hence the use of searches by CE. Personnel is an important detective measure. 2. Types of searches. A. Routine searches. Usually a quick frisk for arms, currency, food, taxable or dutiable goods, often carried out at or just before arrival. I. At fixed places such as frontiers, demarcation lines. E. At fixed times such as market days, occupied countries, or before visits to important personalities, all countries. E. Irregular, anywhere and at any time, as a snap control. B. Special searches. Usually only undertaken in case of definite suspicion. Here, in chronological order, is an outline of a perfect body search as it should be undertaken by a completely efficient police force. If you are going to conduct a body search, this is the model to be aimed for. If you have to undergo a body search, watch for lapses from this standard. I. Suspect may be taken unaware, either by sudden arrest or by the pretense that routine search only is about to take place. E. Suspect may be kept under close observation, not allowed to see friends, leave nothing behind or throw anything away, not permitted to eat, drink, smoke or go to the toilet. E. Suspect may be left ostensibly alone to see if he tries to destroy or dispose of anything. IV. Baggage may or may not be searched in suspect's presence. V. Hands up against wall with feet well apart is good method for one individual alone searching another. V. Search carried out methodically by working from head to foot. Body. Assistance of doctor sometimes required for physical examination. Clothes. Unsearched clothes on one table, searched clothes on another. V. Suspect kept under observation throughout by non-searcher to note reactions, e.g. anxiety or, often more dangerous, relief. V. Suspect usually not interrogated until after search, but police may try to trip him into indiscreet remarks in casual conversation. X. Suspect once searched is not allowed to regain contact with unsearched persons, even though released he may be kept under surveillance for a considerable time. 3. Countermeasures. In general, an agent must not attract attention, e.g. by wearing or carrying anything conspicuous or inappropriate. Best never to carry incriminating materials, but if it cannot be avoided, note the following. A. Advance plans. Most important for agent to decide beforehand between two alternatives. I. That he will try to get rid of the article if searched. E. That he will conceal it as thoroughly as possible and not try to move it. I. In the first case he must leave it readily accessible, e.g. in hand or pocket for disposal, e.g. by dropping it or planting on an innocent person. Note: use edible or soluble paper for messages. In the case of a bulky article, e.g. radio set in suitcase, you may be able to abandon or disown it, in which case it is necessary to see that it cannot be traced to you in any way. E. If article is thoroughly concealed, it will probably not be found in a routine search, but remember, use silk paper or cloth for messages to avoid rustling. Use dummy padding to give clothing similar appearance in similar places. Police should know the method of search in which one feels both sides of a coat, both lapels, etc. simultaneously. If message is sewn into clothing, appropriate type of thread must be used and stitches must be similar to those already there. All possible hiding places have already been used. But try to choose one that is as difficult to get at as possible, e.g. by mixing article with anything of which you have a quantity, such as tobacco shreds, potatoes. B. Countermeasures during search. I. Find out if possible the object of the search and act accordingly. E. Your attitude must be consistent with your cover, e.g. indignation, resignation, indifference, nervousness. E. Your reactions will be watched. Therefore, never show anxiety at critical moments or relief when they are past. IV. It may be possible to confuse the methods of the searcher, e.g., by putting unsearched article amongst those that have already been searched. V. It may be possible to put police on wrong scent, either simply by showing anxiety when they are examining some innocent article or, better still, by letting them find some minor incriminating article, e.g., currency or liquor, and ignoring real article. A.10. A. November 1943. House searches. 1. General. A search, if properly carried out, will meet with success in finding the article being searched for, or will at least obtain the knowledge that the article is not there. If the search is carried out in a slipshod manner, there is always a doubt as to whether it may not still be there. There are two distinct types of house searches. A. The search of a building whilst occupied. B. The search of a building in secret, unknown to the occupants. 2. Search of a building whilst occupied. A. Preparations. I. Information required. Premises. As complete a plan as possible of the house, surroundings and such items as telephone, sewers, electricity, gas, etc. should be obtained. It may be necessary to do this by personal reconnaissance, seen or unseen according to the circumstances. Occupants. All possible information concerning the occupants, including dogs, cats, geese or other domestic animals, should be obtained. E. How obtained? Official information. Informant service. Personal reconnaissance. E. Personnel. The searching party should be very carefully chosen, possibly for their knowledge of the house or district and especially for their powers of observation and inquisitive natures. IV. Plan. Know what you are looking for. Decide on the size of the search party and make sure that each man knows what he is looking for and exactly what he has to do. The exact time of the raid is probably best kept secret from the members of the raiding party until the last possible moment. B. Entry. It is necessary to consider methods of entry for either one individual or a party, and to adjust them to requirements along the following lines. I. The approach should be unobserved and unexpected. E. If more than one entrance is used, they should all be entered at the same time. E. All entrances should be covered. IV. Measures should be taken against alarm being raised. V. Speed in taking up positions is essential. V. The search both of persons and premises should be begun as quickly as possible. C. Actual search. I. Occupants should first be searched and placed under guard in a room that has been searched. E. Each room must be searched methodically. E.g., ceilings, walls and the floor, and the latter in a clockwise direction or perhaps in sections. E. In searching a room, note the following points. Measure inside walls and see that they agree with outside measurements. Sound all inside and outside walls. Measure articles of furniture and see that the inside and outside measurements agree. Test all woodwork to be sure it is solid. Remove all drawers completely. Remove rugs, carpets, linoleum, etc. And examine the floorboards carefully. In basements, sound all rafters and beams for hollow places. The simplest and the most inaccessible places are generally used for hiding places, depending on the nature of the article to be hidden. 3. Search of a building in secret unknown to the occupants. A. The above observations in general apply to this type of search. It is more difficult to carry out as every article that is searched must be put back in its proper place and in the same condition as it was originally. It may have been placed deliberately in a certain way in order to inform the occupant whether or not it has been disturbed. B. Members of the searching party should be chosen particularly for their powers of observation. C. The person directing the search must exercise strict control and also make sure that one room is not searched twice and another forgotten. 4. Conclusion. The success of all searches will depend on careful preparations, careful plans, surprise and methodical searching. Point 10. B. September 1943. Burglary. 1. Definition. The secret entry by an agent into premises for the purpose of a. Examining, photographing, stealing documents or articles profitable to your organization. b. Reconnoitering interior of a building for any subversive purpose, e.g. assassination. 2. General warnings. A. If possible, above objectives should be attained without incurring enemy's knowledge or suspicion. B. Burglary with subversive intent is best not carried out by leader himself but by subordinates, preferably local people who, if caught, can use cover of normal burglary. Where necessary, objects of value may be removed to substantiate this cover. C. If a genuine burglar is hired or recruited for the job, greatest care must be taken that he will not give away organization to enemy. 3. Method. The following information has been obtained from police and very reliable criminal sources. A. Information needed. I. Number of occupants. E. Habits of occupants. Meal times, especially evening. Normal times of departure and return. E. Silent and covert lines of approach and retreat. Use lawns and grass borders. Avoid gravel, flower beds, dust, dirt and mud. IV. If dog present, discover situation of kennel. Naturally noisy dog not so dangerous as normally silent one. Use of aniseed for decoy, or poisoned meat for killing. V. Situation and state of windows, doors, impression of key, and ladders. B. How obtained. I. Best obtained from insider, e.g. maid, gardener, janitor, clerk. But risk of subsequent interrogation by police. E. Outsider, can be useful, e.g. tradesman, plumber, carpenter. E. If no informants available, watching by a stranger should not exceed 48 hours. IV. To establish whether occupants are out or away. Call from pay station telephone. If someone answers, enquiry must be made for person of different name from occupants, followed by apology for wrong number. Note: this trick is well known and should be used with care. If house has no telephone, approach front door and ring doorbell. Knocking on door of empty house is dangerous as it attracts attention. If door is answered, ask for fictitious name and backup story with fake letter. C. Equipment. Reconnaissance is outlined under 3. A and B will show which of following items are necessary. I. Chamois leather gloves. E. Dimmed flashlights. E. Key or skeleton keys and shaped thick wire for turning keys left in locks, all carried in black cloth to avoid jingles so that they may covertly be thrown away without noise in emergency. IV. Newspaper for obtaining key from reverse side of door. V. Glass cutter and gummed cloth or paper for breaking windows. V. Pair of old, large socks for silent climbing of ladders. V. Length of light-proof material. V. Jemmy or garden shears only to be taken when other method of entry impossible. Note: only take what is necessary from above items. D. Entry. I. Personnel. Maximum number for operation is 3. 2 said to be best. E. Doors. Best method is by key, either made from impression, demonstrate, or stolen. Skeleton keys. Demonstrate. Key left in lock, turned by wire or pushed out and pulled under on newspaper. Demonstrate. E. Windows. Find one left open. Cut and break first time. 1 crash merely wakes occupants, 2 crashes gets them out of bed. Jemmy or garden shears. E. Procedure after entry. Dispose your available personnel as follows. I. 1 man standing well back from window, watching probable line of approach by police, occupants or other interrupters. To identify returning occupant, see if he searches for his keys. E. 1 man to make certain of alternative exits in case of alarm. Having made sure of these, he watches opposite side of house to window man, or, if burglary takes place at meal time, he watches for possible interruption by occupants. E. Leader searches for what is required. Communication among members of the party should be by agreed sounds and there should be no talking and no smoke. Operation. No cigarette ends should ever be left anywhere in the neighborhood of a burglary, as chemical analysis of saliva helps very much to identify persons. F. Method of search. I. Before search starts, arrange delaying action to prevent surprise. If light is on in the room, leave it on but lock the door or place table against it. If light is not on, remove bulb and do not block the door. If a light must be put out, the silent method is to take out the bulb instead of turning the switch, which will make a click. E. In general, do not alter any existing dispositions. If something must be taken away, consider possibility of leaving a similar looking object. E. Search systematically, starting with some definite object in the room and working in one direction round the room, 1 man only doing the search, another may assist, e.g. by holding the torch and tools, but should not interfere, so as to avoid any confusion. G. Get away. I. If no alarm, the party should leave one at a time and not join up again. A gang of burglars would have to meet to share proceeds. It is interesting to note that their practice in arranging personal meetings and danger signals agrees with teaching in lecture. A.18. E. If disturbed, an alarm given. If running away, pretend there is some joke by bursting out laughing and shouting to some imaginary friend. If one member of the party is left in-house and is hiding while owners have returned, others who have got away may break a fire alarm and give the address of the house opposite or one near, so as to cause a diversion. This method of diversion is often used by burglars to cover entry in the first place. 50% of the fire alarms in London are said to be due to burglaries. Man left in house may nip into toilet and lock door. If a dog is set onto you, do not run. Imitate the owner and repeat what he says to encourage the dog to search for the third party. If you encounter someone unexpectedly, always have story ready and speak to them before they address you. H. Precautions against being followed. C. Point 8. Closing parenthesis. I. Borrowing cars. If it ever happens that borrowing a car is possible, numbers should be changed by means of shaped pieces of white and black gummed paper. NB. Red and white in Belgium. Letters of the registration should not be changed, nor should the number of figures be reduced or increased. After the job, the car may be left stranded somewhere. When waiting by a car for an accomplice, pretend to be pumping up the tire rather than doing anything to the engine. It is suspicious if you have to leave in a hurry immediately after feigning engine trouble. Point 11. September 1943. Interrogation. 1. General. Interrogations can be divided into 3 classes. A. Carried out by local police. Generally on account of infringement of minor regulations. Usually confined to 4 simple questions. Who are you? Where do you come from? What papers have you? What are you doing? Note. Immediately after arrival, you should be prepared to answer plausibly these questions. Who are you? Where do you come from? How did you come? Where are you going? Who is and where is the last person you spoke to who knows you personally? Give details of this locality. If able to satisfy the police on all above points, suspect is generally released. In the event of any discrepancy, he will be subjected to further interrogation. B. Carried out by specialist police. To find out whether a person is definitely suspect, e.g., through having failed to satisfy the local police in the preliminary interrogation. Suspect will have to satisfy the police that his story and papers are genuine. His replies will probably be checked. Attempts may be made to catch him out by producing facts which he thinks the Gestapo does not know. C. Carried out by Gestapo or equivalent authority, after arrest. For a person seriously suspected, e.g., because he has failed to satisfy local police and Gestapo in previous interrogations. This interrogation may last from 24 hours to many months. Methods are manifold but aim is single, to extract a confession. No rules. Nothing barred, all in. 2. Interrogation methods. A. Before interrogation. I. Exhaustive inquiries about suspect's life and activities in order to collect as much evidence as possible before interrogation. E. 2 types of arrest. Sudden and violent arrest at midnight or in small hours when vitality is at its lowest. Sudden but polite arrest on pretext of unimportant inquiry, followed by indefinite detention to prevent warning of associates. E. Complete personal and house search. C. A.9. And A.10. Closing parenthesis. IV. Treatment in prison, all part of interrogation plan, e.g. bad food and good food alternately, comfort and discomfort, comparative liberty and solitary confinement, promising visits from friends, etc. Object is to break down morale before actual questioning. B. During interrogation. I. Discomfiture of prisoner. Prisoner facing strong light, unable to see examiner properly. Prisoner with back to examiner, arms above head. Prisoner seated on uncomfortable chair. Not allowed to eat, drink or smoke while examiners indulge all three. Single interrogation may continue indefinitely so that prisoner becomes exhausted. Examination may be carried out by two or more persons acting simultaneously or, more usually, in sequence, e.g. First interrogator. Usually the bully type who tries to make prisoner either angry or frightened, impresses on him the terrible power of the Gestapo or Alice. Threatens, throws things about. Second interrogator. Puts clear, concise, sharp questions. If results are unsatisfactory, prisoner may be beaten up. Third interrogator. Friendly, offering food, drink, cigarettes and apologizing for rough treatment, will try to lull prisoner into indiscretion. Probably most dangerous type. E. Tricks of questioning. Long silence in which interrogator appears to forget prisoner, this is intended to produce unsolicited remarks. Long silence in which prisoner is discouraged from talking. Don't answer yet. Just think. Just try to remember what happened, and then tell us the truth. Continually referring back to the same question with a different method of approach. Reconstruction of offense exaggerating prisoner's share in it. Reconstruction of events by interrogator who gives half the circumstances in great detail. Later the prisoner is ordered to repeat what he has been told. If he was, in fact, present when the events took place, he may easily include details which were not given by the interrogator. Suggestion that prisoner has been let down by his friends or is shielding someone else. Showing prisoner a confession signed by a colleague. Firing squad used as bluff. Threats to family. Use of other to soften prisoner's willpower. Giving prisoner papers to sign after exhausting day of interrogation. 3. Countermeasures. A. Before interrogation. If in same prison cell as other members of organization, say nothing, danger of microphone. If allowed to mix with other detained persons, say nothing, danger of stool pigeons. Beware of friendly nurses, sent to see if you need anything. Beware of mirrors in your cell. Observers stationed behind cell wall can observe your actions through two-way mirror. Be careful of your actions when released, either before or after interrogation. Release may only be temporary in order to watch your movements. Always try to appear clean, neat and, if possible, well dressed. B. During interrogation, speak slowly, clearly and firmly. Do not answer simple questions immediately and hesitate with the more difficult ones. Do not be clever or abusive. Create impression of being averagely stupid, honest citizen, trying his best to answer questions intelligently. Interrogators are not impressed by tears or heroics. Avoid replies that lead to further questions. All your answers should end in a cul-de-sac. Deny everything you cannot explain. Do not attempt to get round difficulties by altering or embellishing your stories. Arrange for code sign in text or signature on any statement extracted by force. Do not express personal affection or interest in anybody. Beware of apparently foolish interrogator of whom you think you have got the better. This may be a trap to tempt you to boast of your cleverness in circumstances where your boastings will be reported. Do not be bluffed by the interrogator who pretends to a knowledge of your British connections. It is likely that over a period of time the Germans may have learned some facts about this organization, e.g., location of HQ, schools, etc., or names of personnel. By referring to these they may hope to persuade you that they know much more. Insist upon your complete ignorance of all facts referred to. If subjected to ether, start counting to yourself. When questioned you will answer only with the numbers that are passing through your mind. 4. Conclusion. If you are arrested by the Gestapo, do not assume that all is lost. The Gestapo's reputation has been built up on ruthlessness and terrorism, not intelligence. They will always pretend to know more than they do and may even make a good guess, but remember that it is a guess, otherwise they would not be interrogating you. Point 12. November 1943. Agent Management. Motives. 1. Introduction. The success of the organization is going to depend on the quality and work of the individual members, therefore it is impossible to overestimate the importance of picking the right people. No good rushing the job. Every single potential helper must be carefully studied and the question of security considered before any approach is made. 2. What types of helpers will be required? A. Regular agents and sub-agents of all kinds, see lecture on organization. B. Individuals from whom some special service may be required, e.g., overlook some infringement, or persuading someone to do so, obtaining papers, providing refuge, abstaining from denunciation, etc. C. Information contacts. 3. How to make people work for you. A. Sum up your quarry and judge what motive is most likely to appeal to him. B. Dress up your story to fit in with the motive you have selected. C. Make the suggestions come from him if possible. 4. Likely motives and how to appeal to them. People usually act from a complex of motives, but there is generally one that is uppermost. A. Patriotism. There are plenty of genuine patriots willing to take risks for anyone working against the enemy. The danger here is that in order to persuade such a person to do the service for you, it may be necessary to disclose information about your organization and activities. Therefore, While patriotism is possibly the best motive to work on when recruiting agents, it is dangerous when requiring isolated services. B. Religious or political motives. Also more suitable for recruiting agents than for obtaining isolated services. Possibility of influencing the activities of religious or political groups or individuals, but danger of disagreements over policy. C. Need. The ruling motive with many because of privation suffered by themselves and by their families. In enemy-occupied countries, it is often extremely difficult to obtain an adequate livelihood. Therefore, a regular wage, which is quite different from bribery, and is merely a reward for time or services given, may prove a great attraction, either as a whole-time job or to supplement an insufficient income from another employment. This can be used to reinforce either A or B. Sometimes it is not money that is needed so much as certain articles or services. The agent must find out what is needed that he can offer, e.g., products, food, tobacco, petrol, medicine, clothes, etc., services, communications, employment, escapes, payment of fines, lodgings, etc. The fulfillment of such a need may stimulate gratitude on the part of the recipient, or the whole transaction may be regarded as a regular exchange of services. D. Hatred of Germans. Many people have a purely personal hatred of the Germans, having suffered much at their hands. An agent can appeal to them by showing that the service required will spite or inconvenience the Germans, without disclosing the subversive nature of his activities. E. Love of adventure. Especially among young people. Comparisons may be drawn between those fighting in the front line and those left at home. The above are all good motives as a basis for recruiting conscious collaboration. Certain other motives can also be used as a lever for obtaining services or restraining dangerous elements. I. Personal sympathy. Especially from women. An agent can represent himself as persecuted, hungry, victimized by the Germans, etc. E. Greed. There are many people who are not in need but whose greed will respond to bribery, whether by money or in kind. N.B. The agent must take note of the customs of the country, the recipient's profession and class, and his personal character. If open bribery is unsuitable, there are many methods of covert bribery, e.g., putting the man in a position to receive money in an incidental way, at cards, in business transactions, by presents to his wife, thus preserving the decencies. Obviously, a man who is bribed is untrustworthy. E. Sex. Procuration in one form or another may be useful in some cases. The services of someone outside the organization should be employed in order to avoid any dangerous consequences. IV. Self-importance. E.g., a local official who dislikes Nazi supervision. An agent may be able to flatter him by giving him a good reputation to live up to and may persuade him to take his own decisions irrespective of the Nazis, or the same result may be achieved by taunts. V. Snobbery. Titled people can sometimes be used to attract the attention and goodwill of snobs. V. Fear. Although it is wisest to avoid blackmail as far as possible, it may be useful in an emergency, and for that reason any information about people's private lives and weaknesses should be remembered. Point 13. November 1943. Recruiting. 1. Introduction. Having considered the general question of what types of agents are required, and the kind of motives which are likely to appeal to them, we now come to the question of actual recruiting. At first, the organizer will want to recruit his principal subordinates himself. Later on, best for his chief sub-agents to recruit their own subordinates. This process may be carried still further down the scale, or, as an alternative, special agents may be appointed as recruiters. Since recruiting is the most dangerous part of subversive activity, the utmost care must be exercised, and the following 3 principles adopted. A. Go slow. Quality must come before quantity, although certain types of subversive activity need large-scale organization to be effective. The necessity for maintaining the utmost security by only recruiting reliable men is particularly important during the early stages, when the organizer is selecting men to be his principal assistants and creating the nucleus of his organization. B. Retain the initiative. Persons who offer their services to the organizer should always be looked upon with suspicion, as this is a favorite method adopted by agents provocateurs. C. Man should be recruited for the job, not vice versa. The organizer may make a note of people who may be useful to him later on, but he should not recruit them until he has work for them to do, as otherwise there will be a dangerous period of hanging about. Incidentally, recruiting the man for the job will, in most cases, eliminate difficulties of finding cover. 2. Qualities of the good recruiter. A. He must inspire confidence, both nationally and personally. Nationally. The mission he is about to propose may involve considerable risks, and it is therefore essential that the person he approaches should regard him as completely above suspicion. Personally. Even though the recruiter is regarded as above suspicion on national grounds, the person whom he approaches, who may be a family man, may still regard him as being too young and inexperienced, or may doubt his discretion. B. Whatever his walk of life, the recruiter should be a man of the world, capable of talking easily to comparative strangers, and, better still, of handling men. This involves taking an obvious interest in the contact and giving him a certain sense of importance, being a good listener, etc. C. It is often a good plan to do some small service, or to ask for one, as this creates a certain sense of obligation on either side. 3. Methods of finding agents. This will depend entirely on the kind of area allotted to the organizer, to the tasks he wishes to be performed, and to the types of agents he has set himself to find. The following are some general hints. A. Table groups which are likely to provide a good field for recruits. Such might be ex-soldiers' organizations, trade unions, professions, societies, e.g. Freemasons, religious communities, etc. B. Table likely individuals. Consider their character, integrity and intelligence, their known opinions. Those who have suffered themselves or whose families have been persecuted are potential recruits. Caution. Beware of those who air their grievances too loudly. C. Collect all the information you can about the potential recruit. All information is useful, particularly concerning his weak points both of character and of position, e.g. if any members of his family are in the hands of the enemy, such information may avoid prejudicing security and may also afford a useful hold on him later. It is also important to find out what motives are most likely to prompt him to action against the enemy. C. A point 1-2. Closing parenthesis. In recruiting women, information about their personal attachments is most useful. These may prove dangerous, and on no account should a woman be recruited who is motivated solely by sentiment. D. Do not touch anybody whom you know or suspect to work for another organization. If anything ever happens to that organization, the whole of your own may be involved in the disaster. E. Beware of the professional agent who is prepared to work for several organizations. Some agents in the last war sold their information to as many as 5 different intelligence services. 4. Approaching the potential recruit. Security is the main consideration and the recruiter should be as certain as possible of his man before approaching him. A. Introduction. If the recruiter can be introduced through a third party, this will save time and may make a quicker judgment of his suitability possible, provided that the third party is himself a reliable judge. If the recruiter has to introduce himself, he should try to do so in such a way that the other man feels that he himself has made the first move. Use of the confidence trick. B. Getting down to business. Should always be done in such a way that the recruiter does not commit himself and is able to withdraw if the results are likely to be unsatisfactory. If possible, concrete suggestions should always come from the recruit. The conversation may be directed in such a way as to make this possible. The recruiter should watch his reactions to any remarks about opposition to the Germans and subversive activities in general. The recruiter may ask questions or make hypothetical remarks which do not commit him but may elicit a definite statement from the recruit, e.g., "I wonder how they organize these sabotage attacks. It must be very dangerous to carry out subversive activity. The trouble is reprisals, family ties, etc." The recruiter should never over-persuade the man. On the contrary, he should show him all the difficulties and dangers of the job. He should create the impression that he belongs to a big and efficient organization. He should disclose no real information about the organization. It may be best to pose as an intermediary whose knowledge is limited. He should not reveal his own identity or address. 5. Initiation. In some cases, some kind of initiation ceremony may have a useful effect on the recruit's attitude and conduct, e.g., oath of secrecy. The opportunity may be taken to impress on him his responsibilities. The recruiter must be careful, however, not to employ this kind of thing on people who would be unfavorably impressed by it. 6. Testing the recruit. He should be given something harmless to do, e.g., conveying an innocent message. This will not only test his reliability but will tend to make him feel that he is committed to the organization. When the man is finally recruited, it may be best for the recruiter to fade out and an intermediary to be introduced with whom the recruit will in future deal. A point 1-4. November 1943. Handling. 1. Payment. Payment should be put on a business footing from the start. Although patriotism is the best motive to seek when recruiting agents, it is usually best to pay agents as well. They may need it, and it affords an additional means of controlling them. A. The organizer should institute regular salary scales. An agent should not be paid too highly at first, as it is bad to reduce the amount at a later stage, but useful to be able to increase the amount. Payment of a regular salary is a more satisfactory method than making irregular payments for services rendered. The latter method encourages the making of claims which have to be carefully investigated and may lead to disputes. The payment of bonuses for especially good work is, however, permissible. B. The organizer should look after his agents in the same way that a good employer looks after his employees. If possible, assurances should be given to the agent, when he is recruited, of assistance to him or his dependents, in case of illness, danger, possibility of organizing escapes, or arrest. C. A clear distinction should be drawn between salary and expenses. It may be necessary to demand evidence of expenditures, but the need for security must be borne in mind. If an agent is unwilling to accept a regular salary, it may be possible to see that he does not lose, by paying him generous expenses. D. Payment should always be made punctually and if possible in advance. If the organizer is unable to make a promised payment, he should tell the agent about it quite frankly, and, if possible, state when he expects to be able to pay. E. The best way of actually making payment is in cash at a personal meeting. See Communications. This opportunity may be taken to warn the agent of the dangers of spending too freely. No receipts to be given. F. No financial disputes should be allowed. If any agent claims more than seems reasonable, the organizer should talk the matter over with him and pay him what he asks on the first occasion, but should make it quite clear that he will not do so again. G. It is sometimes more useful to make payments in kind rather than in money. H. Do not let one man know what another is being paid. 2. Training. Any newly recruited agent should receive a certain amount of training, either from the recruiter or through a cutout. There are two main aspects. A. Security. If the agent is recruited for a particular job, he should not have to find a new cover story, but he must be instructed in the importance of maintaining his cover at all times and of having a good reason for everything he does. He must be instructed in the other rules of individual security, particularly in inconspicuousness, discretion, knowledge of enemy CE, methods and planning for an emergency. He should be encouraged to train himself in taking the usual security precautions and to develop his powers of observation and memory. He should also be instructed in the security rules of the organization. See Planning and Organization. It may be useful to test a new recruit's security as early as possible and to check up on it from time to time. B. His job. If the agent is recruited for a particular job, he will need the training consistent with this job, and he will need a certain amount of technical instruction, e.g., in sabotage methods. It may be necessary to rehearse with him the particular method that he is going to use. 3. Promotion. On the whole, the organizer will want to select his chief subordinates when he is starting to create his organization, rather than promote them at a later stage. Questions of promotion will, however, arise from time to time, and the following points should be remembered. A man should seldom be put in authority over men among whom he has worked as an equal. It is better to transfer him to another department. B. Seniority in cover occupations may have to be taken into consideration. C. Even the organizer's chief subordinates should be checked from time to time from the point of view of security. 4. Discipline. This will depend, above all, on the personality of the organizer. The following points should be noted. A. The organizer should impress on each agent the power of the organization to protect those who are loyal to it and to punish those who betray it. This point should be introduced tactfully as a safeguard to the agent's own security. B. He should also impress each agent with the efficiency of the organization. He can best do this by being efficient himself, by being punctual and discreet, by his ability to make decisions, and by his reliability in the matter of promises, etc. He should always prepare very carefully before interviewing an agent, especially early interviews. C. Attitude to results. The organizer will show that he expects any job to be successfully achieved. He should show confidence without minimizing dangers and difficulties. He should give credit to successful agents but never carry praise too far. In the case of unlucky failure, he should show sympathy and encouragement. D. Attitude to inefficiency. It is important to discover the real cause of inefficiency by checking the agent's statements, having him watched, etc. If the organizer is satisfied that a particular agent's inefficiency is due to overwork or nerves, he should talk to him frankly, give him a rest and continue to pay him. If it is due to stupidity, the organizer may either give him an easier job in future or tell him that he is suspected by the enemy and must lie low. E. Attitude to double-crossing. If after checking and testing a man it is clear that he is a traitor, the organizer can either frighten him or pay him off, both risky, or kill him. The same courses are open if a man pretends that he is being blackmailed by the enemy. The best method, however, is to prevent double-crossing taking place by stressing the ruthlessness and long arm of the organization at an early stage. Although the agent only knows a few people that he can betray, his superiors are well aware of his activities and can always take vengeance. November 1943. Recruiting. 1. Introduction. The strength of the organization depends on the individual, whether for undercover work in the field or at the base. 2. Security. We are most vulnerable when we recruit owing to the danger of penetration. Therefore, the utmost precaution must be taken. A. Retain the initiative. People must not be foisted on us. Consider what types are needed, then find them. Avoid picking up people who come readily to hand. B. Use of security check and individual judgment. 3. Consideration of types needed. A. Undercover agents to work into occupied or enemy territory singly or to make contact with existing nets. B. Semi-undercover. Operational groups for short-term operations, e.g., pre-invasion. C. Paramilitary. D. Propaganda. E. Radio operators. F. Operators for neutral countries. G. Home base executives. H. Instructors, home or field. Natural cover will often determine selection. Many good men with no cover. 4. Motives for recruitment. People act from a complexity of motives, therefore consider combination of the following. A. Patriotism. B. Political or religion. C. Love of adventure. D. Need. In the field. Also. A. Self-importance. B. Greed. C. Fear, blackmail. D. Revenge. It is necessary to determine which motive will appeal most to the recruit, and subordinate subsidiary motives to the main one. 5. Process of recruitment. A. Good rule for security. Often has to be broken. Always try to find the man for the job, rather than find a job for a man. Disregard of this rule allows the enemy to penetrate by placing an attractive but vague proposition before you. Attention to the rule helps the morale problem in case of the man not being employed. B. Quality first. C. Go slow. Hurry may risk other agents or whole organization. D. Inspire confidence. I. Nationally, recruit must feel full backing of the country. E. Personally, recruit must feel he is dealing with high-grade men. 6. Points. A. Face the recruit with the least attractive side of the work. B. Do not persuade or buy, rather dissuade if in doubt. C. Study his character, weaknesses especially important, e.g. wine, women or inability to lie. D. Give him a face-saving let out. Therefore it is not wise to tell him too much. E. Try and get him to work as quickly as possible. 7. Conclusion. A chain is as strong as its weakest link. Everything depends on the individual. We must have the best for the particular job to be done. Appoint 15. November 1943. Organization. Types of agents. Part 1. 1. Introduction. In order that subversive activity may be effective, it must be organized. The type of organization will depend on the nature of the activity, local conditions and the requirements of general policy. See opening address. This lecture deals with the question from the point of view of an agent who is sent to organize a new region. 2. Survey of area. The organizer's first step must be to survey his area in relation to his projected activity. It is essential to carry this out before plunging into operations. He should consider the following. A. Geographical areas. B. Groups: economic, social, political, national, religious, subversive. C. Opinions, e.g., anti-Axis feeling, rivalry among groups. D. Individuals, especially leading personalities. E. Enemy CE. Forces. This survey will enable him to decide where and how to organize subversive activities, e.g., propaganda is best organized by groups. A military organization must be formed on a geographical basis, the presence of low morale or strong enemy CE. may preclude any activity in a certain district. 3. Planning the sections. The next step is to decide what sections are needed to carry out the projected activities. They can be considered under two headings, operational and support sections. A. Operational might include some of the following. I. Propaganda. For this section, an organizer might wish to recruit writers, printers, copiers, distributors. E. Passive resistance and minor sabotage. These two activities require much the same kind of organization, i.e., on a fairly large scale, which may involve the formation of cells inside particular targets, see later, with the aid of insiders. E. Major sabotage. This requires a totally different kind of organization, i.e., the formation of small sabotage squads, highly trained and well equipped, either local or mobile. Insiders may also be needed. Engineers are obviously very suitable. IV. Paramilitary section. For the formation of special paramilitary units, or liaison with existing organizations, professional soldiers may be needed. B. Support might include some of the following. I. Internal communication. Responsible for all communications within organization. This will include couriers. People who have cover for traveling within a specified area, e.g., commercial traveler, engine or lorry driver. Boîtes aux lettres. People in charge of places frequented by all classes, e.g., shops, kiosks, etc., which can be used for depositing letters. Accommodation addresses. People who receive regularly through the post a large correspondence, e.g., businessmen of all types. E. Security section. Responsible for watching and reporting on enemy counter-espionage, procuring papers, passes, etc., security of the organization and of individual members. E. Reception section. Responsible for meeting and looking after personnel and supplies from abroad, e.g., farmers, peasants and estate owners. Cover for moving about at night, flashing torches, etc., must be arranged. IV. Storage and distribution. Responsible for storing goods and equipment belonging to the organization and for distributing them when required. Ironmongers, builders, warehousemen, carpenters, priests and farmers are examples of types used in this section according to the type of stores to be accommodated. Only a few main storage places advisable, supplemented by a number of distribution centers. As far as possible, these should remain unknown even to those who will use them. V. Transport. For this purpose, men connected with transport services, and firms using trucks, vans, etc., are necessary, or even farmers with carts. Accumulation of petrol in preparation for 0 hour may be handled by this department. V. Finance. Particularly necessary in a large organization, e.g., cashiers, bookkeepers and accountants are useful in this connection. Responsible for the payment of agents and other disbursements. V. Recruiting. It may be necessary if and when the organization becomes large to recruit men capable of spotting talent, and themselves doing the recruiting. V. Medical. Doctors and hospitals will become necessary, especially in the case of paramilitary activities. Emergency measures. A special section should be responsible for hideouts, safe houses and escape facilities, and for accumulating first-rate knowledge of prisons, routes, etc. These sections may comprise a large number of agents or only one or two. The main thing is that each should be organized separately. 4. Forming a nucleus. Having decided on what sections he will need, the organizer must now recruit a small number of staff officers. These will form the nucleus of the organization. They will be in charge of one or more of the sections, and will be instrumental in enlarging the organization. Provided their safety remains unimpaired, the organization will be able to survive misfortunes. They must not be too many in number because the organizer must limit the number of people with whom he is in contact. Therefore, in a large organization where there are many sections, one staff officer may take charge of several activities and have several section leaders under him. Most organizers will have a limited mission and will only need to set up a small organization, but the same principles apply, and the nucleus is always all important. 5. Principles of layout. Before enumerating the principles to be followed in planning the layout of an organization in order to achieve the maximum security, it should be pointed out that there is always a conflict between security and efficiency. Security is best achieved by the use of watertight compartments, whereas efficiency depends upon close liaison. A balance must be struck between the two. As it is always possible to reduce security but very difficult to improve it once it is weak, it is best to aim at the maximum security from the outset. A. Do not make the organization too large. Much work, especially passive resistance, minor sabotage and propaganda, can be done by people outside the organization at the instigation of its members. B. The organizer should deal with only 4 to 6 subordinates, who will normally be his staff officers. C. Leaders of groups or sections will normally do their own recruiting, but should furnish full details, except names, to the organizer for approval. D. Each section must have a clearly defined function and stick to it. E. The organizer must determine the minimum number of contacts necessary between sections, and prohibit any others. NB. Over-centralization is to be avoided, as well as too much lateral communication. F. Individual agents should have the minimum number of contacts within the organization. G. Individual agents should have as little information about the organization as possible. H. Men must be held in reserve to fill key positions in the event of an emergency. I. There should be the maximum use of cutouts, see below. Part 2. 6. Cutouts. A. Definition. A cutout, or intermediary, forms the link between two agents or between an agent and the outside world. He may know very little about the organization and just carry messages, or he may be a liaison officer who is able to answer questions and make decisions, but the important thing is that he should not undertake any other subversive activity. B. Reasons for employment. I. It is dangerous for two important agents, particularly from different sections of the organization, to be noticed together. E. One agent may not want another, with whom he communicates, to know him. An agent wants a barrier between himself and any authorities, e.g., when sending a telegram, making an official enquiry, hiring a flat. IV. The use of a cutout prevents, or delays, the transfer of suspicion and the linking up of activities. NB. The value of a cutout must be explained to subordinates. It does not show a lack of confidence in them. C. Cover. I. A cutout should be able to contact inconspicuously each of the two agents between whom he is the link. If they are of widely differing positions, his range of contacts must be correspondingly wide. Special opportunities are open to men who work in one milieu and live in another, e.g., waiters, taxi drivers, postmen, and also to professional men who are used to being consulted by members of all classes, e.g., priests, lawyers, doctors, bank managers, etc. A cutout should be able to disappear quickly, cutting short police inquiries. Appoint 16. November 1943. Cell System. Part 3. 1. Cells. For many types of subversive activity, e.g., propaganda, passive resistance, etc., and with all large organizations, it is necessary to organize on a basis of cells. This strengthens security. A. Definition. A cell is a small group working subversively inside some existing group of individuals, e.g., factory, party, union, group of workers going into Germany. B. Expansion. I. One of the most important functions of a cell is to recruit other cells. Best method is for one member of each cell to have the duty of recruiting a man outside who will organize another cell. Similarly, another man in the new cell will recruit a further cell, and so on. As the recruiter in the first cell is the only man to have contact with the organizer of the second cell, security is maintained to the highest degree. The value of this is that in the event of one agent coming under suspicion, police will take a long time to trace others, and even if part of the organization is discovered, it does not necessarily reveal the whole. An alternative method is by radiation, whereby the members of a cell recruit the organizers of more than one new cell. Quicker expansion and more direct communication, but security reduced. IV. Chain system is most suitable for simple activities not requiring complicated orders or exact timing, e.g., propaganda. Radiation system best where speed and coordination are essential, e.g., secret armies. C. Control. I. Policy must be laid down from the top and carried out uniformly throughout the organization. No cell is superior to others, orders are simply passed on from above. Field of recruitment for each chain of cells should be limited, e.g., one department in a factory, so that each group of cells is kept separate from the others and under the control of the agent appointed to look after it. IV. The organizer should limit the number of cells to be formed in each department or group. The cell members will be the shock troops, influencing outsiders to undertake subversive action. Also, cf. Appoint 15. 5. A. D. Internal working. I. Number. Dot. A cell should contain only a small number of individuals, 3 to 8. E. Distribution of functions. Dot. All members carry out the activity for which they are recruited. They must also collect any useful information and pass it back. They must also maintain security. Anything suggesting that security is menaced, e.g., absence of cell member from work, should be reported up and down the cells at once. The organizer responsible for the foregoing also maintains liaison with the cell above, collates information, passes on orders, maintains security. The agent who has recruited the organizer of a new cell liaises with him. NB. It may be advisable to appoint one man in charge of supplies, stores, etc. E. Plans for emergency. Plans must be laid in advance for the possibility of a break in a chain of cells which would leave some cells isolated. Possibilities are: I. General directives on the policy to be pursued in that eventuality. E. The linking of the last cell in the chain with the organizer of the whole chain, thus making it circular. E. Emergency address, e.g., to appear in an advertisement in an agreed paper. F. Conclusion. I. The cell system has obvious disadvantages, viz. slowness, inefficiency, remote control. E. Nevertheless, it is the only system of large-scale organization that affords the necessary degree of security. E. It is particularly suitable for a continuous campaign of simple activities, e.g., propaganda, passive resistance, minor sabotage, strikes, and also for groundwork preparatory to an armed revolt. It may also be used for penetrating existing organizations and influencing their policy and activities. 2. Preparations for zero-day. A. The organizer must plan the layout of his organization, not only for operations during the present period of the war, but also for operations to take place contemporaneously with an Allied invasion. B. He may organize a special section to deal with this or may plan to switch his normal organization over when the time comes, or both. C. He must arrange for more rapid lines of communication to be substituted for the slow methods necessitated by security during the first phase. Cutouts may be eliminated and key men put in direct touch with each other. D. He must have men in reserve to take over key positions. It is always possible that the enemy knows more about his organization than he thinks and will leave it until the approach of zero-day before making a swoop. E. He will have to arrange action and recognition signals for use on zero-day. F. He will have to pay particular attention to the collection of material, viz. weapons, ammunition and explosives, and information about zero-day targets. 3. Security rules for members of the organization. A. Every member must receive training in self-protection and the security rules of the organization. B. Each member should have a special function and should be prohibited from undertaking any other. Danger of over-enthusiastic trying to do too much work, or work to which he is not suited. C. No member must attempt to find out more about the organization than he is told. D. Every member must know what names are to be used in the organization and stick to these. Christian names are safest and are adequate for a small organization. If numbers are used, they should not be consecutive. E. No member may carry arms unless he is in a situation where he can have no cover story. F. No member may contact a member of another organization without special permission. NB. The dangers of contacting other organizations which may have been penetrated by the enemy have already been shown. If it is absolutely essential to contact another organization, it should be done in the most cautious way through a cutout, and it may be wise to plant a man inside it to investigate its security. G. Every member must report any suspicious incident immediately, e.g., if he himself is followed or if a fellow member fails to appear. H. Every member must know what to do in case of emergency. This involves I. What warning signals will be used? E. What other members he must warn himself? E. Where to go, hide out, cover story, etc. Semicolon. IV. What contacts and activities he must drop. V. How to re-establish contact. 4. Organizer's action in emergency. As has been shown, the organizer must prepare plans for an emergency as far as possible in advance. If an emergency arises, e.g., an agent finds that he is under surveillance, or is arrested, the organizer must A. Decide what contacts, plans and places are affected. B. Warn the contacts to take their pre-arranged measures. C. Postpone or drop any activities that are affected. D. Clean up any places that are affected, i.e., destroy or conceal material and documents, cease to use RVs. E. Possibly send a message to HQ in this country. F. If an agent has been arrested, find out the reason for his arrest and whether he has talked. G. Help the arrested agent to escape if it can be done without prejudicing the security of the organization. Appoint 17. September 1943. Use of premises. The use of premises brings with it special security problems. 1. General. A. No HQ should be established until organization has been organized. B. Premises should be used as little as possible at first. Plans and records should be kept in organizer's head and agents contacted in many different places. C. As organization grows, use of HQ for above purposes will be necessary. Organizer may use residence or place of business. D. Additional premises may be required, e.g., for storage, printing, courier termini, safe houses. Recruit owner or occupier of an existing organization rather than set up a new establishment and install new personnel. E. Principle of dispersal most important. Too many activities concentrated in one place is bad, e.g., do not keep documents at a place where agents meet. 2. Choosing premises. Choice will depend on the particular country or region. In thinly populated country districts, there may be opportunities for using isolated buildings, e.g., hiking or skiing huts. In a densely populated country, a private house or commercial establishment in a town may have to be used. In selecting the latter, the following factors should be considered. A. Accessibility. It is important that strangers may be able to find their way without arousing suspicion by making inquiries or by their appearance being out of tune with the district. B. Cover. Dot. Wherever possible, an attempt should be made to utilize an existing concern. Any new business is very likely to be suspect and subject to inquiry. The usual office hours should be kept, bills paid normally, and genuine business in every way conducted. It must fit into the background, e.g., if it is a shop, it must be of the appropriate class for the district. It must provide cover for agents who come to visit it, suitable cover both for regular cutouts and for irregular visitors or complete strangers, e.g., from abroad. Visitors must have genuine reason for coming. Its cover must be built up. If possible, genuine business should be carried on before subversive activity is started. C. Facilities. Dot. Some attention should be paid to the suitability of the premises from a defensive point of view, i.e., facilities for concealing persons and articles, e.g., thickness of walls. Facilities for escape, alternative exits. Vulnerability to surveillance. D. Control of access. Dot. There are 3 degrees of access available in A. Town. A. General shop, where it is impossible to prevent the entry of police spies. An establishment with individual attention for the clients, e.g., tailor, doctor, lodging house. A private office which is confined to a specific group of clients. This creates the maximum of difficulty for police infiltration, both because of the need for an adequate story and also because of the possibilities offered by waiting rooms. Safes and records may also be kept here. The professional man, whose office fulfills these conditions, can combine the functions of HQ and cutout, acting as a representative of the organizer. It will be seen that the degree of security will vary in inverse proportion to the facilities for providing cover. 3. Security precautions. As many as possible of the following precautions should be taken in connection with any premises, including agent's own place of residence. A. Agent must always be able to tell whether a room has been entered and searched during his absence. The best precaution is tidiness. Additional methods, e.g., leaf in keyhole, hairpin under door, must not be conspicuous. Possibility of leaving trap, e.g., notepaper. B. As little incriminating material as possible should be kept on the premises. Anything no longer needed should be destroyed, e.g., coded writings, carbons. NB. Traces on blotting paper and writing blocks. Quantities of arms and explosives should be put in special caches. C. Hiding places should be prepared. It may be necessary to have both permanent and emergency hiding places, the latter only to be used if the premises are raided while the incriminating articles are in use. Fireplaces, and any other places in current fashion with the police, should be avoided. In this connection, information about any successful police searches is most valuable. Permanent hiding places should be difficult of access rather than subtle, e.g., burial. Documents should not be concealed in places where bulky material might be found, in case they are looking for food, for example. D. Preparations should be made for destroying incriminating evidence which is too dangerous to conceal. N. B. Dot. Quantities of paper burn very slowly, even when petrol-soaked, and ashes may be deciphered unless broken up. E. Provision should be made for persons to be concealed or make a getaway, alternative exit, and to clear away all traces. NB. Danger of Gestapo's entry from all sides simultaneously. F. If cover permits, someone should always be on guard. It may be very useful, particularly in case of rooms situated in a large block, if someone, e.g., the hall porter, can be enrolled to act as guard, and a warning system of communications arranged. G. All clear and danger signs should be pre-arranged, visual and/or oral, e.g., object of pre-arranged color, doormat in certain position. Difficulties of blackout. A normal sign should preferably be used to denote danger. Possibility of limiting times for calling and only showing sign then. H. A constant watch should be kept to see whether the premises are under observation, and when anyone enters or leaves, a check should be made to see that he is not followed, and, if he is, a warning should be arranged, e.g., stick left behind. I. It may be wise for frequent visitors to alter their dress slightly and arrive by different methods in order to avoid attracting attention. J. In case one set of premises comes under suspicion, an alternative set should be ready, with the necessary cover story built up. After change, foster police suspicions of first place. K. Rents and taxes on premises should be paid promptly to avoid inquiries, unless the cover owner has never paid them promptly before. Appoint 18. April 1943. Communications and operations. Personal meetings. A. General. Advantages. A. More information can be passed. B. Correct emphasis on information can be made. C. Immediate replies can be obtained. Disadvantages. A. Meeting may be suspicious. B. Suspicion may be passed on to hitherto unsuspected contact. C. Meeting may be a trap. B. Methods. 3 types of personal meetings are discussed with a view to obviating disadvantages. 1. Between acquainted agents. A. Cover for meeting. By chance. First arrival mustn't show impatience. On purpose. No confusion with chance meeting. B. Choice of meeting place. Bad. Railway stations, public meetings, hotels, brothels, queues, informers, post offices. If you must meet at one of these, use danger signs. Better. Small hotels, restaurants, bars, cafes. Still better. Street, gardens exc. France Catholic churches, cemeteries, Turkish or swimming baths, museums, art galleries, plages, parks, motor cars, house hired or rented by third party, private houses and offices, hangabout, places, cf. Woods near Oslo on Sunday. And dance halls or places of amusement when not controlled, cf. No dancing in Norway. Note: always have cover for your presence at any meeting place. C. Conversation. Cover conversation. Arrange on arrival. Don't whisper except e.g. For dirty joke or love making. Smile and laugh as much as possible. Permanent tip for agent. D. Passing messages. No tricks, if it is possible to pass message unnoticed. E.g. in WC, etc. If tricks necessary, take equipment. Use of identical equipment, swapping briefcases, matchboxes, newspapers, etc. Sign to indicate message passed. E. Security precautions. Innocent pre-visits to RV. As cover. Security of pre-arrangements, e.g. time and date given separately and not by same method such as telephone. Communist trick of adding 1 hour to time, therefore, police are always late. Safety and danger signs, e.g. no gloves, danger. Alternative RV. In case of accidents. Be punctual. Synchronize watches or pre-arrange that time be taken from neighboring public clock. Guard against microphones. Turn on wireless, bath, gramophone. Limit the time you are going to wait. Precautions against surveillance. Meet in blackout where practical. Change RVs frequently. 2. Between unacquainted agents. A. Cover. Must be chance meeting. B. Description. Proper description, C. A point 7. Better than combination of signs. Wearing red rose and drinking green drink. Signs should be used only as check for description. C. Passwords. Never conspicuous, i.e. dramatic, incongruous or compromising. Therefore generally banal but marked, especially in reply. Use of pause, gesture, special but commonplace word. Should be short and spoken verbatim. Easy to forget passwords in stress. Should be introduced naturally. Some passwords are good openers, others have to be introduced gradually. Reply at once. E.g. one agent used a badly chosen password to M. Vivo staying at a certain hotel. V. Looked astonished, and the agent later found that there were 3 men in the hotel having the same name. 3. Between agent and outsider. Security precautions. If you're suspicious, don't go to RV. Don't accept outsiders' suggestions on time, place, date. Send cutout to RV. To bring him somewhere else. Intercept him yourself en route, and take him elsewhere. Send man to recce RV. In advance. Have yourself followed. Extra search of yourself before meeting. Appendix. A point 18. February 1944. Communications. L'Organisateur, a communist clandestine paper in Belgium, obviously destined for members of the party only, in its July 1943 issue, gives a solemn warning that many arrests of party members have been due solely to negligence, to failure to observe the precautions necessary to a clandestine movement, and it therefore sets out briefly the main rules for security. 1. Arranging a meeting. No meeting may be entirely arranged in a single letter. First, a letter should be sent containing the day of the meeting and the time of the meeting, and, if the 2 other members of the group do not know each other, a sign by which they may recognize each other. Then a second letter should be sent, at least 1 day later, containing the meeting place, This elementary rule for security must not be neglected under any circumstances, however acute the urgency. If one of the group has something urgent to report, he must verbally summon the person to whom he wishes to report to some meeting place which can be mentioned in veiled terms, as for example, the place we last saw each other. Take care that nothing is written in a notebook, and that in no case is anything written down in plain language. Always sign notes with a number or an initial. 2. Recognition signs for members of a group. It has been found in practice that if two comrades do not know each other, a single recognition sign is not sufficient, and may lead to trouble. Therefore, 2 recognition signs should be given. If one of these signs is some article of clothing, it must be given in full detail. For example, a brown hat is not sufficient, but adding a breast pocket kerchief of a certain color and design makes recognition easy. For passwords, definite replies must be given. For example, if one comrade asks the way, the other should reply, "It is a long way," or "It is 5 kilometers." On no account should ordinary replies such as, "I am going to," be given. 3. Use of railway stations and trains. Main railway stations or stations in big towns must never be used for boarding or leaving trains. Members of the party should always use suburban or small town stations, whether they are known or not in the bigger stations. 4. Meeting places. No meetings should be arranged in the vicinity of stations or at fixed points. Meetings should be arranged so that one comrade meets another during a walk, one having left point X at a certain time to walk in the direction of Y, and the other having left point Y at a certain time to walk in the direction of X. In case they fail to meet each other, each one should walk the full length and back again to allow the other to catch him up, and a final attempt to meet should be made an hour later than the fixed time. When the two comrades meet, they should greet each other as if it was sheer accident, chat for a moment, watching the while to see they have not been followed, and should then go off together. 5. Members of the party, and, above all, messengers, should cease to arrange meetings one after the other in the same place, or a few steps from the same place. Meeting places should be at least a quarter of an hour's walking from each other, and during this period, members should take care that they are not followed. 6. When a party member meets another. Should one party member meet another by accident, in the street, for example, he should make no attempt to speak to him, or even recognize him. It has become known that one person, who had never taken part in any anti-German activities, has been arrested, and is still in custody, simply for shaking hands with an old friend whom the Gestapo were following. If members have no party reason for meeting, they should ignore each other, and leave until tomorrow any gossip they may wish to pass on. 7. Each group leader is held responsible for seeing that these security rules are observed. Point 19. September 1943. Communications, internal. 1. Introduction. Organizers must be able to keep in constant touch with colleagues. It will be found that better work is obtained if all subordinates feel that means of communication are assured. It must be remembered that in communicating an agent endangers himself and friends. Therefore, greatest care is essential. It is necessary to study the wide choice of methods available, adopting the most suitable method to the circumstances. 2. Post. Much the simplest way for persons at a distance to communicate with one another, but slow, uncertain and fairly easily investigated by police. In occupied territories, letters frequently censored, especially in and out of prohibited areas. Letters of suspected persons sure to be opened, thus consider the following measures. A. Essential to use code, veiled language, or secret inks. B. If suspected, do not use post for subversive correspondence. C. Avoid putting precise address at letterhead, except where regulations demand it. If unavoidable, existing address, e.g., real hotel, innocent address, third party, Quisling, is preferable to an invented one. D. Avoid watermarked paper and typewriters of non-standard makes or which have recognizable peculiarities. Only use your typewriter for secret work. Hide it when not in use. E. Sign with Christian name or nickname. F. Avoid special classes of mail, air, registered, parcel post. Make use of postcards and business mail, particularly circulars. G. Post at different post boxes and at places away from place of residence. Remember, sender's letters can be identified if sender is followed, e.g., newspaper thrown into post box after letter. Therefore, take precautions against surveillance. H. When sending instructions by post, allow for delay in delivery owing to wartime conditions. I. Greater security is afforded by accommodation address, especially if it gives cover for the reception of numerous letters. Where organizer has no such cover, conceals your address and identity from your correspondent. Letters must be sent as if to accommodator, no enclosures, and passed on by hand or post according to purpose of accommodation address. Special outside markings useful to show that letter contains secret message. Change accommodation address frequently. Only use for 2 correspondents at most. Avoid post restant, such mail is watched, only use when no other address available. 3. Boîtes aux lettres. These are places where persons or their cutouts can leave and collect messages. A useful means of communicating between principals who do not wish to meet. Very difficult for the police to trace one party by surveillance of the other. They must afford cover for frequent visits, e.g., tobacconist, cafe, newspaper kiosk, etc. Remember, A. Intermediary must be recruited but need not be informed of the nature of the organization. B. Correspondents should hand in letters clandestinely, or have cover for leaving them openly. Study ways of handing over messages, e.g., in newspaper, in food, with the change, etc. C. Decoy letter and/or alternative cover, e.g., black market, should be available in case of emergency. D. There should be danger signs in case of emergency. E. Clear box regularly. 4. Dead. Boîtes aux lettres. Same as above, but without living agency, e.g., milestones, lavatories, etc. Here again, principals can communicate without meeting. Note: A. There is no risk from intermediary. B. There would be no warning in the event of discovery, in which case the place would be watched by CE. C. Have cover story for finding message, e.g., find by accident. D. Police might watch correspondence without principal knowing. 5. Couriers. A courier supplies means of circumventing censorship by having messages carried by hand or verbally. Slow but surer than other methods. Message can be destroyed in emergency. On the other hand, if courier should be captured and interrogated, there may be imminent personal danger to several organizers. Precautions. A. Courier must have good cover and know route well. B. Message is best memorized, but if this is not possible, it should be written on paper easy to destroy and/or conceal, e.g., silk paper, rice paper, cigarette paper. In such circumstances, C. Courier should not know contents or code. D. Courier should be instructed in the principles of body searches and snap control. Courier should not have direct contact with principals. E. Relay system of short-stage couriers connected through BuOyS letra has advantages. Each courier knows stage intimately and should not exceed his stage. 6. Dead couriers. Messages can be concealed on vehicles or in luggage of unknown persons. Same conditions as in case of dead BuOyS letra. 7. Telegrams. An easy and quick method of sending short messages between persons at a distance, but very conspicuous and certain to be censored, and of limited use only, to be used sparingly. Sender will almost certainly have to identify himself. 2 permanent records of contents. Telegrams a good means of indicating the whereabouts of the sender, arranging rendezvous and answering questions. Precautions. A. Code with good cover must be used. B. Use cutout to transmit wire as his own. C. Make sure recipient socially qualified to receive telegrams. D. Accommodation address, see post. 8. Telephone. Very quick method for those at a distance to communicate, but always assume that telephone conversations are censored. Conversation of suspected people often recorded automatically. Therefore use public call boxes. Trunk callers may have to identify themselves. Serious limitations on trunk calls may exist. Use of foreign languages generally forbidden, but careful code must be used, and conventional conversation. Suspicious phraseology likely to be noted. Telephone can best be used for arranging rendezvous, answering questions, etc. 9. Advertisements. A means of communicating reasonably quickly with a large number of people simultaneously. Could be used either as a sign or to conceal coded message. Impossible to identify recipients. Best used as general warning or action sign. Remember. A. Identity of inserter must usually be established. Possible to use cutout. B. Wording must be normal as it is likely to be carefully scrutinized by CE. C. Good cover for inserting essential. Articles lost preferable to for sale, or goods required, notices. D. Regular insertions must be made by regular advertisers. E. Delay. 10. General precautions. A. Messages can often be sent in 2 parts, either part alone being incomprehensible, e.g. the main message by courier, the key by post. B. There should always be at least two means of communication between important organizers working together, in case one is blown. C. Important messages should be sent in duplicate. D. May be necessary to arrange for acknowledgement of messages. E. Avoid numbering of messages. A.20. September 1943. Communications, external. 1. General. Communications between agent in field and base are vital and require careful organization. Several alternative routes are advisable in case one is blown. The following are the principal methods. A. With T. Dot. Short, urgent messages and/or where immediate reply is required. B. Courier service. Dot. For long messages, urgent and/or less urgent, maps, material, etc. C. Innocent, letter. Dot. Sent to address in neutral country. Short messages for use when agent is out of touch with members of his organization. Other possible methods are D. Telephone or telegram to neutral country. E. Advertisement in press. F. Diplomatic bag. G. Carrier pigeons. 2. With T. This is the only method for rapid communication and for obtaining immediate reply. The more it is used, the more likely it is to be detected. Operator is highly trained man with special cover. To protect him and/or his activity, the following precautions are required. A. He should not be used for other work. B. Other agents should not go to his residence or place of operation. It is even better if they do not contact him direct. C. A reserve means of communication with him must be maintained if he has to go into hiding. D. Only messages which cannot be sent conveniently by other routes should go by with T. E. Messages must be between 150 and 400 letters. 3. Security devices of operator. A. Set disguised as suitcase. B. Berry set on arrival. C. Aerial made of local wire, camouflaged. D. Must have cover which allows absence at irregular times. Routine job useless unless employer in organization. E. Should live with friends as key taps audible. Residents must supply hiding place. F. Should constantly move set and/or aerial. G. Times and length of transmission restricted according to plan. 4. Courier service. A series of linked relays by which messages and/or material are carried. There may be several termini, each linked with a branch service or main service. It is much slower than with T, but usually safer. In general, couriers cover each stage. The following points should be noted. A. Each courier should have special knowledge of his relay and good cover for traveling regularly. B. Several couriers can be employed on each stage so that there is a frequent service. Often courier will make journey innocently. C. Couriers contact with one another and principals should be through boîtes aux lettres where possible. 5. Difficulties at frontier ORC. Special problem arises at a crossing of frontier or sea. The following methods are used. A. smugglers, attendants on trains, lorry drivers, etc. Used as couriers. B. Trains, cars, other vehicles, used as dead couriers. C. Material floated down rivers or thrown over frontier line in containers, e.g. turnips. D. Drum taps and puffs of smoke, etc. E. Neutral seamen as couriers. F. Materials smuggled out to submarines, seaplanes, fishing boats, etc. G. Material concealed on ships or aeroplanes, etc. By dock or aerodrome workers, etc. 6. Letter sent to address in neutral country. Safe, but slow method. Letter can contain A. Long message in secret writing. B. Short message in code. C. Pre-arranged signal, e.g. warning, all well, etc. D. Agent's address when he is out of touch with the rest of his organization. This is the commonest use. Precautions. I. Addressee does not know purport of letter but believes himself intermediary between innocent person in occupied territory who wishes to write to friends in allied territory and cannot communicate direct. Much innocent correspondence, in fact, passes this way. E. Sender must take every precaution against censorship which is stricter for foreign letters than for internal, e.g. choice of address, danger of registered letters, airmail, length of letter, etc. E. Not too many letters must be sent to the same neutral address. IV. It is more important to conceal identity of sender than recipient, who runs little danger. 7. Telephone. Telephone messages to and from neutral countries are sometimes permitted. Formal application must be made. Use of language restricted. Censorship certain. Therefore good cover essential. Use of code highly dangerous except between experts. In general only suitable for arranging rendezvous, giving address, etc. 8. Telegrams. Same considerations apply as to telephones, see previous lecture. Telegrams are useful for indicating address of sender. 9. Advertisement in press. Enemy papers available in this country within a week. First-class cover required for frequent insertions. See previous lecture. 10. Carrier pigeons. Rarely used except for notifying safe arrival. Special instruction essential. A. Advantage. Dot. Can take small maps, drawings, etc. Quicker than by other methods, except with T. B. Limitations. I. Difficulties of importing and hiding. E. Difficulties of feeding and exercising. E. Loss of homing instinct after a time. IV. Limitation to distance and direction which can be flown. V. Pigeons cannot home in darkness or in fog. .20. A. February 1944. The with T operator. 1. Importance of the with T operator. A. He is the only member of the organization who can maintain quick and reliable communication with your base. B. He is a specialist with lengthy training. C. The supply of with T operators is strictly limited. D. A constant objective for enemy CE. 2. The with T operator at work. A. Sets. There are several types used. Size, not greater than 2, 0, x1, 0, x6 in, excluding battery. Weight, not greater than 40 lbs. Camouflage, suitcases, gramophones. B. Aerials. Similar to the ones used for ordinary receiving sets. For transmitting, aerials must be more carefully located than for receiving. E.g., on high ground away from trees, steel structures, overhead power lines and electric power stations. C. Power. There are two sources of power. I. Electric mains. The consumption of electricity will be registered on a meter. The operators will therefore have to tap mains before they enter the meter. E. Batteries. Provision must be made for recharging. D. Plan. Before leaving, the operator receives a complete plan containing sheds, call signs, etc. This plan is a very secret document, even more important than the set. The operator must work in accordance with the plan, and any alterations must be sanctioned by the base. E. Messages. The operator must be off the air as long as possible and on the air for the shortest time possible. Therefore, messages must be short and concise, eliminating all superfluous words. F. Codes. Encoding and decoding should, if possible, be left to organizers, and with T operator should only be required to transmit and receive the messages as they reach him. In some cases he may have to do the encoding and decoding. 3. Enemy CE. Methods for detecting illegal transmitting. The enemy's organization for detecting illegal wireless transmitting is efficient and scientific. Any or all of the following methods are used. A. Ban on private transmitters. B. Informant service reporting suspicious events and behavior. C. Snap controls to detect if sets are being moved from place to place. D. Search of localities where illegal transmitters are believed to be operating. E. Interception service which records suspicious messages and attempts to break down the ciphers. F. Use of the following DF. Direction finding equipment. I. Fixed DF. Stations to locate the approximate area of the transmitter. These are numerous. E. Numerous mobile DF. Stations to localize the whereabouts of the transmitter. Work in pairs or threes. Camouflaged as ordinary vehicles with non-metal bodies. E.g., delivery vans, ambulances, laundry vans. E. Hand-carried DF. Apparatus for use in places which cannot be reached by car. IV. Slow-flying aircraft which cruise around over suspected area and may fly low over the station. V. Electric supply cut off street by street in the suspected locality. An illegal transmitter is easiest pinpointed in country districts, but DF. Apparatus is most numerous in the towns. Suburbs are therefore generally agreed to be the safest places. 4. With T operator precautions. The operator must continually protect himself against enemy CE. And should remember the following points. A. Cover. For being absent from his work when transmitting and visiting stations. B. Alternative sets. If possible, located in different locations and used at different times on different days. C. Alternative places. to which he can move his set whenever opportunity offers and as often as possible. D. Friends. To warn him of the approach of mobile DF stations and help him move his set. He should not transport it himself. Wireless sets are more easily replaced than operators. E. Observation point. From which to observe the approach of DF cars while he is operating. F. Security. Plan and other suspicious material should be concealed somewhere apart from the set. Copies of messages should only be kept if absolutely necessary. Pistol should be kept with the set. G. Transmission. Operator must be on the air for as short a time as possible. Messages must be short and explicit. H. Power. To counteract cutting off of electricity, batteries should be available to enable the transmission to continue. 5. Relations between organizer and with T operator. Organizer must do everything possible to protect the with T operator and the organization from the consequences of suspicion falling on him. The with T operator must be capable of looking after himself and not expect the organizer to do everything for him. The relationship should be governed by the following considerations. A. Direct contact between the organizer and operator should be cut to a minimum. Communication should be through WhatsApp letter or cutouts rather than personal meetings. B. The organizer may have to help the operator find spare parts for his set, arrange repairs, obtain suitable locations, etc. C. The organizer should tell the operator as little as possible about the organization, only sufficient to enable him to do his job. D. Only really urgent messages should be given to the with T operator. The organizer should always have a second line of communication. E. The organizer can either encode and decode messages himself or give them to the with T operator to do. F. The organizer and with T operator will each number their own personal messages. G. Usual emergency arrangements must be made for the with T operator. E.g., line of escape, address in neutral country for communication. 6. Relation between with T operator and other members of organization. A. As few members of the organization should be known to the operator as possible, and of those he should not know their real names or addresses. B. Communication between him and them should be by WhatsApp letter or cutouts. C. He should know as little as possible of their activities. D. The with T operator should recruit his own assistants, e.g., to transport his set, warn him against DF cars. 7. Arrest of with T operators. A. If caught, a with T operator may not be executed, but persuaded to reveal his secrets so that he can be played back. The enemy's persuasion is difficult to resist. He must therefore arrange security checks beforehand, so that recipients will know that messages are being sent under pressure. B. The organizer must also advise the base at once if he believes the with T operator has been caught and is being played back. A.21. March 1944. Passive resistance. 1. History. A. During the years 1940–41, the Nazis were supreme in Europe. B. The people of Europe, ridden by years of propaganda and fifth columnism, were apparently powerless. C. Britain was holding on by the skin of her teeth, daily expecting invasion, suffering losses at sea, and unable to give assistance to occupied countries. The USA was still neutral. D. The people of Europe, deserted and betrayed by their own people, their allies with their backs to the wall, were disillusioned. In some cases this disillusionment took the form of acting hate of Britain, which was encouraged by the conquering Hun. E. There was, however, still a weapon left to fight the Hun, which if coordinated and organized could be extremely powerful. This weapon was that of passive resistance. F. This was recognized by Britain and long-range plans were made to coordinate and organize the spasmodic outbursts of passive resistance which soon began to appear in occupied countries. 2. Definition of passive resistance. Passive resistance consists of acts which depend for their feasibility and value upon being a. Non-technical, acts which can be done by anyone. B. Non-risky, either because they are undetectable or because the resistors have perfect cover. C. Unlikely to have unpleasant consequences for the civilian population. D. Capable of being carried out by large numbers of people. An organized passive resistance campaign can be compared to an attack on a man by hundreds of mosquitoes, each giving him only a tiny sting but altogether eventually driving him away. 3. Objectives. The main objectives of a passive resistance campaign should be a. The obstruction of enemy production. b. The obstruction of administration. For examples, see Appendix A. 4. Targets. The following weaknesses of the enemy should be borne in mind. A. Personnel, shortage and bad quality. B. Homesickness of enemy personnel and anxiety about their people at home. C. Character of the enemy, i.e., vanity, self-consciousness and lack of humor. 5. Organization of passive resistance. A. Organization and direction are essential if acts of passive resistance are to be effective. B. Directives may be received from the base from time to time, but in their absence organizers should use their own discretion and their own special knowledge. Directives on passive resistance are often very effective as coming from outside the country. E.g., v. Campaign, go slow. This is not the case with directives on sabotage where risks are greater. C. The propagandist makes the most effective organizer. D. The cell system can be used for organizing a campaign as close organization is not necessary. E. Specialization in particular acts of passive resistance is sometimes valuable, but organizers must be prepared for elaborate checking by the enemy. F. Incentives should be devised to maintain enthusiasm. E.g., so many wasted minutes each day represents over a period the sinking of a U-boat. 6. Effect of passive resistance on the civilian population. A passive resistance campaign organized amongst a civilian population. A. Gives them something to do. From feeling themselves useless and hopeless they come to the realization that each and every person can, in his own way, fight the enemy. B. From simple acts of passive resistance they acquire confidence to go one step further, namely towards acts of simple sabotage, and from there to greater sabotage and even guerrilla warfare. C. The combined effect of A and B raises their morale and encourages united efforts against the enemy and prepares them for possible unpleasant reprisals. A.21. Appendix A. March 1944. Examples. 1. Obstruction of production. A. Under cover of feigning stupidity, ignorance, overcaution or fear of being suspected of active sabotage, factory workers can obstruct by I. Demanding written orders. E. Asking unnecessary questions. E. Making too frequent checks, in order to avoid being accused of sabotage. IV. Rejecting everything not perfect. V. Working too well, but slowly. V. Specifying too high quality. V. Obeying rules implicitly regardless of consequences, e.g., reading all addresses when sorting packages. V. Misunderstanding orders, e.g., misdirecting trucks. B. Under cover of feigning exhaustion by air raid or undernourishment, they can cause delay by I. Slightly increasing accident rate. E. Kakani. E. Slightly inefficient work. IV. Not correcting errors of others. C. Under cover of complaints about ersatz they can increase the consumption of materials and general wear and tear. D. Further trouble can be caused without serious risk by I. Constantly making reasonable complaints. E. Non-cooperation with salvage schemes. E. Not passing on knowledge to unskilled workmen. IV. Giving lengthy and incomprehensible explanations when questioned. 2. Obstruction of administration. Under cover of feigning stupidity, ignorance, overcaution, overenthusiasm, overpoliteness, the layman can obstruct administration by A. Misunderstanding regulations. B. Filling up forms incorrectly. C. Making unnecessary inquiries. D. Being verbose and unnecessarily polite. E. Prolonging correspondence. F. Denouncing, anonymously, Quislings, German officials, etc. as unreliable. G. Reporting imaginary spies, suspicious incidents or dangers. This is especially useful at times of invasion. False reports which may cause serious trouble are I. Mines in docks or roads. E. Unexploded bombs. E. German personnel buried in debris of building. IV. Allied parachute landings. V. Allied personnel in Axis uniforms. V. Guerrilla activity, sniping, etc. V. Suspicious incidents. NB. These reports should be plausible, sufficiently detailed to merit investigation, borne out, if possible, by the corroborative evidence of others. Stories should not be suspiciously similar. They are best reported secondhand, but if not, the reporter must have cover explanation for having obtained his information. A.22. November 1943. Subversion of troops. 1. The essential difference between an armed force and a group of civilians is discipline. Solvent of discipline is self-interest. 2. Influences provoking self-interest among enemy occupying troops are A. Dissatisfaction. B. Anxiety. C. Terror. D. Loneliness. E. Deprivation. Note: terror can be resolved by fight, flight or concealment, anxiety cannot. 3. Stimuli to provoke these influences are selected by campaign planners from enemy troop morale reports and are disseminated orally and graphically by agents, using A. Hostile approach. Effective, but sometimes unsafe. B. Sympathetic approach. Effective and generally safer. 4. Some stimuli known to have provoked above-mentioned influences among German troops in occupied Europe. A. Dissatisfaction. I. Internal feuds between officers and men, e.g., strict discipline in Norway, Poland. Racketeering opportunities in France, Belgium. Gestapo and men. Regional groups of Axis forces, e.g., Austro-German, Sudetendeutsch, Reichsdeutsch. Italo-German quarrels in Athens, Bordeaux. E. Irregular pay. B. Anxiety. I. Allied bombing of soldiers' families. Cover for source of news. E. Jealously over behavior of wife or girlfriend at home. On known basis that Germany encourages illegitimacy, 2 lines of attack are open. Sib. That SS men at home have free and condoned intercourse with German girls. Reminder that there are 2 million foreign PWs and 6 million foreign workers in Germany, from many of whom German girls are none too safe. Note: sympathetic approach through exchange of snapshots and photos. E. Departure for Russian front. Especially when disguised as furlough. IV. Sib. That heavily wounded casualties on Russian front are liquidated. C. Terror. I. Violent local antagonism. E. Murder, mutilation and castration. D. Loneliness. I. Geographical isolation from fatherland. E. Rarity and delay in arrival of mail. E. Poco, melancholia. E. Deprivation. I. Lack of food, but only when backed by factual intelligence. E. Lack of vitamins. E. Lack of sexual satisfaction. Prevent womenfolk from having intercourse with German soldiers. Except for purposes of spreading venereal disease. .23. September 1943. Selection and appreciation of targets. 1. Selection. A. 2 main categories of target. Long-term. Attackable at any time or all the time. E.g., enemy morale, railroad transport. Short-term. Attackable only at a 0-hour signal, e.g., European Second Front targets. B. Organizer should compile priority list of each. Choice conditioned by pre-selection of targets by Superior HQ. Organizer to use initiative within general directives. C. We need only be concerned with alternative 2. B. In whose case selection of targets will be governed by conformity with general directives. Allied strategy may demand attacks now on transport, now on food, now on manpower, not on morale, now on industry, etc. Importance to enemy. Dot. Information from HQ. Or own informant service on bottlenecks, key personnel, etc. Vulnerability. Resources available. Dot. Cooperation of guerrillas, allied air forces. State of supplies and own manpower. Effect on local population. Direct. Lack of food, electricity, etc. as result of operations. Indirect. Hostages, reprisals. Timing. Dot. Synchronization with other attacks. 2. Intelligence. Prelude to all operations is good information. This can be acquired by 3 methods. A. Regular intelligence service. B. Informant service. C. Personal reconnaissance. It is from your informant service that you will receive information regarding the target to be attacked and the inside knowledge necessary, e.g., industrial information from factory workers, etc. The organizer should, himself, recce the target, or detail responsible subordinates, and check information received from other sources, to enable him to draw up detailed plans. 3. Information required. It is essential when planning an attack to decide what you require to know about the target. Failure to recognize one essential item will mean failure of operation. Information on most of the following points will be required. A. Risk to security of organization. Can sabotage look like accident? Line of retreat. Assess worst consequences of detection. B. Guards, are they alert? Can they be bluffed or bribed? Police or military, operation orders. C. Walls, fences, etc., can they be surmounted by ladders, wire clippers, etc.? D. Entrances, are they well protected? E. Surrounding ground, does it afford cover? F. Phases of moon, when will nights be dark? G. Weather, will bad weather be helpful? H. Feast days, will they reduce efficiency of security measures? I. Day, when is sabotage likely to be most effective? J. Time, what time of day is most favorable? K. Visitors, what sorts of people visit premises? L. Passes, can they be forged, stolen or borrowed? M. Recruitment of employees, can agents be infiltrated? N. Reliability of employees, are they susceptible to subversion? O. Most normal types of errors and accidents in factory, can they be reproduced artificially? P. Bottlenecks, at what point will damage do most harm? Q. Possibilities of fire, flood, etc. R. Landmarks, facilities for guiding aircraft, can such be created or found? S. Available resources, can assistance be brought from base? Students can suggest other factors. 4. Appreciation of method of attack. From the above information, an appreciation of best method of attack can be drawn up as follows. A. Object. Dot. To put target out of action. B. Factors to be considered. Dot. These will correspond to the answers to questions asked under para 2. Above, e.g. I. Security. Attack can look like accident only if in form of fire. E. Guards extremely efficient. E. Walls, fences, impregnable. IV. Entrances strongly protected. V. No cover in neighborhood, grounds swept by searchlights. V. Slackness on feast days unlikely. C. Courses open. In attacking a target, one of the following alternatives will be used. I. Passive resistance, with, or without, outside advice. E. Minor sabotage with, or without, outside advice and supplies. E. Major sabotage, by inside workers, with, or without, outside supplies and or help. IV. Major sabotage by outsiders, with, or without, inside assistance. V. Air bombing or sea attack. Some of these methods can usually be excluded at once. Consider each of the others in relation to factors. Then state course selected, with reasons. D. Plan. Here, plan for carrying out method selected should be briefly stated. It should be the logical outcome of the previous argument. Point 24. September 1943. Emergency period. Operational orders. 1. Operational orders. Vital to issue orders accurately and securely, therefore draw up your plans and orders under definite headings, thus: information, intention, method, administration, intercommunication. Memorize this framework. Adherence to this simple form will prevent omissions in passing on orders to subordinates. Necessary to consider these heading in detail. A. Information. I. Relative to target. Dot. All available information obtained, each operator receives that which directly concerns his share in the operation. Sketch plan if necessary, but destroy immediately. E. Relative to own forces. Dot. No more than essential for each man to carry out his share in the operation. As an encouragement possible to indicate that substantial force is being used, e.g., if cooperation being received from outside, operators should know. B. Intention. Each operator receives concise statement of intention of operation insofar as it concerns his actions and his morale. For security reasons, do not give more than minimum information about object of whole operation, may be necessary, however, to indicate this in general terms so that the operator appreciates importance of operation, e.g., total effect of passive resistance when operation, e.g., total effect of passive resistance when carried out by all employees in a department. C. Method. Here detailed instructions must be given to each operator, or party, separately of what he is to do and how he will do it, for the period of operation. The following points should be considered. I. Sabotage weapons, fire, water, drought, sand, passive resistance, hammers, mishandling instruments or explosives. Explosives only as last resort. E. Sabotage to appear an accident. E. Circumvention of security measures at target. IV. Approach to target. V. Retreat from target. V. Arms, type, method to be used. V. Day, time, duration. D. Administrative arrangements. Here deal with general organization, pay particular attention to periods before and after operation, the following will have to be included. I. Cover story for each operator, either open or clandestine, not a mixture. E. Identity of leaders or contacts, if necessary. E. supplies of arms, explosives, money, food and clothes, how and where to be obtained. IV. Treatment of casualties. If overt operation, casualties may have to be ignored; if clandestine, they may have to be concealed. V. Transport, if any. V. Passes. V. Clothes search before operation. V. Synchronization of watches. X. Dispersal arrangements, after operation complete. E. Intercommunication. Before, during and after an operation, intercommunication between operators or parties taking part most important. Consider, therefore, the following. I. Passwords or recognition signal. E. Action signal. E. Cancellation signal. IV. General warning. V. Individual danger signal. V. Other means of communication. V. Location of leaders during operation. 2. General security. Necessary to preserve utmost security throughout, therefore organizer and leaders must observe following, and pass on when necessary. I. Issue orders as late as possible. E. Avoid writing down orders, etc. E. Give orders to each operator or party separately as far as possible. IV. Do not tell anyone more than he needs to know for the operation. V. 0 hour to be withheld until last minute. V. Warn operators that plans may have to be cancelled at last minute without assigning reason. V. Ask for questions after orders have been given and have verbal orders repeated back. V. Warning not to meet more than necessary after operation, and avoid showing satisfaction at success. .25. September 1943. Final arrangements. Throughout this lecture, students will be asked to make suggestions about important points and articles which might be useful. 1. Introduction. Throughout the period prior to departure, you should go over the details of your story and your papers to become thoroughly conversant with each. Sometime before your departure, make sure that you will take with you everything that you will require and that there will be nothing which will not accord with your cover story. It is necessary to carry out checks in the following order. 2. Body. Examine your person carefully. A. Does cut of hair, mustache, beard, conform to cover story? B. Does condition of hands, nails, feet, conform to cover story? E.g., manual workers have horny hands, the feet of people who have walked long distances show it. C. Remove nicotine stains from fingers. 3. Clothes. Check carefully. A. Cut and quality, did they conform to cover story? B. Are they reasonably worn in? C. Replace unsuitable labels and remove washing marks. NB. Tailor's markings to be avoided, but clothes of foreign origin not necessarily suspicious, much foreign clothing being imported before the war into territories now occupied. D. Footwear, particularly trademarks, etc. Do not overlook repairs, e.g., rubber heels, etc. Remember that shoes worn by people having walked long distances show it. 4. Effects. Examine all effects which you wish to take with you, e.g., watch, rings, note case, brush, comb, fountain pen, pencil, cigarettes, cigarette case, cigars and cigar case, tobacco, tobacco pouch, letters, photographs, etc. Leave behind those which are of unsuitable manufacture or incongruous. It is conspicuous to have no effects, so replace them in so far as may be possible with suitable articles, e.g. those purchased in places where you are supposed to have been, souvenirs, letters bearing out your story, etc. 5. Habits. Check your personal habits and get others to consider them. Are they conspicuous? Did they accord with your cover story? E.g., table manners, way of dressing, handwriting, etc. 6. Papers. These will be perfectly forged. If not genuine, you should make sure that the details are correct, e.g., age, description, place of birth, visas, etc. 7. Equipment. Check over what equipment you will require. Consider the following. A. Map. Is it of the sort that you might obtain or be able to use in the country to which you are going, or should it be destroyed once its immediate purpose has been served? B. Compass and torch. Where were they made? Can you retain them, and for how long? C. First aid kit, water bottle, flask. Is it wise to retain these after you have landed? D. Spade and sacking. These must be thrown away immediately after the parachute equipment has been buried. Make sure that you have materials such as sacking on which to place the earth when digging the hole. E. Suitcase. This should be of common appearance for the country to which you are going. Outstanding color or pattern would be conspicuous. F. Money. Make sure that it is of the kind current, e.g., silver coins may have been withdrawn from circulation. Useful to have sufficiency of small change. Notes of large denomination may attract attention, and where can they best be changed? G. Food. If this does not conform to the country of your destination, it must be eaten before you leave the plane or left in the plane. H. Any necessary accessories, as may be required according to the projected operation or circumstances. 8. Weapons. A. Do you need a gun? It is generally only helpful when you are engaged in activity for which there can be no cover story, e.g., landing by parachute. At other times it is likely to be an embarrassment. If you take one, decide what to do with it after landing. B. Other weapons are less suspicious or conspicuous but sometimes equally helpful, e.g., knuckle dusters, loaded sticks, truncheons, etc. 9. Drugs. Decide whether you will require any of the following. A. L. Tablets. B. KO. Drops. C. Benzedrine. D. E. Capsules. E. Pediomain tablets, etc., etc. 10. Final check. Draw up list of all points and requirements so as to be sure that nothing is forgotten at the moment of departure. Carry out second check a few hours before you leave. A. Body recheck. Do not have excessive hair grease. B. Clothes recheck. Brush out pockets, avoid small pieces of tobacco, etc. Be sure shoes are clean. C. Effects recheck. Search clothes carefully so that articles have not been overlooked, e.g., bus tickets, coins, matches, etc. Has anything slipped through the holes in the lining of pockets? D. papers, equipment, weapons, drugs, check all over again, be sure that nothing has been overlooked. Point 26. September 1943. Arrival and first days. 1. Arrival. An agent may proceed to his country of destination either openly or covertly. A. Openly. Important part of cover story, so don't prejudice it. Perfect papers and reason for journey are implied. Comply with regulations, immigration controls, customs, etc., and do not attempt to take compromising material through these controls. It can more safely be supplied later. B. Covertly. I. By parachute. Carry out drill as instructed. E. By sea. Check position. Methods of concealing or destroying boat. Beware of mines, booby traps, patrols. Move inland by night, prohibited area. E. By land. Survey frontier beforehand. Memorize landmarks. NB. Danger of recrossing frontier. Discretion in using services of guide, agent, provocateur. Proceed at least 20 kilometers beyond the frontier or to a point beyond the nearest town and then turn back into the town, thus appearing to come from the interior. Note: controls for coastal and frontier areas may be some distance into the interior, not necessarily on the coastline or at the frontier. 2. First steps. A. Movement. May need to cover considerable distances. In general, it is better to move by day except in prohibited areas. If stopped by day, it is a routine matter. By night, it may lead to serious interrogation. Tips. I. Don't move in groups of more than 2. E. At night, all cars, motorcycles and bicycles are potentially dangerous. Facilities granted only to Germans or collaborators. Therefore, always hide in this emergency. E. Times to move. Beware curfew and dusk hour. Best to move at rush hours. Special care on market days. IV. Avoid long distance trains and try to break up journey. NB. If cover permits, travel first class. Small country stations inadvisable as stranger is conspicuous, where organizer has no such care at large termini and junction stations for regular controls. Possibility of alternative exits. V. Do something definite during day, particularly when in towns. Don't hang about. V. Lie low if allied, plane shot down or any disturbance, escape, shooting, parachute scare exists in the vicinity. V. Where possible, avoid carrying parcels or suitcases except when they are demanded by your cover. B. Cover story. I. Explanation of present and recent movements and activities essential, especially while moving from landing point to nearest town. E. Necessary to have arrived from somewhere else. Therefore, check the details, e.g., train times, contained in your explanation as soon as possible. E. Clothes, state of shoes, etc. Must not belie this cover story. C. Facing officials. In early days, avoid contact with officials whenever possible. If meeting face to face with an official, better to approach with a question than to run away. D. Obtaining information. Seek information unobtrusively all the time. Regulations and conditions. Watch particularly for signs of an unusual situation, e.g., state of alert, special controls in force due to disturbances, etc. 3. Reception by friends. A. If met by reception committee, many initial difficulties disappear. B. If not met but supplied with a contact address, make this contact as soon as possible, will give cover, information, possible job, etc. I. When contacting a stranger, do not rely only on name and address. Use a description and if possible a password. E. Check to see that information re-contact is up to date, e.g. still at address, not under surveillance or blown. E. Prepare cover story for visit. If possible, make it part of your general cover. If you don't know the man, do not pretend you do. IV. Choose time for contact carefully. Beware of revealing yourself to other members of family, servants or children, except within your cover. V. Always beware of contacting your relatives, particularly your parents, except when they are likely recruits. V. Don't take messages in any circumstances. 4. Where to stay. Agent may have to take temporary residence. Choice of place is primarily determined by his cover. Following possibilities should be examined. A. Hotel. Advantages. Crowd, moving population, inconspicuous, gives freedom of movement. Disadvantages. Usually watched, danger of informers. International. Hotel is not suitable for protracted stay but smaller hotel may be if cover permits. B. Pension. Less easily watched by the police. The disadvantage is lack of freedom of movement and curiosity, gossipings, etc. Aborters. If thoroughly reliable pension keeper is known, this could be used. C. Lodging. Difficult to find and stranger is conspicuous. Landlady may be curious and report to the police. If lodging is taken, try to win landlady's sympathies early by some plausible story. D. Paying guest. Difficult to arrange for temporary residence but is possible for permanent purposes provided the family is unsuspected. They may have to be in the know. E. Villa. E.g. France or Belgium. Good for permanent residence, independent, away from outsiders. Better not to live alone, best cover is a woman. F. Charitable institutions. For seamen, etc., but considerable danger of mass arrest. G. Brothels. Not considered suitable except in real emergency. Danger of informers and police supervision. H. Prostitute with flat. Possible in emergency and certainly better than brothel. Dangerous type, as they can easily be bought and are police informers. 5. Early days. A. Lie low and undertake no subversive activity. B. Build up your cover, job, recent history. Let your actions constantly create cover. C. Check up on documents and CE. Controls. D. Look for permanent residence. E. Check landing grounds if given instructions on this point. F. Make arrangements for communication with T operator or other member of organization already on the spot. G. Begin survey of area. All the above will involve obtaining information by use of personal reconnaissance and the informant service that must be established from the outset. A.27. July 1943. Selection of dropping points and reception arrangements. 1. Introduction. An organization, or an individual member of one, may have to call for outside assistance for the successful carrying out of an act of sabotage. Personnel or stores, or both, may be called for and in order to ensure the safe arrival of this help, which will be sent by air, the greatest care must be taken in a. The selection of the dropping points, that is, the spot where the stores are to be dropped, and b. The arrangements made for the reception of this help on the ground. Dropping operations will be carried out in bright moonlight at approximately 500 feet, with the aircraft flying at 100 to 120 miles per hour. 2. Dropping points. First of all, the following general principles, relative to the size and selection of a dropping point, must be borne in mind. A. An open space not less than 600 yards square, unless it is anticipated that several containers and/or men will be dropped, in which case it should be at least 800 yards square. By taking this area, the ground would be suitable for any wind direction. Avoid agricultural ground. I. Injury, especially to ankle. E. Evidence in the form of tracks, damaged crops, etc. Avoid swamps. Grass parkland is ideal for personnel, but for containers most types of ground will be found suitable. Cover should be available in the vicinity for the concealment of personnel or equipment, but an area completely surrounded by tall trees should be avoided since there is danger of parachute becoming caught in them. B. There should be no HT or telegraph wires in the vicinity. C. There should be no clumps of trees in the middle of the dropping point. Further, for an aircraft to be able to see the light from 500 feet, the ladder should be at least 500 yards from 100-foot trees. D. If possible, there should be at least one safe house within a mile, but not nearer than a mile, for security reasons. E. Allowance must be made for wind drift. It is estimated that there is a 60 yards drift for every 5 miles per hour increase in the velocity of the wind. This is estimated for a plane flying at the height and speed previously mentioned. No dropping operation should take place if the wind speed is over 20 miles per hour. 3. Selection. First stage. There are three main considerations. A. Safety of the aircraft dropping the stores. B. The DPs selected must be easy to recognize at night. C. Arrangements for reception on the ground must be considered down to the smallest detail. A. To ensure the safety of the carrying aircraft, the following main principles should be taken into account. I. The point should not be near a heavily defended area. A low-flying aircraft immediately becomes vulnerable to light flak. Direct lines of approach to such areas should also be avoided to eliminate danger from night fighters. Vicinity of enemy aerodromes is highly dangerous and must be avoided for obvious reasons. E. Selected areas should be as level as possible, and although high, mountainous and hilly country should be avoided, since navigation is difficult. A level plateau giving the dimensions required can be used. Valleys are unsuitable unless several miles wide. If a valley is used, it must be very long and wide for big aircraft, as these gather speed slowly. Thus the aircraft would have to go from 100 mph to 160 mph to climb, and this would take several miles if the undercarriage is down. Rising ground and hills should be 10 miles away for night dropping, i.e. hills more than 1000 ft above dropping point. The dropping operation must be completed and the plane clear of enemy-occupied territory during the hours of darkness, so consideration must be given to the distance the site is from the base. B. The points selected must be easy to recognize at night. Ease of recognition at night is of paramount importance, and upon this depends the whole success of the operation. The following aids and indications to quick recognition will be of the greatest assistance to the pilot for guiding him on the DP, for they can be plainly seen in the moonlight from 2,000 feet, at which height he will begin checking up his position. I. Coastline. If possible with breaking surf, as this is easily distinguishable. River mouths over 50 yards wide and sharp promontories jutting out into the sea, and inlets are also good guides. Rivers and canals. Both give moon reflection, which will prove a helpful indication. Wooded banks reduce the reflection very considerably, but generally speaking the width of a river used for indication should be not less than 30 yards wide. Canals need not be so wide as this, for they may be easily picked up by their straightness. Danger of confusion if more than one river. Best to have one solitary river. Small streams are no good whatsoever. The Germans, flying at 6,000 to 7,000 feet, followed the line of the Thames from Oxford on their nightly raids on London. Large lakes. Not less than half a mile square. Here, too, light reflection is the indication. Small ponds are quite useless. Care required if two or more lakes of same size. IV. Forest and woodland. To be of any use as a guide, these should have clearly defined boundaries or be of unmistakable shape and at least half a mile square. Note age of map in case of recent falling. Irregular patches of woodland are useless. V. Straight roads. Stretches of main road, straight for at least 1 mile, and especially one or more intersecting, give quite a good indication, more so when the road is wet. A series of puddles along the length of a road have been found to be of considerable use. Crooked and winding roads and minor roads are practically useless. V. Railways. Of little use except during the winter months when there is snow on the ground, when a main line cuts out a black ribbon running through the white landscape. V. Towns. If subject to blackout, towns are of little use unless fairly large, say 20,000 inhabitants. The possibility of a town larger than this being heavily defended must not be overlooked. It is apparent, then, that expanses of water are the best indication for quick recognition in darkness, and that small features, such as churches, water towers, villages, etc., are of no use whatsoever. The ideal is to have a combination of features, and in this case a railway may be quite a valuable indication. It is important to remember that the final point of indication should not be more than 3 kilometers from the actual DP. The DP itself will be marked by a system of ground lighting which will be more fully explained Here explain present operational system. Second stage. It is essential that the air point of view must take precedence in site selection, for it is the pilot who has to locate the dropping point. This bird's eye view is best given by the study of a map. It is important that the site be selected first of all from the map and then checked for suitability by personal reconnaissance. Several points should be chosen, perhaps as many as 20 or 30. A large-scale map will give much of the information desired. A. Contours, from which can be calculated gradients. B. Nature of ground, marsh, woodland, heathland, etc. C. Extent of possible sites. D. Houses in the vicinity. E. High-tension wire. F. Expanses of water, rivers, canals, etc. In fact, it will straight away give you all the important features which can be used as indications for ease of recognition and much information relative to actual suitability. As soon as it can be foreseen in which area any particular agent will be working, a number of points will be selected from maps, air photographs which appear suitable as DPs for supplies or personnel. Agent will then in his arrival recce these points for suitability and report. These points will be given a code reference consisting of the first 3 letters of the code name allotted to the agent, followed by a number. These points will be studied and memorized by the agent before departure. If all points chosen before departure are unsuitable, the agent will continue his recce until he does find suitable points, and then advise HQ of their exact location. In reporting DP location, conventional map reference will be used, 27s and 13s only. Explain Michelin map reference system. C. Reception arrangements. The operation must be carried out in fairly bright moonlight, and the period suitable for dropping is limited to 5 or 6 days on either side of the full moon. Certain DPs, especially if inside 20 miles of the coastline, may be used for longer periods during the month. The organization should study on what nights the reception committee can stand by, and in view of uncertainties at least 5 consecutive nights are advisable, but whichever 5 nights are chosen, the reception committee must be there on all 5. When help is called for, headquarters should be given approximately 14 days grace in which to make their arrangements. The reception committee is responsible for the disposal of any containers. 6 men may conveniently handle a container, but it is not necessary to provide that number per container if the men understand their job. Each member of the party should be equipped with gloves, as carrying becomes painful owing to thinness of handles. If there is a deep lake or river near the DP, the container may be conveniently disposed of there. If it is to be buried, a suitable burying point should have been chosen beforehand, and if possible holes dug. Always remember, disposal of outer container must be permanent. In order to ease carrying of cells, a strap or rope may be used to string them on a man's back. In this way, one man can carry one cell without much difficulty or fatigue. B.1. May 1943. The Nazi Party and its organizations. 1. General. A German newspaper account of any official function nearly always includes the phrase, representative of party, state and Wehrmacht were present. these being the three main bodies in Germany which exercise authority and maintain armed organizations, namely Party, Nazi Party and its organizations, State, the German police organization, Wehrmacht, the German armed forces. Each of these three bodies is directly responsible to Hitler. 2. The Nazi Party. The main principle of Nazi rule is the Führerprinzip or leader principle. On this principle, the leader has the right to govern, administer or decree, subject to no control and responsible only to his own conscience. It applies in the first instance to Hitler, leader of the party, and in a lesser degree to all other party leaders. For them it is modified in so far as a lower leader is responsible to a higher. The leader principle, introduced into Germany and developed there by Hitler and his immediate associates, gives them the right to almost anything. Since, however, so few people cannot administer a state of, at present, 80 million inhabitants, they need a numerous and well-organized administrative followership. This administrative followership is the party. The party is and will remain a minority of the German people. It consists of between 4 and 6 million members. Membership was closed in 1933, soon after Hitler's advent to power. Since then, except for more prominent individuals specially desired, membership is open only to young Germans graduating up from Hitler Youth. Party member, Parteigenoss or PG. Function of the party is to be political soldiers, i.e., to maintain and spread Nazi ideology and Nazi behavior throughout German population and to see that the activities of the ordinary German, both private and professional, are run on Nazi lines. Furthermore, to control the state organization so that it becomes and remains National Socialist. The task is carried out by a. The Reichsleitung or Party Cabinet, consisting of 23 members. B. The Order of Political Leaders Politischer Verordnung, which comprises all party members who hold some office in the party administration. C. The Formationsgliederungen, semi-militarized bodies run by the party. D. Affiliated organizations, Eingeschlossenverband, massed formations whose leaders are supplied by the party from suitable party members. They are intended to cover all trade and professional associations. Note: the party proper, the formations and the affiliated organizations together are called Die Bewegung, the movement. The movement comprises the whole of the German people. 3. Reichsleitung. The administration of the party. Shaping and formation of its policy are carried out by Reichsleadership, Reichsleitung, which has numerous departments for the various aspects of party's work and interests, e.g. press, schooling, propaganda, etc. 4. Order of political leaders. This covers all Germany geographically and penetrates down to each German individual. The territorial organization is as follows. A. Gau. Dot. Approximates to a province. 42 of them covering whole of Reich. Chief of each is a Gauleiter who is responsible for all party activity in his Gau, excluding the formations. There is also an administrative board Gauleitung, similar to, though smaller than, the Reichsleitung. B. Kreis. Dot. Each Gau is subdivided into districts Kreis, each managed by a Kreileiter and an administrative board Kreileitung. There are over 822 Kreis in Germany. See Ortsgruppe. Each Kreis is subdivided into local groups Ortsgruppen, each controlling a medium-sized town or suburb of a large town. Managed by an Ortsgruppenleiter and an administrative board Ortsgruppenleitung. There are over 28,000 in Germany. C. F. V. S. Ward. D. Zell. Each Ortsgruppe is subdivided into numbers of cells, Zellen, each controlling a parish and managed by a Zellenleiter, who, unlike the officials mentioned above, is not a full-time paid official and has no administrative apparatus apart from 3 minor officials. There are 93,000 Zellen in Germany parish. E. Block. Each Zell is divided into blocks, each controlling approximately 40 households and managed by a Blockwalter who is also a part-time political worker. There are about 482,000 blocks in Germany. Blocks are sometimes divided into several house groups, Hausgruppen, each controlling 8 to 15 households. There is no official title for the party member in charge of a Hausgruppe. Functions of the Blockwalter. I. To act as a sort of political priest to the 40 or 50 houses under his charge, ensuring that their thinking and their behavior are on Nazi lines. E. Seeing that they all vote at elections. E. Reporting any misdemeanor of a political nature. IV. Reporting monthly on anything he thinks important in the attitude of the population, e.g. grumbling at new regulations, injustices in the social order, waxing and waning of enthusiasm for the regime, etc., etc. These monthly reports are sent in by all Blockwalter throughout the Reich to their Zellen where they are consolidated and go upwards to the Ortsgruppen etc., until the party leadership has a complete picture of the sentiments of the population. Thus the party leadership A. keeps its fingers on the pulse of the German people. B. has a most useful spy network to ensure its fidelity. C. gives work to a great number of bureaucrats, so that a considerable and influential section of the population has a direct personal interest in the maintenance of the regime. Uniform of political leaders is brown tunic and riding breeches worn over brown shirt with black riding boots. It differentiates from the SA uniform by A. black tie instead of brown. B. flat military-style cap with a brown velvet band round it as opposed to the SA kepi. C. Ortsgruppenleiter upwards wear golden belts. Occupied territories. This organization has only been introduced into occupied territories which have been incorporated into the Reich proper. In districts which the Nazis intend to keep permanently without incorporating them into the Reich proper, a slightly modified party organization for Germans is being built up. Quisling governments of occupied countries are trying to copy the German system in their own countries, e.g. Norway. 5. Formations of the party. The formations have been developed by the party for particular purposes, mostly military or semi-military ones. Their leadership and finances are closely connected with those of the party. Apart from a large proportion of party members, they contain a few million other Germans. A. Sturmabteilung. SA. or brown shirts. The highest leader of the SA is Hitler himself. His deputy for the SA is Chief of Staff of the SA. It is organized into groups Gruppen. As a rule, each party covers a Gau. The groups are divided into brigades Brigaden, these into regiments Standarten, these into battalions Sturmbahn, these into companies Sturm, etc. Origin of this body was a number of young ruffians whom Rome organized for Hitler in the early days of the movement to protect party meetings from communist interruptions and to break up communist meetings, etc. After Party Army Crisis of June, 1934, SA only supplied the background on all party occasions, but since January 1939, it has been entrusted with the task of giving pre- and post-military training. Membership in the SA can be obtained quite easily. Except for highest ranks, staffs and 1 or 2 administrative NCOs in every unit down to Sturmbahn, service as part-time. Members earn their living during the day and wear uniforms and do training in spare time. Down to the rank of Standartenführer, SA. Leaders are employed on a full-time basis and a minority of junior SA. Officers earmarked for further promotion are also serving in the same way. Membership amounts to about 3 million. Since outbreak of war, majority of SA have been called up for military service. Those who remain guard PW camps, etc. Uniform. Brown breeches, brown tie, black or brown riding boots, brown kepi type hat with colored band indicating district of origin, sometimes a brown tunic. They carry a decorative dagger, usually no other weapons. Occupied territories. A units of ordinary pattern have been formed in all territories which now officially form part of Germany proper. In those territories which are now getting the amended special form of party organization Poland, etc. SA units are also set up. Nothing has been reported up to now about the formation of SA units in countries the occupation of which is only supposed to have been temporary. On the other hand, herdmen in Norway and NSB men in Holland are local equivalent of the SA. In Germany, NSKK, National Sozialistisches Kraftfahrerkorps. This formation has been entrusted with the motorization of the German people, also with the pre- and post-military training of Germans who desire to service or have served in the motorized branches of the army. The only difference in organization between the NSKK and SA is that the Sturmbahn of the NSKK is called Staffel and the Supreme Leader Korpsführer. Uniform. Same as SA, except that black breeches are worn instead of brown, black FS. Caps with NSKK. Eagle on side, brown tunic with NSKK. Badges. Sometimes a brown kepi type hat like that of the SA is worn instead of the FS cap. The NSKK kepi always has a black band and, instead of the ordinary eagle, the special NSKK eagle is worn on it. Note: NSKK have been seen in tunics of army pattern with brown NSKK collars and black FS caps with NSKK eagle on side of cap as well as on the upper left sleeve. Blue Luftwaffe uniforms but with NSKK badges. Occupied territories. Since war, NSKK have been taken over in bulk, together with their leaders, not individually as in the case of the SA, and are used very widely wherever the German army makes its appearance. Besides doing technical transport work, they are partly used as messengers, dispatch riders, and sometimes even as traffic policemen. Belgium and Holland appear to be the only occupied countries in which non-German people have been recruited into the NSKK. See NSFK. National Sozialistisches Fliegerkorps was formed from the DLS Verband in 1939. Is controlled by German Air Ministry but organized like the other formations. It gives pre- and post-aviation training. Close cooperation between the NSFK and air units of the HJ. Uniform. Same cut as SA. With brown shirt, but breeches, tunic and cap beret are Air Force blue. Occupied territories. Not employed. SS, Schutzstaffel or Black Guards. Originally formed as the elite of SA, i.e. higher standards for height and physical fitness, also for political reliability. Since Hitler's advent to power, have been split into professional and part-time sections. Have great prestige and authority as elite of Nazi movement. Head of SS is Heinrich Himmler, Reichsführer SS. Allgemeine SS. Ordinary SS. Part-time organization. Number approximately 250,000. Reservoir for armed SS, SD and ordinary police forces. Organized in Oberabschnitt, corresponds to Wehrkreis. Abschnitt, division. Standard, regiment. Sturmbahn, battalion. Sturm, company. SS Verfügungstrupp. SS auxiliary troops. Full-time organization serving for 4 years but belonging neither to police nor army, in fact a sort of private army whose primary function is to ensure internal security. Young Germans due for military service can, if desired and if physically and politically suitable, volunteer for the SS. Serve for 4 years instead of 2. They are organized into 4 regiments. SS Leibstandard Adolf Hitler, Hitler's bodyguard. SS Standard Deutschland. SS Standard der Führer. SS Standard Germania. They have their own artillery, recce units, transport and supporting arms. They undergo full military training and are equipped as motorized forces. Besides being used in peacetime as a show guard on high state occasions, they were garrisoned so that in the event of civil dissensions they could act quickly. Totenkopfverband. Death's Head units. Formed as concentration camp guards, completely militarized, services for 12 years. Since outbreak of war, special SS divisions have been formed from the Verfügungstrupp and the Totenkopfverband. These divisions, which are all motorized, are known as the Waffen-SS. They are SS Division Adolf Hitler motorized. SS Division Das Reich motorized. SS Totenkopf Division motorized. SS Ritter Brigade Cavalry. SS Viking Division motorized. Norwegian, Danish, Finnish, Belgian, Dutch volunteers with German strengthening. V. SS Polizei Division, not motorized, recruited from the Schutzpolizei and the Allgemeine SS. Since the outbreak of war, many new specialist units including AA, Alpine troops etc. have been set up within the framework of the armed SS. In all, there appear to be 9 divisions of SS. Uniform, peace. Black uniform, breeches, tunic and military cap, over brown shirt. This is today worn by non-militarized SS. Death's head is worn on center of the cap. On right collar patch the SS sign is worn and on left collar patch the wearer's rank. A band worn round left cuff will give number of company or name of regiment. Uniform, war. On active service the SS divisions wear the field gray uniform of the German army except I. The Hoheitsbezeichen is not worn on right breast but on upper left sleeve. E. Collar patches are black with SS insignia. E. Shoulder straps carry ordinary army badges of rank. Occupied territories. I. Besides fighting as elite frontline troops, the SS are called upon if troubles arise or are met with in occupied territories. They cooperate with the Verfügungspolizei. E. German SS men in black uniforms will be seen here and there in occupied territories. They will probably be high SS officers attached to German administrative services or high police officials in their peacetime uniform. Waffen-SS have been known to wear their black uniform off-duty. E. SS organizations have been set up in some occupied territories. Among them are both Allgemeine and Waffen-SS. Among the latter are the Norwegian Regiment, Nordland, the Dutch Regiment, Westland, and the Danish, Dutch and Flemish Kreikorps as well as some Finnish units. Among the former are the Allgemeine SS in Norway, the Netherlands and the Schutzscharen Vlaanderens. The German press now uses frequently the term, Germanische SS. 2. Indicate that these SS units do not serve their respective Quisling governments but in the first place Germany, a fact which is also stressed by the oath of allegiance which they swear to Hitler. E. Hitler und H.J. Every German child, male or female, must join the Hitler Youth at the age of 10. The official organization for boys is called the Deutsches Jungvolk and that for girls the Deutsches Jungmädel. At the age of 14 the children are transferred to the H.J. proper or the BDM. Bund Deutscher Mädchen. The H.J. is organized on a regional basis within the Reich. A Gebiet, usually covering one Gau, is divided into Band, usually 1 or 2 to every Kreis. The Band are divided into about 10 Stamm, 450 boys per Stamm. These are divided into lower formations, the lowest being a Rot 3 to 5 boys. They do semi-military training and learn National Socialist doctrine. Through this organization the Germans control the juvenile labor in Germany. Bandführer upwards, H.J. leaders, are employed full-time. Hitler Youth is divided into H.J. ordinary, naval, motorized, cavalry and flying. The girls stay in the BDM up to the age of 21. At 18 the boys leave the H.J. and go into the labor service. F. Reichsarbeitsdienst, RAD. Consists of 6 months training prior to military service, military discipline and weapon training, largely engaged on land reclamation etc. Since the war they are found in occupied countries building aerodromes etc. RAD. Building battalions are also used in close connection with the fighting units of the Army and Air Force. Uniform. Working. Light gray overalls. Uniform. Walking out. Dark khaki uniform with jacket cut similar to officer's tunic. Red armlet carrying a swastika worn on left arm. The building battalions wear steel helmets with the Army or Air Force eagle. 6. Affiliated organizations. They are intended to represent all public and private activities, thus replacing all organizations, political or non-political, which existed before 1933. All the important and most of the unimportant jobs in them are held by party members. Each affiliated organization is controlled by a department of the party organization. E.g., all teachers are organized in the NS. Lehrerbund, all workers in the Deutsche Arbeitsfront etc., etc. Membership is not compulsory, but a man would not find work unless he was a member of one of the organizations. 7. The German's progress. The progression of a German from his childhood is therefore through the following bodies which govern his activity and shape his thinking. A. Jungvolk. From 10 to 14 years. B. Hitlerjugend. From 14 to 18 years. C. Arbeitsdienst. From 6 months before military service. D. Military service. For 2 years or 4 years in the SS. E. Professional organization. During his working hours. F. SA, SS. NSKK. Or NSFK. During his spare time. Much care is being taken about schooling Germany's future Nazi leaders. Specially selected boys are sent to schools where they are given the ordinary education with a good deal of raciology, politics and military training added to it. Adolf Hitler Schulen and Nationalpolitische Erziehungsanstalten, the latter always and the former more recently supervised by a high SS officer. If a boy has shown great promise up to the time of leaving school, labor service and military service, he will, after a short time in the lower spheres of the party organization, be sent to a Schulingsberg of the party to be trained to become a higher leader. In this way, the Nazis control the German population and, through the Hitler schools, hope that they have laid the foundation of the continuance of Nazi rule in Germany. That the Nazi system is not only rather new but also rather unnatural, and is certainly not the result of anything innate in the German people, is shown by the safeguards that the party leaders have had to devise for it. For example, they have founded the most powerful and all-embracing police and spy organization the world has ever known. This organization could not, of course, be kept outside politics, it could not function as a detached and professional state authority. It has, as we shall see in our study of the German police organization, to be brought into the closest contact with the organizations of the party. B.2. May 1943. German Police Service and its organizations. Introduction. There are 4 police and security services which are dangerous to our agents. 1. German Civil Police. 2. National Police of Students' Own Country. 3. German Intelligence Service. 4. German Military Police. General. It is clear from our study of the Nazi Party that the conception of the Nazi-controlled state is based on a very simple principle, i.e., the maintenance of the authority of a dictator who has supreme power and is responsible to no one but himself by 1. Ruthless elimination of all political opponents. 2. Ensuring that all actions and thoughts of citizens both in their professional and private lives accord with Nazi doctrine. With the police force of the traditional democratic setup, competence and outlook, this cannot be achieved. Historical summary. Under the Weimar Republic, each state had its own uniformed police force. In addition, there existed everywhere a special police force called the Politische Polizei, a branch of the Kriminalpolizei, for dealing with foreigners and with those political forces inside Germany which were openly or in secret aiming at the overthrow of the constitution. It had a very restricted scope and was not very efficient. The Nazi plans included, therefore, the unifying and Nazifying of the uniformed police and the formation of a nucleus for a future super-state police force. There already existed inside the Nazi Party a few spying and information services. One of these was formed from the ranks of the SS and developed rapidly after Heydrich had been appointed its leader in 1932. He later admitted officially that already in those days the Sicherheitsdienst (SD) Security Service, as this SS branch was called, prepared itself for the future tasks of staffing the coming super police force. When Hitler came into power in 1933, the careful preparatory work done by Heydrich and his colleagues was put into practice. The Nazis knew everything about their opponents, and, with comprehensive blacklists and executive power on their side, they were able to reduce their political opponents to utter ruin. This state of affairs, however, could only be maintained and extended if the work, so far done by a small faction of SS, namely, the SD, was perpetuated and officialized. In a word, if the super police force planned for such a long time was organized. This was started without delay. In spring 1933, Himmler was made head of the Munich police and, under him, Heydrich head of the political police section in that town. Within a few weeks he had restaffed his forces from the SD and wholly reorganized their work and procedure. Also in 1933 a secret state police force, the Gestapo, with extensive powers, was formed by Göring in Prussia. After a year of intrigue, Himmler persuaded Göring to appoint him deputy chief of the Prussian Gestapo and, soon afterwards, in all the provinces of Germany he extended his activities to the control of the old political police by the process of infiltration. SD members and the Nazi aristocracy took the place of any but the most cooperative officials. By this process of infiltration, the influence on the police of the party and central executive was increased, and that of federal authorities weakened. A decree of Jan. 1934 finally subordinated the federal authorities and with them the federal police to the Reich government. In 1936 Hitler created by decree a new post of Chief of the German Police in the Reich Ministry of the Interior, to which Himmler, the Chief of the SS, was appointed. He is thus the Chief of Polizei in Reichsministerium der Innern, and thus combines state and party functions. The description which follows of the detailed organization of the various branches of police will reveal even more clearly than a historical account the extent of the control which is exercised by the small inner circle of the chosen over the millions of ordinary German citizens. It will also prepare the student for the spirit in which the German police has played and is playing its part in the Nazification of Europe. Himmler divided the police functions into those of a. Constabulary, Ordnungspolizei, Orpo, under Generaloberst der Polizei Deluge. 1. Town Constabulary, Schutzpolizei, Schupo. 2. Barrack Police, Kaserniert Polizei. 3. Rural Police, Gendarmerie. 4. Motorized Gendarmerie, Motorisiert Gendarmerie. 5. Railway Police, Bahnschutzpolizei. 6. Water Police, Wasserschutzpolizei. 7. Technical Emergency Corps, Technische Nothilfe, Tino. 8. Auxiliary Police, Hilfspolizei. B. Security Police, Sicherheitspolizei, SIPO, under Ernst Kaltenbrunner. 1. Criminal Police, Kriminalpolizei, Kripo. 2. Secret State Police, Geheime Staatspolizei, Gestapo. 3. Security Service, Sicherheitsdienst, SD. A. Constabulary. 1. Town Constabulary, Schutzpolizei. A. Duties. Employed generally in Germany. Performs ordinary patrol and traffic duties and is generally responsible for law and order. Semi-military body. B. Organization. In large towns, Schupo are organized into groups, districts and sections. Groups exist only in Berlin, Hamburg and Vienna, and a small town may only have a section. C. Uniform. Greenish field gray. Uniform with brown cuffs and collar and a shako. Black riding boots or leggings. Black equipment. The official police emblem, the eagle and swastika, enclosed in and resting on a wreath of oak leaves, is worn on left sleeve and on center of shako, or field cap and steel helmet, when worn. Note: the old dark blue tunic and black breeches are still worn, especially by reservists posted to the town police to replace the serving police who have been sent to occupied territory. Reservists in blue uniform have occasionally been seen in occupied territory. 2. Barrack Police, Kaserniert Polizei. A. Duties in occupied territory. Barrack Police to date are only working in Norway, Holland and Poland. There are none in France and Belgium. Besides their main function of dealing with civil disorder, they are used for a variety of tasks, e.g. suppression of guerrilla bands, searches for illegal arms, transfer of population, escorting prisoners or others going to compulsory work, protection of German L. of C. etc. Much of their work demands close cooperation with GFP, FG, Gestapo and SD. B. Organization. Are really a section of the town constabulary. They are organized into battalions and live in barracks. These battalions are generally organized into regiments, 3 BNS per rect, 1 rect per district. In the case of Poland, these regiments are given the name of their district, e.g. Police Regiment Warsaw. The regiments are either stationed in the chief town of the district or scattered in the larger towns, e.g. Police Regiment Lublin. The Rect HQ is at Lublin, and the battalions are in Lublin, Chełmno-Zamość. Apart from these regiments, there is usually a certain number of independent battalions. The organization and equipment of the police regiments and battalions are similar to those of equivalent units of motorized infantry. The strength of a battalion is 500 to 700 men. In every regiment and independent battalion there have been created so-called Policji Jajuj, composed of 40 to 50 men, specially trained and equipped, with lorries and motorcycles. These platoons are always in a state of immediate readiness. See uniform. Greenish field gray uniform of Germany Army pattern but with dark brown collar and cuffs with 2 silver buttons on each cuff. The national emblem is not worn at all, but the police badge, a large laurel wreath enclosing an eagle with outstretched wings, is worn on the upper left sleeve and on front of field service cap. Rank badges on shoulder straps are same as for the Army. Training. Recruits receive political, as well as intensive military and police training, especially in street fighting and guerrilla warfare. 3. Rural Constabulary. Gendarmerie. A. Duties. Their duties are those of a rural constabulary. B. Organization. The gendarmerie operate in areas where there are no shupo. C. Uniform. Is same as for the town constabulary, but their boots, leggings and equipment are brown instead of black. 4. Motorized police. Motorisiert Gendarmerie. A. Duties. They control traffic on ordinary roads and on Autobahnen. They have in this war been employed occasionally in occupied territory on traffic control and prevention of sabotage in rear areas. B. Organization. Really a branch of the gendarmerie. They are a semi-military body and fully motorized. C. Uniform. Uniform is same as for shupo, but in addition they wear a narrow armband on left arm with the words, Motorisiert Gendarmerie. 5. Railway Police. Bahnschutzpolizei. A. Duties. Protection of stations and railway junctions, railway workshops, transport, whether stationary or on the move, railway bridges, suppression of illegal transport of food etc., control of passengers. B. Organization. Organized into Bahnschutzwachen, which operate at railway stations. C. Uniform. The position is not at all clear. Recent information suggests 3 different uniforms. I. Old blue railway police uniform. E. Same but in field gray. E. Waffen SS uniform with an armband, SS Bahnschutz. D. Method. In carrying out these tasks the Bahnschutzwachen are aided by guarding units of the Army, SS or police battalions, though, in Western Europe, the national police of the particular country is responsible for railway police work. 6. Water police. Wasserschutzpolizei. A. Duties. Dot. It performs invaluable and multifarious duties, both as normal harbor police and as port security and control police, in conjunction with the security services. B. Organization. Dot. The water police are organized on inland waterways and at ports throughout the Reich. They also provide personnel for Coast Guard Service Marine Küstenpolizei, MKP, which is stationed along the whole coastline of occupied Europe, on the Danube and elsewhere. C. Uniform. Dot. Water police wear a dark blue uniform with a reefer jacket and blue peaked cap. The Coast Guards wear same uniform but in addition a yellow armband, Wehrmachtsband. 7. Technical Emergency Corps. Technische Nothilfe. A. Duties. Dot. Restore vital communications, fit lighting installations, repair broken down machinery, etc. B. Organization. Dot. Formed as auxiliary corps of technical experts to deal with breakdown of public services. Tino commandos have been sent to occupied territories to work with armed forces. They are under the orders of the police commander. C. Uniform. Dot. In Germany, dark blue uniform. Abroad, Army pattern uniform with narrow armband 8 inches from the bottom of the left sleeve, bearing in white on a dark background the words, Technische Nothilfe. 8. Auxiliary police. Hilfspolizei. A. Duties. Dot. To help the uniformed police. B. Organization. Dot. In the early part of the war, auxiliary police were enrolled in Berlin in battalions. Since then, German nationals living in conquered countries have been enrolled for part-time duties with police. In addition, in Holland and Poland, for example, Dutch and Poles have been recruited for the same purpose. C. Uniform. Dot. Generally the same as ordinary Schupo uniform, but this varies in different countries. B. Security police. 1. Criminal police. Kriminalpolizei, Kripo. A. Duties. Dot. The specific task of the Kripo is the detection and prevention of crime so long as it has no political motive. Is not employed in Western Europe, but is working in Poland. B. Organization. Dot. Criminal police stations Kripostellen exist in all main towns and districts. In rural districts or small towns the nearest Kripostel directs the work through the gendarmerie. C. Uniform. Dot. Its members are plainclothes men. 2. Secret State Police. Geheime Staatspolizei, Gestapo. A. Duties. Dot. These vary in individual countries, but in the main are I. Discovering and destroying all forces, either organized or not, which are acting or may act to the detriment of the National Socialist Party, the state or the German nation. E. Keeping a check on and selecting the directing personnel in all spheres of state and national life. E. Enforcing rules and orders regulating the flow of economic and political life. B. Organization. Dot. HQ. Or in Berlin, in Columbia House, Prinz Albrechtstrasse. The Gestapo has 3 main departments which work in close cooperation yet possess an individual authority. Abteilung I. Dot. Organization and administration of the Gestapo. Security of government offices. Central Card Index and Supervision of Concentration Camps. Abteilung 2. Handles political matters connected with the security of the party and state. It watches the activities of all opposition movements, e.g., Communists and Social Democrats, Freemasons, churches, etc. Abteilung 3. Kontraespionage. Subdivided into 3 main departments, East, West and South, each of which has subsections specializing in one or more countries. In occupied territory it regulates and controls political life and all social activities, combats all symptoms of national political life, secret organizations, underground press etc., and sees to the loyalty of all Germans living in the country. It also watches people in key positions. C. Territorial organization in Germany. Gestapo officers are organized under the following terms, shown in order of importance. I. Staatspolizeilichstelle, Stadtpost, Provincial Office. E. Staatspolizeistelle, Stadtpost, larger towns. E. Außenstelle, works under Stadtpost. IV. Grenzdienststelle, frontier posts. In villages where police are represented by one single constable, he has to look after Gestapo as well. Gestapo officials may interfere or take over if they wish to do so. D. Occupied territory. The organization of the Gestapo is not rigid but will be adapted to suit local conditions. The important bureau or Stellen work openly, but they direct and control other posts which are secret. These secret posts will vary in number according to the density of the population, the importance of the area and the amount of underground activity. E. How the Gestapo works. I. It works through a network of agents recruited from all sections of the population. National minorities are widely used. E. It collates their reports and the results of their observations. Blacklists. E. It card indexes and watches all outstanding individuals from all spheres of activity, police, mayors, industrialists etc. IV. Provocation, creation of secret pro-allied organizations. V. Penetration. V. Mass arrests, from blacklists, special lists of professions etc. V. Terror, torture, reprisals. F. The Gestapo is above the law. Its activities cannot be challenged or investigated. They are summarily covered by the authority or the state, e.g. protective custody without trial. G. Personnel. All Gestapo officials were at one time highly trained, but since the occupation of such large hostile areas considerable expansion has been necessary. The newcomers to the force are of poorer quality and untrained. It is believed that non-Germans have been recruited into the Gestapo France. H. Conclusion. The Gestapo has had to rely more and more on the use of traitors and methods of terrorism, corruption and bribery. Without traitors it would be practically ineffective. Corruption is spreading to the Gestapo itself. I. Uniform. Peacetime. Plain clothes or black SS uniform. Wartime. Field gray uniform with an open collar worn with brown shirt and tie, collar patches like the Waffen SS and the SS rank badges, while the shoulder straps carry the ordinary military rank indications. As for the Waffen-SS, the Hoheitsbezeichen is worn on the left sleeve, and on the left sleeve just above the cuff there is the same black band with white lettering as on the black uniform. 3. Frontier Police. Grenzpolizei. A. Duties. Checking the infiltration of dangerous influences, in the form of news, persons and clandestine supplies etc. Censorship of written material coming from abroad other than by post. Frontier guards are assisted by ORPO for control of passes and patrol service. B. Organization. The control of the frontier police, which is part of the SIPO, is in fact the responsibility of the Gestapo. They are organized in motorcycle and pedal cycle squads, Staffeln. Control is exercised from the local Gestapo station, via the frontier police commissariats, to frontier police posts. Frontier guards who man frontier police commissariats etc. are mainly SS men. C. Uniform. SS uniform with narrow armlet bearing the word Grenzpolizei, and are armed with revolvers, carbines, Tommy guns and light machine guns. 4. Security Service. Sicherheitsdienst, SD. A. Duties. Divided into 3 main branches. I. Study and penetration of all political movements which may prove useful or hostile to National Socialism. E. Contra-espionage, contra-sabotage and contra-propaganda work of all kinds, and in particular the prevention and detection of corruption among German officials. E. Espionage in neutral Allied countries not completely under German control, e.g. Hungary and Vichy France. It would appear that the SD does same work as the Gestapo, but on a higher level. It may be that it actually directs the Gestapo work. It is certain that it is even more dangerous, as its personnel is composed of specially selected members of the SS. B. Organization. Although we know little enough of the activities of the SD, an efficient organization is known to exist in each of the occupied countries. When Himmler took over the whole of the German police in 1936, he restaffed it with men from the SD, but the SD itself still continued. It was coordinated in its work and administration with the Gestapo. Both were incorporated in the Sicherheitspolizei, whose chief was Heydrich. C. Uniform in wartime. As for the Gestapo, but, in addition, a diamond-shaped black tab with the letters SD in white is worn on the bottom of the left sleeve. National Police of Students' Own Country. All available information on the National Police of the student's particular country will be given. German Civil Police Control in Occupied Territories. A. Eastern Europe. In Eastern Europe, where administration is entirely German, police control is in the hands of an HSS, PF, higher police and SS chief, who is in fact a Himmler in miniature and commands all police and SS in the particular country. Although natives do many police duties, they only do so either in the ranks of the German police organizations or under direct German control. B. Western Europe. In Western Europe, control is of a different and less obvious kind. Civil administration in general is either under different varieties of direct German control, in Norway, Belgium, France, or remains in the hands of the native governments, in Denmark, France, Whether or not an HSS PF is appointed for an individual country, the police of that country carry out most of the duties of the uniformed, and in some cases plainclothes, branches under German supervision and in accordance with German directives. The odium for repression is therefore placed in the first instance on the national police. C. Conclusion. German police control thus varies in different countries, and the student will be given the latest information on his own country. B.3. November 1943. German Military Police and Intelligence Service. 1. Military Police FELDGENDARMERIE. A. Duties. They are of two categories. I. Ordinary military police duties, such as traffic control, their most usual task collection of stragglers, burial of the dead, control of firefighting, prisoner of war cages, etc. E. Enforcement of general security measures, supervision of national police of occupied countries, minor investigations and controls, carried out either on their own initiative or, more usually, on directives issued by the secret field police. If acting on their own initiative, they must at all times inform the secret police, who will decide on any further action which may be necessary. All members of the armed forces are bound to help the FG, if called upon to do so. B. Organization. The FG is a corps of military police under Army orders. It is composed of battalions, companies, platoons and sections. In general practice, an army disposes of at least one battalion, a corps and division of one company each. Feld and Ortskommandanter dispose of one section each. C. Uniform. The FG wear army uniform with the addition of I. Police badge, the eagle and swastika in an oval of oak leaves, on the upper left arm. E. A narrow brown armband stitched to the lower part of the left arm with the word, Feldgendarmerie, in aluminum-colored Gothic script. The Waffenfarben piping is yellow. When on duty, the FG personnel carry a white metal chain round their necks from which is suspended a semi-lunar brass plate with Feldgendarmerie inscribed on it. D. Personnel. The personnel, both officers and men, of the FG is primarily drawn from the civil uniformed police, but members of the armed forces may, if suitable, be drafted into the FG. They must also be of the NCO type. 2. Secret Field Police Geheime FELDPOLIZEI. The principal executive security organization in military areas is the GFP. A. Duties. I. To discover and destroy enemy espionage, sabotage and paramilitary organizations. E. To see to the execution of all security measures. E. To act as security advisors, principally to the ICAO security officer at Army HQ, but also to all other security officers. B. Organization. I. It is purely a military organization, normally allocated on the basis of one GFP trup per army. E. Occupied territory. Information suggests that there is a GFP trup in most important towns in areas under military control. These sections are subdivided into subsections, each subsection specializing in certain work, e.g. contra-sabotage, contra-paramilitary organizations, etc. C. Uniform. I. Mostly in plain clothes. E. When in uniform, Army uniform of the Army official Wehrmachtsbeamt is worn, with on the shoulder straps the letters GFP. In brass, yellow metal. D. Rights and privileges. I. By virtue of their light blue pass, GFP, officials are authorized in urgent cases to call upon the immediate services of the Feldgendarmerie or any other member of the armed forces insofar as their duties permit. Authorized to enter any military office or building, pass through any military barrier, and make use of all means of communication. E. By an order of Hitler, dated 15 August 1941, they have the power of command over all NCOs and ORs in the German army. E. They are empowered to make provisional arrests of members of the armed forces and of the civilian population. E. How the GFP work. They have working for them a great number of agents, and they rely chiefly on penetration, provocation, informers, etc. Agents working for them are never received at the HQ, but in residences which are specially taken for this purpose. In security matters generally, they use the Feldgendarmerie and the National Police for minor investigations and controls. F. Personnel. They are not usually professional policemen, but civilians in uniform, e.g. barristers, professors, accountants, actors, etc. 3. Intelligence Service. A. General. The intelligence service is the senior German intelligence authority in and outside Germany, taking precedence over the Gestapo and all other security, police and frontier authorities. It is important, therefore, in making a full study of German CE, to understand its organization and duties. B. History. I. The German intelligence in the last war, under Karl Nicolai, was responsible for the censorship of the press and the maintenance of morale at home as well as the main aspects of intelligence work. In the present war most of that work has been taken over by the Nazi Party. E. Under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, Germany was allowed to maintain a contra-espionage service but not an offensive intelligence service. This was known as the Abwehrdienst, Defense Service, or Abwehr for short. It was not long before this so-called contra-espionage service became an offensive secret service under various guises such as the Oberseedienst, Overseas Service, which was ostensibly commercial. Prominent industrialists also began to employ ex-secret service officers in positions where they could work undercover. The head of the Abwehr is or was until recently Admiral Canaris. C. Organization. I. The Abwehr is an inter-service organization working for the Army, Navy, Air Force and War Economics Directorate. It is part of the Wehrmachtsamt under the German High Command, OKW, for whom it discharges all intelligence functions, espionage, sabotage, contra-espionage and a certain amount of propaganda work. See chart. E. The headquarters of the Abwehr, known as the Abwehramt, is in Berlin and controls directly or indirectly all stations of the Abwehr organization throughout the world. It is divided into three main departments: Abteilung. Abteilung I, Intelligence. Abteilung II, Sabotage. Abteilung III, Contra-Espionage. It is also divided laterally into Army, Navy, Air Force and Economics. See following diagram. Thus, Abteilung IH equals Intelligence of Interest to the Army. Abteilung EM equals Contra-Espionage Navy. Abteilung EY equals Protection of Industry. Abteilung I Luft equals Espionage of Interest to the Air Force. Abteilung I is further subdivided into areas, i.e. IH West. Abteilung 3 is further subdivided into numbered departments, i.e. EH4. Abteilung 2 seems to be organized rather differently from the others and is divided as follows. E. Organization in occupied territory. Abwehrstellen. Within the territory under German control, branches of head office called Abwehrstellen (ASTs) are opened in the more important towns. They carry out in their prescribed areas the same functions as headquarters and are subdivided vertically and laterally in the same way. In Germany itself there are 18 main ASTs in all but 3 of the 21 Army Command's Wehrkreis. 5 of these ASTs control groups of stations abroad. Berlin, the Iberian Peninsula, Italy, Scandinavia, Russia and others. Hamburg, the British Empire, North and South America, Turkey and others. Vienna, the Balkans and the Near East. Wiesbaden, France and the French colonies. Stuttgart, Switzerland and others. The chief of an Abwehrstellen is known as a leiter, and if the station is large enough there will be a leiter for each of its 3 groups. Nebenstellen. Nests. These are subordinate to the Abwehrstellen. The organization is the same. The division of duties between the 3 departments is recognized, though it may mean that one man acts in 3 different capacities. The function of a nest will depend largely on local conditions, i.e. a nest on the coast of Norway will probably be largely concerned with naval matters. Abwehrort. AO. Subordinate to the nests, with a staff of approximately 1 officer and 5 men. Meldekopf. Usually a kind of post box where agents can receive and send their reports. It is used in order to conceal from agents the location of the more important offices. It can be safely said that there is no major town in German-occupied territory, and few in neutral Europe, which does not have a local Abwehr station. E.g. Oslo controls Bergen, Ålesund, Trondheim, etc. Paris controls Cherbourg, Le Havre, Brest, etc. Each Abwehr station is a replica of headquarters, even though it may have a very small staff. It represents all 3 departments for all 4 services, though it will probably specialize in certain types of work. IV. Organization abroad. Außenstellen. In foreign countries not under German control, Abwehr stations have been established, usually equipped with WT sets and taking their orders from the appropriate AST in Germany, i.e. a station in Turkey would probably take orders from Hamburg. Embassies and consulates. The Abwehr also work through these channels and are at present using Japanese, Spanish, Swiss, etc. embassies and consulates where they cannot use their own. Abwehrkommandos. These are mobile units sent in with invasion troops. They were usually recruited, shortly before operations were due to begin, from the nearest AST to the theater of the proposed operations, and were disbanded when the operations were over. Their functions consisted, among other things, of spreading short-term propaganda, preventing destruction of materials and buildings vital to the Germans, rounding up nationals of the country on the Abwehr blacklist. 4. Main functions of the ABTEILUNG. A. Abteilung I. The main function of this department is to obtain information. 4. All 4 services over a very wide field by means of secret agents. Examples of activities. I. Detailed information of the Allies' war potential before the outbreak of war. E. Comprehensive shipping information. E. Meteorological information by means of stations in Greenland and other parts of the north. IV. Detailed military information from agents on the Turkish General Staff. B. Abteilung II. I. This department is concerned with sabotage of the enemy war machine, which includes the spreading of rumors and propaganda. E. It works in close coordination with the services, and it is a fundamental principle that acts of sabotage should be carried out in accordance with a general plan and not on isolated occasions. E. The object of these combined operations is to destroy communications and supplies of the enemy and damage their morale. IV. Detailed preparation beforehand is the general rule. Examples of activities. Fifth column activities immediately prior to and during invasions and creation of spy psychosis. Sabotage campaign in Spain against British shipping. C. Abteilung III. This department is responsible for counter-espionage, counter-sabotage and counter-propaganda within the Wehrmacht, i.e. CE, in the widest sense, and makes great use of penetration. 5. Methods. A. In order to acquire information, the Abwehr employs a large number of informers, local police, quislings, rewards and particularly blackmail. B. Their penetration system is very highly developed, e.g., founding escape organizations, recruiting nationals of a country ostensibly on behalf of a pro-ally organization and allowing them to build up their own ring and even indulge in minor acts of sabotage. Sooner or later such a ring will be bound to find itself in touch with a genuine allied organization. They are prepared to let one of their agents who has penetrated an organization run for a considerable time before they take action on his reports. They frequently arrest their own agents for purposes of cover. C. DFing, although under a separate military organization, is closely controlled by the Abwehr. D. Censorship is probably controlled by the Abwehr. E. They are as much interested in building up an order of battle of enemy organizations as in actually catching a single enemy agent, in order that they may uncover a complete organization. F. The principal executive arm of the Abwehr in occupied territory is the GFP. They also frequently call in the services of the Gestapo. G. Where subversive activity is widespread in a military area, the GFP, the FG, the Gestapo, the SD, and the local police will probably act in unison under the directions of Abteilung III. 6. Relations with the SD and Gestapo. The three departments work closely together. The difference between them is as follows. A. The SD deals entirely with political matters. E.g., they sent agents to work with Ribbentrop, when he was ambassador in London, to investigate pacifist elements in England, and many of their agents were responsible for the corruption of French politicians and industrialists some time prior to the invasion of France. B. The Abwehr is responsible for espionage, sabotage and contra-espionage in connection with the armed forces Wehrmacht. C. The Gestapo performs executive functions for the SD. An Abwehr. It is inevitable that the functions of these three organizations should overlap, and as a result a certain amount of dissension between them occur. This is known to have happened, as between the Abwehr and the Gestapo, who made a point of poaching on the Abwehr's preserves in order to enhance their own prestige. 7. Recruiting and personnel. The Abwehr recruit by the following methods. A. The party, particularly through the Auslands organization. This organization is in close touch with Germans and German sympathizers abroad and runs a recruiting organization in order to put people in touch with the Abwehr. B. Concentration camps. People are released from concentration camps on condition that they work as German agents. The fear of returning is so great that it has the desired effect. E.g., K.R., who was caught in May 1941 in England, had been sent back to a concentration camp after training and before going over to England in order to impress upon him what would happen should he fail. C. Labor exchanges, particularly at seaports. D. By threats of violence against themselves and relatives. E. By blackmail. Personnel. The majority of agents in the field, at any rate those who have been caught, have been non-Germans of low quality and low character, motivated by the desire for money and by fear. The Abwehr officers are usually German and drawn from the armed forces. During 1940–41, evidence connected with agents landed in the UK shows that they were badly treated, badly organized, ignorant of conditions in the UK, and dissatisfied with their pay and treatment by the Abwehr officers. The explanation of this probably is that they were sent in large numbers regardless of quality in the hopes that some would get through, since the invasion was considered so imminent. It must be presumed, however, that a large number of extremely efficient Abwehr agents are still at work, as there is no doubt that the enemy frequently receive first-rate information of Allied activities. E.g., submarine warfare. 8. Training. A number of training establishments for the Abwehr are located in Germany proper and in occupied territories. Abteilung II frequently draws upon the Lehr Regiment, Brandenburg, for saboteurs and pre-invasion troops. This regiment was formed in January 1940 to take care of Auslandsdeutsche arriving from abroad, and has grown into 3 separate battalions. It is administratively self-contained and elastic and has no insignia. Its main purpose is to train men to work in advance of the army in small parties, and for special undertakings in connection with military operations. I.e., the attack on the railway at Daba, North Africa prior to Rommel's advance into Egypt. 9. Conclusion. The Abwehr is directed by the OKW. and acts in close cooperation with the General Staff. Their activities often give a clue to moves by the OKW, for example. A. Their activity prior to 1940 was mainly directed against France. B. After the fall of France, their activities were concentrated on the UK, with a view to invasion. E.g., between September and November 1940, over 25 agents were known to have arrived in the UK. C. Information concerning the AST in Vienna and its connections with the Middle East in 1942 suggested immediate plans of the OKW concerning moves in Egypt and the Caucasus. D. Recruiting and mobilizing of Abwehrkommandos often gives a clue to the military situation. E.g., preparation of these bodies was begun in Vienna 6 weeks before the Yugoslav campaign. Notes on activities of the ABWEHR. 1. Concentration at the center of operational zone. A. From 1933, 1939 Abwehr was active against Britain and France. About 30 agents were discovered, all controlled by Hamburg. Mrs. Jessie Jordan, Mrs. Brandy. 11 of these reported themselves. 6 reported by suspicious private persons. 9 caught through using the post to write to cover addresses. 3 by official action. 1 as a result of letter being found. Development of Ausland's organization in Britain suggested possibility of members being used for sabotage, large number arrested on outbreak of war. Greatest effort concentrated in France, by corruption of politicians like Laval, and undermining morale. B. After fall of France, activities of Abwehr became more concentrated on the UK. With invasion in view, working up to a peak in the fall of 1940, and falling away again after the defeat of the Luftwaffe by the RAF. In the Battle of Britain, 6 agents caught an era between May and July 1940. Hermann Gortz may have had a far-reaching effect on German strategical plans, which certainly included the invasion of Era. September, November 1940, over 25 agents are known to have arrived in UK by parachute or small boat. Short-term agents connected with invasion plans. Drucker, Walti and Eriksson. Ter. Brock. Between March and September 1941, a number of agents were landed by small boats from Norway. Objects varied from naval espionage to penetration by escapees on behalf of counter-espionage (MV). Herney. All this time during 1940 and 1941, a number of long-term agents were dispatched for various purposes. Gert van Veek, and quite a few seamen were sent via the Iberian Peninsula to report on shipping movements, coastal defenses, etc. Timmerman. Between September 1941 and March 1942, so far as is known, Abwehr activity against the UK practically ceased. The Battle of Britain had been won. The Battle of the Atlantic now occupied the thoughts of the OKW. 2. Extension of activities to the periphery of operational zone. After the occupation of the Atlantic coasts of Europe in summer of 1940, the Battle of the Atlantic assumed a more dangerous form, and simultaneously the Abwehr began developing its organizations in Norway, the Iberian Peninsula, and the Western Hemisphere. The Balkans also assumed importance as a base for the threat to the Suez Canal zone and Middle East. At the same time, the Abwehr were also entrusted with the obtaining of meteorological reports and for this purpose made special arrangements in Greenland and Jan Mayen Island. Many of their other agents were also required to make meteorological reports as a matter of routine. Norway. Headquarters is the Abwehrstelle Oslo, which controls 5 major districts with branches at Bergen, Trondheim, Tromsø and Kirkenes. Main functions were ICE or EF activities against Norwegian and Allied intelligence in Norway. EIM undertakings, small boats to Britain. Espionage against Russia. Bergen. Main energies directed to CE. Work owing to activities of patriots in that area. Very active in organizing double-cross work with refugees to the UK. M14N, LNMV. Herne. Organized patrols of fishing smacks along Norwegian coast to keep watch on escapees, and penetrated their organizations. Trondheim, Tromsø and Kirkenes. IM. Activities. Iberian Peninsula. As a result of German help during the Spanish Civil War and subsequent Spanish-German relations, the Abwehr have enjoyed many advantages. Example: A. Use of Spanish agents with diplomatic cover. Spanish embassy in London riddled with them. Sunye. B. Diplomatic reports, many of them with very detailed accounts of times of air raid alerts, morale, bomb damage, etc. Organization. 2 parent stations Madrid and Lisbon. A. Madrid. I. HQ. Staff of 20 full-time German IOs and about 30 others in outstations. HQ. Housed in German Embassy. E. San Sebastian, Bilbao, Vigo, Huelva, Cadiz, Algeciras, La Linea, Cartagena, and Barcelona, Morocco, Tetuan, Canary Islands, Spanish Guinea and Fernand Po. With substations. E. San Sebastian deals with the transit of agents. Barcelona responsible for IM and IW work and supposed to have a training school. IV. Abteilung 3 also represented. B. Lisbon. I. Similar organization to Madrid though not so big, all officers work in German legation. E. Permanent outstations all overseas, Azores, Cape Verde, Bissau and Lourenço Marques, and mostly manned by Portuguese who are not very satisfactory. E. Bissau works into Gambia and Sierra Leone, Lourenço Marques works into South Africa. IV. Abteilung 3 also represented. Activities. I. Dispatch of agents. From occupied Europe through Iberian Peninsula to South America or Allied territory. E. Communications. By outside agents to cover addresses in Spain or Portugal by secret writing, or courier. 1 German agent on every Spanish ship, usually acting as courier. E. Penetration. By Abteilung 3 into Allied intelligence services. IV. Sabotage. More here than anywhere else, chiefly directed against Allied shipping and military objectives in Gibraltar. Equipment manufactured in Spain, delay mechanism in Germany. Diplomatic bag used for conveying it. Spaniards used to do the work, most unreliable, drunk agent at Huelva. Abwehr 2 encourages Spanish police to arrest any of doubtful loyalty, rather than be penetrated by the Allies. Not much sabotage has been done in Lisbon. An elaborate watching organization is in existence, on both sides of the straits, observing Gibraltar, well equipped with technical apparatus. Western Hemisphere. USA. Very important base for shipping and production information until fall of 1941 when FBI broke spy ring. Regular flow of information between New York and Berlin. Intended for U-boat warfare and the Luftwaffe. Good example of penetration by FBI, who in fact controlled the communications until they were ready to pounce. Thereafter information had to go via South America. Not much evidence of sabotage. South America. Large scale, chiefly directed towards shipping information. Quality of agents good, mostly recruited from local German population, who have long been educated by the Auslands organization. Main centers have been Rio and Valparaiso. Sabotage. Some possibility of sabotage, especially in the realm of political strife, but no evidence of any concerted plan. Conclusion. Every network of information very powerful and efficient is evidenced by reputation amongst captured U-boat crews. Balkans and Turkey. Yugoslavia. Abteilung II played an important part in the attack on Yugoslavia. HQ. In Vienna controlled sub-branches in the other Balkan capitals. By April 1941 sabotage agents were grouped around the main centers, Split, Zagreb, Belgrade and Skopje, housed in the German consulate and working directly under M.A. Belgrade. Agents were recruited from Volksdeutschen, and received assistance from local German firms, Lehr. Recht. Brandenburg also used. Unlimited funds were available, but strict instructions were given against any premature action. Alarmist rumors and propaganda directed at disuniting the population were widely used. Greece. Abteilung II were thoroughly prepared by the time the Italians invaded Greece. After the occupation, substations of Abteilung I were established around the Aegean at places like Chios and Lemnos to obtain detailed information on the military dispositions of Turkey. Schools were set up in Athens and Salonika for the purpose of training Arabs. HQ of Abteilung II at Athens was in close touch with Rommel, controlled agents in Syria, Iraq, Armenia, etc., and penetrated the Greek army in Egypt and the French army in Syria for the purpose of undermining morale. Turkey. Hamburg opened a sub-branch in Ankara, but Berlin also controlled the Leitstelle Orientär. The two chiefs quarreled. The situation had to be adjusted by Canaris in person. Ankara was the chief source of information until 1941, when Athens, Salonika, and Istanbul took over. End of 1940. Considerable number of saboteurs known to be in Turkey with plans for destroying plants and powerhouses. Used as jumping-off ground for saboteurs for the East and even India, also as a recruiting ground for pro-German Arabs. Lot of information obtained from Turkish officials in Ankara until 1942, when the government took a stiffer attitude towards Germany. Pera Palace explosion was the work of Abteilung II. Middle East. Preparatory moves. In 1938, Alfred Rosenberg became interested in the Middle East. Arab residents in Berlin were approached and a permanent defense committee was set up to contact the Arab world. But the Arabs used the Germans as much as the Germans sought to use the Arabs. Syria. Abwehr did not make much headway until the collapse of France. Then set up HQ in Beirut with the intention of making it the center of activities in the ME. In autumn of 1941 had 400 to 500 agents. British invasion of Syria drove the Abwehr back to Turkey. Iraq. Activities centered around the German legation in Baghdad, where Dr. Graba, the minister, an Arab expert, was fairly successful. He had been there some years. The removal of the Mufti of Jerusalem to Baghdad in 1939 also helped to make that city the center of intrigue. Iran. Center of Abwehr activity was German legation in Tehran. Erwin Edel, the minister, controlled three classes of agents. A. His own service, local and German. B. A group of officers under the military attaché. C. An organization set up by the Mufti. Egypt. The German colony was organized in the usual hierarchy by the Auslands organization, and evidence shows that the latter were closely connected with the Abwehr. On the outbreak of war, the arrest of the suspect Germans made it necessary for the Abwehr to fall back on the Italian Secret Service. The Germans, no doubt, had acquired considerable influence then in Rome. On the entry of Italy into the war, both nations fell back upon Japan, and when the latter entered, the Spanish legation seems to have been the purveyor of information to the Axis. The activities of the Abwehr became extremely complicated and difficult to unravel. A. Because no one ast controlled Egypt, many had a finger in the pie. B. The importance of these asts, such as Ankara, fluctuated. C. The Italians played an important role. Arabia. Germans left Transjordan, Saudi Arabia and the Yemen to the Italians, who were also interested in Palestine. Mussolini regarded this part of the world as his zone of influence and subsidized the Syrian nationalist leader. Ibn Saud refused to have anything to do with the Germans, and the Italian legation at Jeddah, the center of Italian Secret Service work, was closed in February 1942. The Italians were more successful in the Yemen, where intelligence work was carried out by means of medical stations in the various towns giving free treatment, but the Imam refused to be drawn in against the British. Italians also had a station at Aden established in 1934. It is known that the asts in Hamburg, Ankara, Cyrenaica, Lisbon and Sofia, Luft, all had agents in Arabia. Palestine. Activity of Abwehr increased in March 1941. Apart from trained Germans sent into the country, the local German colony, established 1880 and very pro-Nazi, were used, as well as Jews who had fled from Jewish persecution but were still pro-German, but mostly Arabs, Syrians and Armenians were used. Some German agents were sent in as volunteers for the British forces. 3. Extension of activities beyond operational zone. West Africa. Indication of a network of agents among old German colonists. South Africa. Abteilung 2 fairly active amongst dissident population. Portuguese East Africa used as a jumping-off ground. January 1942 there were widespread acts of sabotage connected with Roby Lebrant, who had been trained in politics and Nazi propaganda, and admitted being sent to South Africa in 1941 to start a rebellion, but the Asewa Brandwag, a South African subversive organization, refused to cooperate with him. Instructions were issued to Abwehr agents to avoid isolated acts of sabotage and work to a pre-arranged plan. It is not clear whether this outbreak of sabotage was premature or timed to influence the Battle of Libya by drawing off South African troops. India. Branches of the Auslands organization existed before the war, which may have served as a base for the usual preparatory activity. The usual German-Italian intrigues in Afghanistan were probably controlled from India. Abteilung 2 organized training for Indians in Kassel, the idea being to drop them on the Russo-Indian border to raise a revolt. China. There was an organization in Shanghai used for obtaining naval information until 1941. In 1939 there was a Hamburg agent in Dutch East Indies to obtain intelligence on Singapore and naval and shipping movements. Australia. A very small German community in Australia and New Zealand, each with the usual Auslands organization, but no indication of subversive activity. B.4. German Army. General Organization. A. The Wehrmacht. To know something of the history of the German Army is essential for a proper understanding of its position and character today. 1. Pre-1918. Until the Treaty of Versailles, the German army was composed of contingents of troops from the federal states, Prussia, Saxony, Bavaria and Württemberg. Each had its own war minister and its own army, and each king commissioned his own officers, but armaments and training were uniform. It was a conscript army of 850,000 men. At the time of the armistice, the German army was 240 divisions, approximately 5 million men. 2. Treaty of Versailles. Object was to make aggression impossible for Germany. Means taken were: A. The German army was reduced to 100,000 men, including maximum of 4,000 officers, organized in 7 infantry divisions and 3 cavalry divisions. Conscription forbidden. Voluntary enlistment was for 12 years for NCOs and ORs, and 25 consecutive years for officers, to make it impossible to build up a trained reserve. B. Weapons were also restricted. There were no aircraft, AFVs, guns or hows of more than 10.5 cm caliber, AA, or ATK. Artillery. Fortresses were dismantled, Rhineland demilitarized. No general staff or military missions were allowed. C. Other weapons and ammunition were limited in quantity. 3. The Reichswehr. The name of this limited army, together with the limited navy, was the Reichswehr. The supreme commander was the President of the Republic, who delegated his powers to the Reichswehr minister, under whom were both services, no air force. The Reichswehr minister appointed the CNC of each service. The first CNC of the army, Chef der Heeresleitung, under the Reichswehr minister was General von Seeckt, an officer of Old Imperial Army. Such were also the other Reichswehr officers. It was an incongruous situation, bound to cause trouble, in that a Republican, socialist and pacifist state had an army officered exclusively by a class which was monarchist, reactionary and militarist in character. Ostensibly non-political but actually anti-republican, the Reichswehr concentrated on building up first-class, cadre, army, the army of NCOs. Von Seeckt was dismissed in 1926. The best known of his successors was von Fritsch, 1934–1938. 4. Evasion of Treaty of Versailles. The Reichswehr early began to evade disarmament clauses and the government connived, partly through fear of alienating the sympathy of so powerful a body, and partly through the love of militarism common to all Germans, even socialists. A. Weapons were hidden, not surrendered to Inter-Allied Disarmament Commission. B. Staff officers were secretly trained and a skeleton general staff was formed. C. The number of trained men was increased by premature discharges and militarization of police. D. Secret training with gas, aircraft and tanks was carried out in Russia after the Treaty of Rapallo, 1922. E. Civil aircraft were made convertible to bombers, e.g. Junkers 52. F. Weapons were made in secret factories and abroad, e.g. Story of the workman who stole parts from a perambulator factory when his wife had a baby but found that when assembled they made a machine gun. All this began long before advent of Hitler. 5. Hitler, accelerated expansion. In January 1933, Hitler became Chancellor, and expansion of the services was accelerated and secrecy was gradually abandoned. October 1933. Germany withdrew from the League of Nations and Disarmament Conference. June 1934. Party-army crisis owing to ambition of Rome and brown shirts to form basis of new army. Murder of Rome and 1,182 others. Decided for the moment that party's work was political, and military matters were province of the services. Hitler was biding his time. August 1934. Death of Hindenburg, oath of allegiance to Hitler. March 1935. Existence of Air Force admitted and conscription introduced. March 1936. Demilitarized zone of Rhineland occupied. July 1936. Compulsory service raised to 2 years. 1936–38. Spanish Civil War, testing ground for weapons. February 1938. Blomberg marriage. Reichswehr Minister Blomberg and CNC. Fritsch dismissed, with 12 generals. With Fritsch disappeared the last restraining influence on Nazi aggressive designs. March 1938. Austria invaded and Austrian army incorporated in German army. September 1938. Sudetenland crisis. Wehrmacht now ready for war. 6. Reorganization of the services. In February 1938, when the clean sweep of the higher command was made, opportunity was taken for a reorganization. A title of Reichswehr, associated with 100,000-man Army of the Republic, was replaced by Wehrmacht Defense Forces, including all three services. B. The post of Reichswehr Minister was abolished and Hitler became Supreme Commander, Oberster Befehlshaber, of the Wehrmacht. His staff, under his orders, is the High Command of the Defense Forces, Oberkommando der Wehrmacht or OKW, whose chief is Field Marshal von Keitel, Chef des Oberkommandos der Wehrmacht. C. The heads of the three services responsible to the Oberkommando were Army, Generalfeldmarschall von Brauchitsch; Navy, Gross Admiral Ritter; Air Force, Reichsmarschall Göring. 7. New organization of the higher command. System instituted in February 1938, still stands, but Hitler has taken over the army personally, and Donitz has replaced Admiral Ritter. The dismissal of von Brauchitsch in the winter of 1941, and the taking over by Hitler himself of the command of the army, was largely a propaganda move. Hitler had been built up as the supreme military genius of all time, and consequently a scapegoat had to take responsibility for the disasters in Russia. Von Brauchitsch was that scapegoat. B. Composition of German Army today. The German Army today is composed of the following types of divisions, grouped in corps, armies and army groups. Infantry divisions. Offensive, 163. Defensive, 55. Administrative, 43. Panzer, 27. Motorized, 11. SS, 9. Light, 8. Mountain, 7. 323. Note: I. SS. Divs. Include 2 now rated as panzers, 1 in process of conversion to a panzer, 2 motorized, 2 mountain, 1 infantry and 1 cavalry. E. Defensive divs. Or L. Of C. Training and frontier divs. Nos. 701 to 720. Not suitable for mobile operations unless reinforced. E. Training divs. Inside Germany and ZBV. Divs. Are rated as administrative. This force of 323 divisions is scattered over Europe. Many of these divisions are locked up in police duties, and by no means all can be deployed for one operation. The number has in any case to be seriously reduced by the disasters in Russia. C. The army under Hitler. 3 main aims have been pursued by Hitler during the years when the German forces were being developed. 1. To remove the memory of defeat in 1918. Intensive propaganda and the easy victories during the early years of war led to a considerable measure of success in this aim. Now the tide has turned and the possibility of defeat is present in the mind of every German soldier. He fears the revenge which will be taken by the population of occupied countries. He fears the prospect of being sent to the Russian front. He fears the growing material power of the Allies which will soon overwhelm him. Although the pay and living conditions of the German soldier in the West are good, his morale is low. It should not be inferred, however, that he will not fight. Certain sections of the armed forces, in particular, the SS and the Air Force, will fight to the last, but, generally speaking, there seems some prospect that resistance may crumble after stern initial fighting. 2. To make the German forces independent of foreign raw materials and superior in equipment to any enemy. In their attempts to achieve self-sufficiency, the Germans have had considerable success. Although they have many difficulties, their shortages have not so far seriously affected the quality of equipment. 3. To assert the influence of the party in all matters of policy and confine the armed forces to purely executive duties. Friction between the army and the party is of long standing, as can be seen from events since Hitler assumed power. Slowly but surely resistance by the army has been broken. Officers not loyal to the party have been retired or even assassinated. They have been replaced by men, like von Zeitzler, who are thoroughly Nazi in outlook and will do as they are told. The party's private army, the Waffen-SS, has been developed in size with the object of creating a powerful and reasonably reliable body under command of the party. This has, of course, led to jealousy between the army and the SS. D. Conclusion. The German forces are strained to the utmost. Organizations in occupied territory can, by subversion of German troops now and by armed intervention later, render invaluable help to the Allied cause by supplying just that extra pressure which will cause a break. See point 1. April 1943. Propaganda. Propaganda. Introductory. 1. What is propaganda? There are two kinds of propaganda. A. Preparational. The art of persuasion with a view to producing, merely, a frame of mind. E.g. Goebbels persuaded German people to adopt a mental attitude vis-a-vis the concept, Lebensraum, before he called on them to do anything about it. B. Operational. The art of persuasion with a view to producing action. E.g. Today it is useless for our propaganda merely to persuade Frenchmen that the Boche is a swine. It must also instruct Frenchmen how to kick the Boche out of France. Our propaganda to enemy and occupied countries is now mainly operational, and, as such, should always contain the joint elements of persuasion and action. 2. What can propaganda do? These lectures deal only with underground operational propaganda, i.e., with propaganda as one weapon in the whole armory of underground warfare. Passive resistance, sabotage, guerrilla warfare and internal revolution are other weapons which, with propaganda, must be knitted into a whole. Thus propaganda, calling in its action element for passive resistance, may lead to passive resistance. Passive resistance plus propaganda may lead to sabotage. Passive resistance and sabotage plus propaganda to guerrilla warfare, etc. Cf. Oil in a machine. Therefore propaganda, though an important weapon, is never an independent one. It must be coordinated with the other weapons at our disposal. Cf. Goebbels, Fourth Arm. 3. Why do you need to know about propaganda? If ever you are called on to become an organizer, propaganda will be one of the weapons at your disposal. It is therefore right that you should know its scope, its power and its relation to the conduct of underground warfare. We shall best perceive these things if we follow, in some detail, the career of a propaganda agent from the moment when, in this country, he is told to undertake propaganda work to the moment when, in his own country, he has distributed his first leaflet among his people. 4. Starting point. The propagandist finds his raw material in the facts of the political situation. A thorough knowledge of such facts as they affect his field of operations is essential for successful work. 5. Politics. The propagandist's approach to politics should be governed by two main considerations. A. Politics, which in our grandfathers' day were relatively static, have now become fluid. Cf. British right and left-wing rapprochements since Russia's entry into the war. The clear picture of the political scene, which an agent should initially work out in his area, should not be like a chart, map or photograph with its details fixed and rigid, but like a moving film at a cinema, where the frame remains fixed but contents are mobile. B. Politics, to the propagandist, are not merely party politics, but a detailed examination of every factor affecting the self-interest of each group, class and organization that exists within his field of operation. 6. Groupings. It is one of the early duties of a propagandist, even before leaving this country, to ascertain what groups exist in his area. This gives rise to two questions. A. Why? Having ascertained a particular political fact that affects his area, the propagandist may easily find that each group of people has a different attitude to the same political fact. Therefore it follows that our propaganda relative to that one fact must differ vis-a-vis each group. E.g. Propaganda against agricultural plunder by the Boche will have to be distinct, if addressed to country folk who see the plunder happening, from that addressed to townsfolk who, perhaps, only know that their bellies are empty. By addressing our propaganda to a relatively small specific group rather than to a large amorphous mass, we ensure that we shall appeal more directly to the self-interest of that group and therefore incite it the more easily to the action required. This is, in fact, one of the main reasons why we send a propaganda agent to work inside a country, since his leaflets, alone of all our propaganda media, can be addressed to and distributed among a specific group. BBC broadcasts and RAF leaflets cannot be thus addressed and distributed with certainty of success. B. How? It is possible to group any given population under 8 main headings. Party political, conservative, liberal, socialist, etc. Vocational, minor, lawyer, journalist, etc. Regional, town, country, coast, etc. Religious, Catholic, Protestant, agnostic, etc. Age, students, youth movements, sports clubs, pension ex-servicemen, etc. Sex, workers' wives, feminist movements, etc. Economic, employers, workers, trades unions, etc. National, racial minorities. 7. Choice of target. From the many groups at this disposal, our propagandist must choose the few groups that he can most profitably attack. E.g., one might ignore extreme loyalists, already sufficiently active, and extreme pro-Nazis, already beyond conversion, in order to concentrate more effectively on the attentist element of a population. Once a specific group is chosen, the propagandist must determine, very broadly, which of the 8 factors listed above is that particular group's predominant factor. E.g., socialists, predominantly a party political group. Students, predominantly an age group. He must now ascertain whether the impact of the other 7 factors and his chosen group is of sufficient importance to warrant splitting that group into smaller subgroups. E.g., Q. Does the fact that there are old, young and middle-aged socialists warrant my further splitting the main group? A. Probably no. Q. Does the fact that there are rich socialists theoreticians and poor socialists practitioners warrant my further splitting the main group? A. Probably yes. 8. Conclusion. With his population grouped and a specific group chosen as target, the first preparational stage of our propagandist's work is complete. 2 further preparational steps remain to be taken. A. The ascertainment of the chosen group's opinion on a given political fact or facts. B. The receipt from a superior authority of a propaganda line or policy. These 2 steps form the subjects of ensuing lectures. See Point 2. September 1943. Opinion sampling. Opening parenthesis. Note. This lecture deals with an activity which can only be engaged in on definite orders and in relation to the specific security arrangements made in connection with each individual student. The lecturer must make it perfectly clear that he is not directing inquiries to be undertaken by students on arrival. The general principles which emerge from the talk are, however, of importance in all work of appraising a milieu. 1. Propaganda depends on facts. The propaganda worker must know the facts of the political situation. Cf. C. L. The propagandistic treatment of those facts is influenced by the opinions of the public to which propaganda is addressed. Methods of investigating opinions quickly and accurately form the subject of this talk. 2. Dangers of inadequate information. Reports are constantly reaching us, often at the cost of agents' lives, to the effect that German propaganda is being successful, that the population of Region 10 is 80% pro-British. These reports are valueless, because a. They do not yield facts precise enough to form a basis for work, and b. They are guesses. What we need are reports of observed fact, the accuracy of which is above suspicion. 3. Investigation is a science. The science of investigating opinion has made great strides in recent years, and the movement of large sums of money in commercial advertising and market research is actually determined by its findings. Cf. Fortune and Gallup surveys, Literary Digest straw votes, mass observation. Concrete cases of political and commercial propaganda based on good or bad interpretations of public opinion. E.g., Patane and Lux soap. 4. Investigation methods in their normal peacetime thoroughness are obviously not applicable to our work. But the principles that govern it must also govern us, just as the propaganda principles which govern the vast output of the BBC must also govern the small-town printer working in a basement by candlelight. 5. The random sampling method. This is the most accurate method of investigating opinion. Broadly, it may be described as follows. If a large group A is under investigation, a sample A is taken. If this is accurately done, i.e., if sample A is completely representative of group A, the trend's opinion found in the sample will be found in the group, and in the same proportions. Similarly, for a complicated group ABCD, when sample obed will be required with a proportionate to a and b to b, etc. To achieve accuracy, rigid adherence to certain rules is required. A sample need not be large. E.g., the Gallup forecast of Roosevelt's second election was based on only 2,000 views out of 130 million, yet it came within 1% of accuracy. For small town, local or craft reconnaissance, a much smaller number is sufficient. NB. Whereas Gallup and other nationwide surveys organized on a commercial profit-making basis require a high degree of accuracy, accuracy within 10 or 20% is valuable for propaganda guidance. Note: the introduction to Section 5 and also para I can be omitted when students are lacking either command of English or minimal grasp of mathematics. B. The sample must be chosen at random. Never let any arbitrary factor influence your choice. E.g., if we are investigating opinion in a coal mine, do not choose the foreman, the first 10 men to reach the pithead, the secretaries of the local union, your brother-in-law, or anybody distinguished by unrepresentative characteristics. C. Check fact rather than opinion. People are not reliable guides to their own opinions. In fact, on matters not violently affecting personal advantage, most people tend to give either the answer they think you want or an answer that does them credit. People's actions are a more reliable guide to their opinions than their words. E.g., don't ask people their opinion of RAF leaflets. Find out whether they pass them on. D. Use of observation rather than questioning. What papers do people read? Where did they shop? Did they talk to Germans? Did they watch German newsreels? Did they listen to the BBC? E. Avoid all hypothetical questions. Instead of asking, "What would you have done if you had not joined the army?" ask, "What work were you doing or applying for when you were called up?" F. Avoid all words of vague meaning. Words like often, much, occasionally tend to obscure facts rather than reveal them. They open the door to all kinds of wishful thinking and guesswork. G. Never try to prompt people. When it is difficult to get an opinion, there is a temptation to suggest one. This is a frequent source of error. No answer is better than a prompted answer, no information better than misleading information. 6. For reports, never confuse fact with interpretation. Interpretation may be useful on occasion, but, when reporting, always distinguish clearly between fact and interpretation. Reports should read something like this. Quote, fact. X miners and Y railwaymen in blank town have volunteered for work in Germany within the last Z days. Miners give reasons A, B and C, railwaymen give reasons B, C and D. Interpretation. On the basis of the above facts, my opinion is that Germany's attack on Russia has produced a marked swing towards collaboration among working-class circles in Blanktown. Students are asked to criticize this report for errors or omissions. On the basis of sound information, collected in the manner described above, the formulation of effective operational propaganda is facilitated. 7. Security precautions. A. Formulation of questions. Ideally, all questions addressed to a group vis-a-vis an identical political fact should themselves be identical. With the principles enunciated above in mind, they should therefore be carefully phrased in such a manner that they can be slipped innocently into any conversation. If this is impossible for security reasons, take care to phrase all your questions so that the answers add up. E.g., the answer, yes, to one question would be useless when juxtaposed with the answer, on a Wednesday, to another question on the same subject. B. Behavior. Apply methods of information gathering listed under Point 3. Sec. 3b. Do not frequent too obviously certain areas or cultivate too obviously the members of a particular trade. It is possible to elicit information without appearing to ask for it, to overhear gossip in cafes and queues, to observe behavior in the group affected. This is proved by the fact that people have done it. See point 3. April 1943. Leaflet writing. 1. Fundamental principles. Introduction. Good advertising is based on set principles, good writing on deep feeling. Good propaganda needs both, and the good propagandist will use the latter to mask the former. The principles must never be allowed to show through. We are not sending men back to occupied Europe to sell soap. Nevertheless, propaganda presentation must always conform to the following fundamental principles. 1. Simplicity of A. General idea. Let each leaflet present but one general idea, from which there should be no digression. B. Argument. In support of the general idea one may produce particular ideas. These should be logically linked and linked so closely that the reader is unable to escape from climbing the rigid, mental stairway that leads from an existing attitude to a required attitude. Such linking is most effective when it binds sentence to sentence. For examples, see Appendix A. But, where this is impossible, one should always link particular idea to particular idea. C. Language. Be simple, but never patronizing. Do not speak as a scholar writing down to fishermen. Lower your mentality to that of a fisherman and write up. For example, see Appendix B. 2. Concreteness. A. Avoid abstract words like the plague, because such words as democracy, patriotism, freedom, have become platitudes without significance. E. Even where abstracts are not yet platitudinous, they can never affect a reader's self-interest so powerfully as concrete words. E.g. 4. Patriotism, say, love of France. 4. Hunger, say, empty bellies. 4. The peace-loving Dutch nation are now resisting German oppression, say, the Dutch people, who once grew tulips and made cheese, are now stabbing Germans in the back. 4. Germany's death rate is rising in Russia, say, German corpses piled upon German corpse among the blood, the bone, the twisted tripes and scattered bowels of the Russian battlefield. B. In thus appealing to a reader's self-interest, recall that such self-interest is normally twofold. I. Selfish. The Germans have taken away your cattle. E. Unselfish. The Germans have enslaved France. The most powerful possible appeal is one directed towards a combination of selfish and unselfish elements, i.e., your cattle have been taken away because France is enslaved. 3. Repetition. A. By this is meant the choice of one urgent, compelling general idea, and the repetition of that idea from many different points of view and/or by many different methods, leaflet, broadcast, rumor, etc. B. By constant repetition we can be certain of securing I. A larger audience. E. If not a conviction, at least an effect on the mentality of the audience. Cf. Goebbels' anti-Semitic and anti-Czech propaganda. This effect can often be strengthened into conviction by 4. Action. Action must always be recommended because a. Action is the aim of all propaganda. B. Action drives home the persuasive lessons of repetitive propaganda, i.e., people will remember a propagandist's line of talk if they can associate it with an action in which they themselves have taken part, e.g., I. Germans will remember Goebbels' anti-Semitic propaganda because they have seen, read of or taken part in Jewish persecutions. E. They will remember his anti-Czech propaganda because Germany won a bloodless victory over the Czechs. E. They do not remember Goebbels' anti-Italian propaganda in July 1934 because nothing was done about it. See point 4. April 1943. Leaflet writing. 2. Mechanics. Introduction. The hit or miss author, who writes primarily to please himself and only incidentally to please his readers, is a vile propagandist. The propagandist writes solely with the intention of appealing to his reader's interest. He aims to hit, because he cannot afford to miss. Accordingly, his work is based in the formulae of modern advertising, to whose task his own runs broadly parallel. It differs only in that the propagandist is at greater pains than the copywriter to disguise his medium. The reader of an advertisement should never be provoked into feeling, this is only an advertisement. The reader of propaganda should, if possible, never be allowed even to suspect that he is reading propaganda. Before actually writing a leaflet, the propagandist must a. Ask and answer the 7 basic questions listed below. As a matter of self-discipline, they should be asked and answered on paper. 1. What general idea am I trying to sell? Cf. See point 3. No digression from single choice. Cf. Goebbels' brilliant choice of isolationism to USA. 2. To whom am I trying to sell it? Remember, groupings, in CL. Cut out each word, phrase and sentence that does not appeal to your target's interest. 3. Where am I sending my message? Depends on answer to 2. Knowledge of social geography, showing where and therefore in what conditions a given group live. 4. When must my message be delivered? News value. Seasonal factors. Anniversaries. 5. Against what? Opposition. Where possible, anticipate enemy propaganda. Where impossible, counter evidence with better evidence, never with a flat denial, to which complete silence is preferable. 6. From whom does my message come? In covert propaganda, preferably from nationals of the country concerned and from an organization rather than an individual. 7. How can my argument coming from 6 best convey the general idea? 1. In terms appealing to the self-interest of my audience. 2. At 3. Place. At 4. Time. And against 5. Opposition. B. Determine that the message will do 3 things. 1. Convince group that they should undertake required action. 2. Convince group that they can undertake required action. 3. Convince group that required action justifies personal risks involved. To fulfill these 3 requirements, most appeals may be based in the following 3 elements. 1. Statement of grievance. We are in a mess. 2. Message of hope. But not too deeply. 3. Call to action. How to get out. See specimen leaflet, appendix to this lecture. Note: more intelligent students are now asked to write a leaflet on a set subject. On its completion, they are provided with the following checklist of questions. Content. 1. Have I digressed from my general idea? 2. Does my story fit the facts as I know them? 3. Are the subdivisions of my story A. Logical. B. In order. C. Linked up. 4. Have I made the most of A. Absolute news value. B. Propaganda news value. Propaganda news value, a new way of looking at an already known fact. 5. Have I related this news to the point I wish to make? 6. Have I used, wherever possible, proof, evidence and examples? 7. Have I made contact with the reader's personal self-interest? i.e., is it concrete? Style. 1. Is my message A. Clear. B. Simple. C. Unmistakable, no possible double meanings. D. Free of contradictions. E. Concrete. 2. Have I used A. Short sentences. B. Short paragraphs. C. Liaison between paragraphs. D. Enough subheads. Objective. Have I remembered that propaganda is designed to produce behavior, i.e., a state of mind or a line of action? In other words, does my reader know clearly what is wanted of him? See point 4. January 1944. Appendix. Specimen outline leaflet. Assumed basis. Compulsory labor conscription in German-occupied Ruritania. 1. What idea? Go to Germany and do damage. 2. To whom? Workers of Blankville, Ruritania. 3. Where? Note degree of local compulsion in Blankville. 4. When? Early morning, 2 days before next departure for Germany. 5. Against what? Enemy CE. And security measures in Ruritania and Germany. 6. From whom? Ruritanian workers already in Germany. 7. How? by establishment of fact that Nazi demand for labor is a weakness that should and can be attacked in reasonable safety. How you can invade Germany. Conscription, now our shame can become our pride. Headline must get attention, provoke further reading. Sure to do so if it appeals to self-interest and offers new information. Trick often useful and sound is to start with how, why, etc. 1. Grievance. Elaborate degree of compulsion in Blankville. We were cattle without pasture, and they had the whips. 2. Hope. But now we can gain the whip hand. The mere fact that the Nazis thus conscript us, their bitterest enemies, shows them weak. We can attack that weakness. Subhead. Not essential, often useful to amplify headline, but should not give away whole story. 3. Action. How we can butcher the butchers. Assume reader's agreement that this is his duty, and tell him clearly how to attack Nazi production and Nazi morale in Germany without undue risk. Hold out certainty of success if all cooperate. Subheads in text. Help to break it up, make it more readable. Should also mark stages in the argument. You are the advanced invasion front. League of Ruritanian Workers in Germany. Footline. Sometimes useful to crystallize the appeal. Psychunature. Or symbol if required. Appendix A. See point 4. February 1944. The following extract, taken from an article issued by the British Army Bureau of Current Affairs, illustrates how much more profitable than contradiction by flat denial is contradiction by better evidence. 1. The Jews run the British press, says Hitler. Only 1 out of 116 daily and 17 Sunday papers has a Jew in any controlling position on it. 2. The Jews control finance, says Hitler. There is not a single Jew on the board of the Bank of England, only 1 Jew among the managers of the London Stock Exchange, and only 3 Jews out of about 150 persons on the board of the Big Five banks. 3. The Jews are responsible for the black market, says Goebbels. In Hitler's Germany, where no Jews are allowed to trade at all, the black market flourishes. 4. The Jews encourage the war, but they do not fight in it, says Goebbels. 50,000 Jews out of a total Jewish population of about 400,000, including women, children and refugees, are in the services and over 8,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,0 distinguished conduct at Dunkirk there were the names of more than 30 Jews. WHO received decorations or were commended. See point 5. April 1943. Reproduction and distribution. 1. Reproduction. A. Printing. Note. It takes 7 years to make a master printer. Our aim has been to instruct propaganda agents sufficiently in such basic knowledge of printing as will enable them to recruit an expert, appreciate his problems and even, to some extent, instruct him in clandestine printing to which he may be unaccustomed. In occupied countries our best work has been done by friendly printers working inside the print shops of German-controlled newspapers, often under the very noses of the Nazis. This because The Nazis have sacked all anti-collaborationist writers, but could not afford to sack printers. Lack of metal, ink and paper supply is least felt in German-controlled newspapers. Jobbing printers are always more suspect and therefore under closer surveillance than newspaper printers. Our instruction therefore outlines the principal methods of overt newspaper printing and adds advantages and/or disadvantages of each method from a covert point of view. 1. Definition. The application of paper to an inked metal surface on which the message reversed stands in relief. Of the three elements, metal, ink and paper, that go to make any printing operation, it is proposed to discuss only the metal and the paper. 2. Metal. A. Type. I. Monotype, cast in single letters, assembled by machine or by hand in stick, completed message locked in framework consisting of metal, chase, and held in position by furniture, and coins, whole called the form. Can accidentally be dropped or pied to avoid detection. Is difficult to transport covertly from one department to another or out of the print shop. Linotype, cast in single lines, each line produced mechanically and assembled by hand is for monotype. Can accidentally be dropped to avoid detection,